Well, good morning, everybody. It's a little thin, but I believe it or not, there's a few folks that are online. My name is Gerald Lopez. I am the Director of Operations and Business Development. I'm also the Center Associate Director. I want to welcome everybody to the annual user meeting. It is a very early morning, so I can understand how the crowd is a little thin here. Believe it or not, there are actually over 300 people that are signed up for this meeting that attend annually. We see peak attendance roughly at about 150 some folks. That's why all the lunches seem to vanish. And this year we actually did a wonderful campaign. We have people as far as West Africa and India joining in and zooming into us today. So I think that's one of the wonderful things about technology and the things that we help promote and create is this ability to connect folks, right? So I wanted to get us started and started early. See if this is it's going. For those of you that have never been to the Singh Center, and for those of you online that have never seen us, I do want to give us a little bit of an introduction, a little bit about where we are as far as Philadelphia. We're the second largest city on the East Coast, the sixth largest city in the nation in the US. So it's a large economic region with a very large population. There's lots of different regional economic drivers. We have hundreds of colleges, universities, there's 5 medical schools, 5 healthcare systems. There's a very large biopharma presence. If you didn't know this fun fact, over 85% of biopharmas globally have some footprint here, right in this region. When you look at it, you have 300 plus healthcare facilities, chemicals, and refineries. And if you want to translate this to a larger theme on the national initiative when it comes to the CHIPS and Science Act, this is where we're talking about supply chain for advanced manufacturing and for semiconductors. We are founded, the university was founded in 1740 by Benjamin Franklin. It was the joining of the medical school and the colleges. So we are actually 12 schools all together under the University of Pennsylvania. And we have 5 hospitals, that's 40,000 employees. So if you can take a guess, we actually outnumber our students because we have just this large healthcare system. And when you look at these numbers, about 10,000, 12,000 students split between undergraduate and graduate. What you're looking at is basically a very strong research institution as a result. There's about over $1 billion of annually sponsored research. We're located in a dense urban environment, and we have an annual operating budget of $13.5 billion with an endowment worth about 20 plus billion, which goes out back to tuition and donations annually. And just the university alone has an economic impact of $21.5 billion annually as well. Kind of zooming in on Penn Engineering, which is what the Singh Center for Nanotechnology is housed under. There's 150 plus total faculty, right? And 40 plus associate professors, 15 assistant professors, and 4,500 graduate and undergraduate students. When I first started here 8 years ago, and the Singh Center had just opened its doors, the initiative was to aggressively hire 50 new faculty. I believe they're almost to that point and finished. Things slowed down a little bit with COVID, obviously. But it was a wonderful time, especially for this growth, and we're still seeing that today. For the C's, there's lots of signature initiatives. There's lots of different centers. I want to make sure that everyone understands it's not just the Singh Center for Nanotechnology. We touch other aspects, especially when it comes to data science, engineering, health, and energy and sustainability. Right across the way from us, that you saw this new building come up. That's the new energy science building that's being put up on the Badgelist Energy Science Building. And it's going to have some remarkable work coming out of there. And it's the adjacency to the Singh Center is just as appropriate as it gets, right? When building that there. So for the Singh Center, our vision is to educate, influence, and catalyze. And when you think about it, our mission is then to drive cutting edge scholarship, productive collaboration, and a positive culture for nanotechnology. So we're guided by our principles of, scholarship, culture, impact, and collaboration. And if you look at what our core values are, really in our priorities, it's the education piece, it's the research and innovation, and it's what we have today, which will be a very large gathering later, especially when the food comes out for the engagement. We are 100+ tools altogether under one roof. This is the clean room, which is the Quattro nanofabrication facility. This is the nanoscale characterization facility, the scanning and local probe facility. And it really just features this wonderful set of tools with expert staff that's here to help and train folks from the bottom up. We are part of this larger national program called the NNCI, and it's really helped ran by all the folks that you see here. When you think about the amount of effort and training thousands of users over the course of time that we've been here. So looking at a national level, we're part of what's called the NSF, or National Science Foundation National Nanotechnology Coordinated Infrastructure. And this is a site, one of the 16 sites that's led to provide open infrastructure for folks needing to have nanotechnology infrastructure to create whatever devices or widgets, or to inspect or create new materials, right? For our site, we actually represent the Mid-Atlantic, and we're known as the Mid-Atlantic Nanotechnology Hub. And for our folks that are coming in internationally, what you have is we're right in Philadelphia on the East Coast. We're bookend between Washington, D.C. and New York City. And this is really roughly about 90 minutes either directions, virtually equidistant. So it's fully accessible. And when you look at us in terms of our space, we are the highest density of government and academic nanofabs on the globe. 75% of these institutions are accessible via I-95, right? And so it's not just us that has this wonderful array of capital equipment. We have partners as well, and redundancy as well built into our ecosystem here. Our furthest neighbors are basically looking all the way to Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh to the east side of Long Island at Brookhaven National Laboratories. And our closest neighbors is Drexel, which is just one city block. And actually, we share this physical block with Drexel. When we talk more about Penn's research enterprise, like I said, we have 12 schools here in the university, and 6 of the 12 schools touch the Singh Center. And if you follow the collaboration, you can see how people and the faculty interact with each other. And I think this is where things become really valuable, because you can see that dental school is talking to the Perelman School of Medicine, which is also talking to engineering. And there's some crosstalk with School of Arts and Sciences and the veterinary center, the vet school. And this is where I believe a lot of folks don't really get to see or understand how influential the Singh Center is. Over the time that we've been here for the past 8 years, total sponsorship that we've touched across the ecosystem for Penn's research enterprise is over $500 million, right? And so because of that piece, right, we are a vital player in what happens with the research here at Penn. In terms of our research activity, when you look at it, it's roughly 60-40 internal external work. Our capacity utilization really talks more about our materials, our MEMS and engineering, our quantum physics optics, our life science and medicine, how that type of work is distributed throughout the center. And we talk about our external affiliation, more than 50% of them are actually from external academics, right? And early in our days, when we started counting these numbers, we figured, well, how many really research hours is all this adding up to, and man years, right? And this is really 200+ work years of research and innovation in the past 8 years. So it's pretty remarkable. And early on, we were able to really gauge that, you know, large and small companies were going after the life science and medicine pieces. Large companies were really interested in advanced materials, quantum physics and optics and then mechanical engineering, we were supporting the external academics coming in, right? Like Drexel and Temple and University of Delaware. Our expanding equipment base continues to expand. And there's a few things that I want to make sure that our users are aware of. The first thing is, of course, is that we have a wonderful cryo EM suite. So if there are soft materials that you're needing to analyze and slice down, we do have those types of equipment and tooling and characterization to help manage and see and perform your work and research here. Some new tools that are coming online that's just been recently installed is our Wraith EPPG. It's an electron beam lithography tool. This system is by far one of the most advanced electron beam writers that exists right now on the market, and it should be available roughly within the next 3 or 4 weeks. Other capabilities are going to be coming online soon as they get past qualifications. Is our new ion mill that will be coming here, and also a dedicated aluminum evaporator as well. So as far as our expanding infrastructure goes, we were built to expand. We were built for more faculty. We were built for supporting research. We are actually building out a 6th bay. So this is something that's going to start this quarter, and we'll be seeing a lot more work going into that. So you guys might see a little bit of dust and construction happening over the next few months. This means we're going to have about 500 square feet, new square footage, where we're going to take some of the soft lithography stuff. If anyone's familiar with microfluidics, we're going to put it to the back of that area. I did want to touch on a few other things because I've talked about so far our piece with equipment and talking about our reach. But from an educational standpoint, we actually are working with the CCP as part of our NNCI grant and doing workforce development. And some of the things that have happened actually for these past 2 years is supporting and bringing in CCP students and bringing them in through an internship program where they can learn more about the silicon adjacent world that we have here that exists at the Singh Center with hands-on capabilities. And so, they'll go through about 14 weeks of, different projects, developing these new skill sets and taking them on forward. We also have a master's program here that you can talk to more with our Director of Education and Professional Development, Dr. Kristen Field. And so, this is something that we've been supporting since the start of the Singh Center, our Nano Masters. And then we also have a GSF program as well, that through the Nano Masters program, we bring them in as interns. And so this is something that we've kind of combined together. The GSFs help us with a lot of different activities throughout things, especially coursework and lab work that happens in our center. So I do want to welcome everyone to the annual user meeting. If you hadn't noticed, there is no printed program, and that's intentional because it's post-COVID. I guess we're saving the trees too. Do try to find this QR code. It's actually on your badge as well, so if you need that. And I do want to jump into a few more things. We have 6 sessions today. I'm not going to read this out to you, but I do want to make you aware that for anyone that's here, there is a poster session. And when you have your poster session, there is a contest. It's a very large QR code at the beginning of that poster session. Scan it. And make a decision between the 2 sessions. What was your favorite poster? And that winner will get maybe a Nintendo Switch today. So I do want to have a little bit of round of applause for our vendors who are downstairs. A lot of them are getting ready, but thank you to our vendors for all the support that you've given us. It actually makes this event possible. A lot of the food and the beverage is really possible by them. So it's a lot. It's a heavy lift that we're able to bring on. So please say hi to them as much as you can. And last but not least, for anyone that is interested in working with us, it's very easy to do that. You go on our website, you look at how to getting started, and everything is there for you. So without further ado, I want to introduce our starting keynote, our opening keynote speaker. And I'm going to switch over quickly. Which one would you like me to start off with?
You can start with a song.
Okay, all right. So
and you can
so
open it with a full screen.
Absolutely. So our keynote today, we have two, and let me do a proper introduction for the first one. Our keynote today is Professor Yuri Gagazi of Drexel University. He is the Charles T. and Ruth M. Bach Endowed Chair in the Department of Materials Science and Engineering. He also serves as director of the A.J. Drexel Nanomaterials Institute. He received his MS and PhD in 1984 and 86 from Kiev Polytech, and his doctorate degree from the National Academy of Sciences in Ukraine in 1995. He's one of our PIs here and one of the pioneers in vaccines, which is what he's going to talk about today. So let's give a round of applause and welcome our keynote speaker.
Thank you very much.
Manage that. I'm not going to say that.
Very good. Well, I'm going to start from song. And if you listen to it, you don't even need to listen to my talk because it tells you everything about vaccines.
You just have to do what you want, right?
Well, I think that's probably enough for now. I'm going to stop it and switch to my PowerPoint presentation. I'll get help from Gerald, and I hope I'll get 5 minutes because we started 5 minutes later here. Again, thanks to everyone for waking up earlier and coming to listen to my talk. You can find this song if you just go to YouTube and type the Maxine song. It was written by Marcello Andrade, my former MS student, who is doing his PhD with Professor Thierry Bruce. This is a guy here in Nantes in France. Now, they surprised me with this song when I was lecturing at the summer school in Nantes. So what are Maxines? This is a family of two-dimensional carbides and nitrides of transition metals that we discovered at Drexel University with my colleague, Professor Michel Barzoum, and our students and postdocs just a bit more than a decade ago. So these red atoms you can see here are metal atoms, and black dots connecting them are carbon, nitrogen, can be substituted for oxygen. They come in a variety of structures, they come in a variety of colors and properties. And what I'm going to do today is to talk to you about those materials, their potential, and their place in the materials world here. And you don't need to be an expert in 2D materials to be aware of graphene, of course. But really, in my opinion, significance of the discovery of Andrei Gaim and Kostya Novoselov when they separated single sheets of graphene from graphite crystal was they attracted attention of community to other two-dimensional materials. Some of them were well known in the past, like hexagonal boron nitride, moly disulfide, tungsten disulfide. Tungsten disulfide was separated into single sheets even before graphene. But people also started to make materials which did not have layered van der Waals bonded precursors like silicene, antimonine, germanine, others. And in 2011, we also discovered carbides and nitrides of transition metal, which we call MXenes, where M stands for a transition metal, X stands for carbon or nitrogen. What is important? There have been many dielectric, semiconducting 2D materials. But even graphene, being praised for its conductivity, zero band gap semiconductors. We added a number of true metals, but very unusual metals, as I stress later, to this family. Now we have pretty much building blocks coming from dielectrics to metals. We can make any kind of devices by combining them. And I look at 2D materials really as the building blocks for the future technology and maybe really the future world. And I believe there will be a game changer in the technology we use now here. Now, let's delve a little bit deeper into MXenes, the topic of my research here. So there are like other 2D materials, just a few atoms thin, 1 nanometer or less in thickness. They typically have conducting carbide or nitride core, and the electrons of transition metals provide this electronic conductivity, but their surface mostly looks like a surface oxide, hydroxide. We can also put chalcogens or halogens on the surface here. Imagine now you have a metal that provides electronic conductivity, but the surface is capable of reversible redox, of attaching molecules without actually killing conductivity, unlike in graphene, where you get oxygen hydroxyl on the surface, conductivity drops by 6-7 orders of magnitude here. Can be water dispersible because of this. They come in a variety of structures I mentioned here. Titanium 3C2 was the first one discovered. And when people tell you MXene, many of them mean, in fact, titanium 3C2. But Michael Nagib, PhD student, who produced the first MXenes, already showed that it's possible to make a variety of MXenes. Moreover, make solid solution on M side and make solid solution on X side, carbon nitride. I'm using the mouse that people online can also see my pointer here. This was the first paper, which was published 2011 on the cover of Advanced Materials. Those actually not single flakes, those are multi-layer lamellas just after synthesis delamination here. And we keep discovering new materials. This paper was published at first in 2020, and actually you can recognize Vivek Shenoy and Professor Eric Stach, two colleagues from Penn. Professor Stach's student Alexander did TM analysis here in Singh Center to show atomic structure of these materials here, and Professor Shenoy predicted possible structure in the system here. So do you see this is how collaboration works here? And actually, these materials are just 1.3 nanometers thick, but those are thickest known two-dimensional material to the best of my knowledge. So they're much more rigid. They are not flimsy like graphene. They offer very interesting properties. And actually what is interesting, the first one and the next group expanding to a family were all produced by undergraduate students in our laboratory. So there is plenty of room for discovery for everyone in the world. Let's do a simple math. Let's take a dozen of transition metal forming MXene. You can put lanthanides there as one of the components as well. Carbon, nitrogen, 4 different structures. Multiply, you end up with about 100 of stoichiometric composition. Take a dozen of possible already known surface termination, hydroxyl, amino groups, oxygen, chalcogens, halogen, phosphorus, and antimony were just added this year. You get at least 1,000 of stoichiometric structure. Only about 50 of them have been experimentally demonstrated, maybe another 50 solid solution. One of my students just published in JAX 16 carbon nitride MXenes in 3 different structures here. So there's room for discovery for everyone here. It's really infinity. We have possibility to atomistically design using computational tools and create almost infinite number of new materials here. And as I mentioned, we continue adding new one. For example, last year, working with Polish colleagues, doing atom by atom SIMS, maybe an instrument to be added to Singh Center eventually, we showed that it's possible to make oxycarbide, where up to 50% of oxygen can substitute for carbon, again, altering the structure here. And we're also, with this family of materials, truly moving to the era of atomistic design of structure, not only composition. So we have nowadays this 4 basic structures from M2X to M5X4. And again, these were just discovered a couple of years ago with the help of colleagues at Singh. We can make solid solutions, but we also can make ordered, in-plane ordered double transition metal carbides, where there are alternating atomic columns of different M elements, for example, tungsten and yttrium, scandium and moly. And if we etch selectively one of those elements, we end up with ordered divacancy MXene. Imagine atomic trenches, single atom deep going on the surface. But we can also make out of plane ordered materials where one element, one metal, for example, chromium or moly, is on the surface, controlling the surface chemistry. It means catalytic, electrochemical, chemical properties. Another element, for example, titanium, is in the middle, controlling electronic conductivity, transport property in these materials. High entropy MXenes were reported just about 2 years ago, and similar way borides, so on, M-beans were created. They have somewhat different structure. This one, actually, most of them, except M5C4 I showed to you, can be considered as like a 1-1-1 slice of a cubic sodium carbide lattice. And people show titanium silicon nitride 2-dimensional. So basically, the family keeps growing. And there are many interesting structures, like, for example, this ordered double transition metal materials in here. And definitely, this is not the end. This is already an infinity material, but this is just the beginning where we are moving into materials world, going away from taking a chunk of something like silicon and taking something out of it and manufacturing. We are building now atom by atom. And initial growth was actually very slow. No one cared about something else added after giving a Nobel Prize to graphene in 2010. But as you see, in the last few years, the growth started going quickly. And it's not because of the number of materials, it's because of properties I'm going to talk about later. But already nowadays, research is going on in 6 continents, more than 100 countries, 7,600 institutions, more than 60,000 authors. And this is actually data from Web of Science, so it's conservative. So in fact, probably about 20-30% more than this. What is also important, as of March last year, there are published, including 18 months delay, means 2 years ago, about 3,500 patents. Coming also from major corporations like LG, Hyundai, Mitsubishi, Heavy Industry, Murata, many other things here. So it's also going towards practical application towards industry here. One thing you might know, MXene were discovered right here in Philadelphia, and US is trailing behind Asia very significantly here. That's why we need to invest in this country into manufacturing, into new technology, and it's very important to stay competitive in key fields here. Now, just a couple of words how we make them. Typically, we produce them by selective chemical etching, a technique which we have been using for many years in my group to make carbon materials, taking carbide, taking metal or silicon out, and making porous structure. It's kind of a dealloying, but atomistic scale, something like a dealloying Eric Detzi is doing here in material science engineering. So if we take layered so-known max phase, Michel Barzoum, my colleague at Drexel, is a father of this really field of materials. This is a MXene carbide nitride. It's connected by a element like aluminum, silicon, gallium, tin. And if I etch this element away, or take other layered structures like layered carbide, aluminum carbide, zirconium carbide, or moly to C, gallium 2, which are not technically max phases, other things here. We can make structures which are weakly bonded. In this case, we have strong bonds between M element and A element. So we cannot just mechanically shear them into 2-dimensional sheets. But if we etch one element away, we can make material which look like a vermiculate clay or thermally expanded graphite. Now there are only weak bonds between this oxygen OH other element terminate layers, and we can delaminate them in single layer flakes. This is a optical picture. Don't need to go even to an electron microscope. This is single layer flakes of titanium 332 on silicon. You see all these flakes, crystals, they're single crystalline and less than nanometer in thickness. They are single layer flakes. And what is important, let me stress, those are flakes about 20 microns, produced by solution processing from water, basically. I have never seen chalcogenides or oxide of that size produced by solution, because they will just break from vibrations in solution here. It's one demonstration of actually outstanding mechanical strength of MXenes here. But if we have this oxygen OH terminated surfaces, this water-soluble metallic clay, we can process it in a variety of different ways. So basically what we do, we take ceramic powder, we dump it into a container with etchant. It can actually be emulsion salt, it can be aqueous solution, you can use hydrothermal, electrochemical etching. I won't go in detail today. You end up with this something we call the MXene clay, weakly bonded now to dimensional particles, and we delaminate them into single layer flakes. And they're stable in solution because this oxygen OH termination gives them zeta potential, which is below minus 30 millivolt. So they simply disperse in water. You don't need, unlike, for example, quantum dots or graphene or metal nanoparticles, you don't need surfactant. You don't need anything. You can disperse in water, you can disperse in polar solvent, propylene carbonate, and basically whatever here. And you end up with colloidal solution, purely controlling flake size and concentration. We can make either dilute solution, for example, for inkjet printing, or spray coating, or spin coating, or we can make a liquid crystalline, thick colloidal solution, where 2D flakes start organizing within a liquid state, forming liquid crystal, and we can use it for either doctor blading, or we can draw MXene fibers from the solution when we reach appropriate concentration here. Moreover, they also differ from many other materials because of variety of optical properties. I won't have much time to talk about today, but of course they will have different colors because they absorb light in different wavelength ranges depending on structure and composition. And of course, if you have a colloidal solution of two-dimensional particles, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You can process them in any way. You can take a spray gun and spray rooms, for example, here, and no one will be able to use cell phones because everything will be electromagnetically shielded with this metallic material. Or you can fill in a pen and put your fancy signature with MXene, or you can print a conducting circuit using inkjet printer. And of course, you can do pretty much anything else people do with solution of materials here. What is very important? I talked about variety of structures, about metallic conductivity of materials, strengths, and so on here. And M and X layer, and we call them MXenes. But we very often add at the end symbol T terminations, because surface terminations largely also determine properties. We get oxygen OH termination of, for example, hydrogen fluoride-based acid, we get this water dispersible MXenes. If we get chlorine, bromine on the surface by using emulsion salt, we get very different set of properties. It will be more difficult to denominate. You have to use organic solvent for doing this, but properties are changed. So again, it's very important. Through surface termination, we can control properties. And there are many ways to do it. This is a paper published very recently in spring this year, adding, for example, antimony surface termination, but also showing we can get, for example, selenium, tellurium, sulfur. So we can get a material which is kind of a hybrid between chalcogenides and MXenes, because we have a carbide layer in the middle, and we have now, say, chalcogen on the surface. So instead of, say, tantalum selenium 2, we have tantalum-2, C, selenium-2. So again, it goes further towards this development of a variety of two-dimensional material atomistically, creating different structures. And there are more and more ways to make it here. Professor Dmitry Talapin from UChicago published same month in Science a paper on direct synthesis by transforming graphite into carbide MXenes, and also doing chemical vapor deposition of these beautiful vertically aligned sheets. And of course, there are many, many more methods. What is important? We not only have opened an infinity of new two-dimensional materials in the system, we not only make them with attractive combinations of properties from a huge variety of elements and a huge number of compositions, but we can also make them scalable. And this is, again, makes a very big difference. There are many materials that can be produced in tiny amounts. You read about 2D material discoveries all the time, but how many of them are made in more than gram quantities? Graphene, molybdenum, boron nitride, don't forget clays, a couple of oxides. That's pretty much it. MXene, we were making in the beginning of a gram. We have a reactor, this was like 100 gram coming like 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, when the first reactor was installed in our lab. Even these atomic sandwiches out of plane ordered moly to titanium C2 MXene with moly on the surface. This was undergraduate student making 40 grams of material. Last year, we make a kilogram batch. We're making now 2 kilograms right now working in our lab. And other people report already 10, 20 kilogram batches of material. You can actually cover a stadium with a transparent conducting film of MXene using a single batch produced in the lab. So what it means, when the process is intrinsically scalable, there are many, many different applications that we explore, not only small sensors, electronic or optical application. And that's all great. It's great to produce huge number of new materials. Wonderful that we can make them in a scalable process relatively easily, things here. And actually, we can make many of them of abundant and non-expensive precursors, like titanium carbide, for example, titanium carbonitride, titanium nitride. You take some of the most common elements in the world, but does it matter? It only matters if they bring new and different properties. If you can get in all these MXenes the same property as graphene or maybe even clay, which is also two-dimensional material, give us, why bother? It's maybe scientifically fun, of course, but few things. I mentioned a couple of times metallic conductivity because really it is distinguishing them from majority of other materials. In this multi-layer film, we take the single-layer flakes, single crystalline flakes, and just place them on the film. You get something looking very much like a graphene paper. You can make a paper airplane out of it and send it fly in this room. But just after drying, we get over 20,000 Siemens per centimeter. Just to give you an idea, if you take a graphene oxide, produce it in a similar film, then do high temperature reduction, people reported maximum 2,000 to 4,000 Siemens per centimeter. You have to go to about 3,000 degrees C and start graphitizing it to get over 6,000. Here we get it at room temperature, that's drying, no binder to burn, no surfactant, no nothing here. They have high breakdown current. 2 orders of magnitude roughly higher than copper, like graphene. They come in a variety of colors, plasmonic colors, very important here. High mechanical strength, but they also have simultaneously redox active surface. We can reversibly oxidize them. And this is again very important, I'll mention it later, because it means that we can change their properties during use. We can modulate. This is a metal where you can modulate properties here. Plus many, many other things. Some of this metal have good catalytic, electrocatalytic properties, so on here. But in other aspects, they look just like other two-dimensional flakes. There have been wonderful theoretical prediction of many properties which have not been actually experimentally even checked yet. We're in the beginning of the road with MXene, topological insulator, two-dimensional ferromagnetic, antiferromagnetic materials, many other things here. Understanding how to control surface chemistry. Some of the predictions have been verified. For example, again, referring to same Talapin's group, they showed what was predicted by Boris Jakobson, that there will be chemically tunable superconductivity in niobium carbide, moly carbide MXenes. Depending on surface termination, it can be or can be killed superconductivity. Many of them are still to be shown. Physics of MXene has been greatly underexplored. Another very productive collaboration here we have with Professor Alex Vojvodich and her group. We were first showing that some of the carbides, like molycarbide MXene, are actually good HER material, hydrogen evolution reaction. And you just read probably in the news that DOE put a lot of money, more than $7 billion, into creating hydrogen hubs. This is the very first work. We're now much better, much closer to platinum zero. But what is important again, moly disulfide, which is a popular two-dimensional HER catalyst, only edges are catalytically active. In moly MXenes, the entire surface is active. So as a result, you get higher current and you get actually a lower overpotential. And of course, we frequently come, it means my students and postdocs, because I just talk about these materials, they do all the work, come to do characterization to Singh Center, because this is where there are a lot of fancy tools. Of course, we do much characterization in our lab, for example, Raman spectroscopy. We published this really big manual on how to correct MXenes, but when you have so many new materials with different composition structures, which are nanoscale, characterization is the key, and we really need lots of tools to study their stability, to understand using, for example, IFM and TERS, not only spectroscopic features, but for example, again, showed that these flakes are stable in air over extended period of time. You can see after 2 months, nothing changes in the flakings here. We measure electronic properties on single flakes and films, showing that yes, they're really metallic conductors and they truly have this very high breakdown current that I mentioned before. High mechanical properties, again, can be measured using atomic force microscopy here. But one thing I wanted to stress again, it's not just about having many materials and being able to take the one we need from the toolbox. Nanotechnology is not about making things small. Nanotechnology is about controlling things at nanoscale. And this is one of the absolutely key issues. We have so many ways to control properties of this material through M and X element and T terminations. We can actually intercalate ions between the layers, again, changing the electron density at the surface, forming double layer in confinement here. We can graft chemically molecules on the surface of the material, and again, without killing its properties, like conductivity things here. And you see how big the difference termination. For example, hydroxyl terminated MXenes will have roughly work function about 2. And you just heat it up to 300 degrees C, break off hydroxyl group, and work function goes close to 6. So if you work on OLEDs, if you work on solar cells, when you need really tune the work function to match semiconductor use, you can do it by simply changing surface chemistry. And what is important, as you change the surface chemistry, you change the density of state at the Fermi level. And you can do it not only during the synthesis, you can do it during use. All the semiconductors are used because by injecting small charge, you can change their properties. In metals, this has not been possible. Gold doesn't care whether you inject charge or not. It has plenty of electrons. In MXene, by changing density, changes of termination, you change density of state. And you do it within milliseconds, for example, with applying half volt when you have ions between and doing protonation, deprotonation of the surface here. And this is critical. And of course, they offer variety of this tunable property. For example, titanium 2C, just like gold, red in solution, green in reflection, just because it has absorption band at 550 nanometers. You add 1 layer of titanium carbon, and you absorption shifts closer to 800 nanometers and become green in solution, and so on. You get the point. So pretty much it's like a Lycurgus cup. just with only difference. There is no gold. And then actually in many applications, from printed electronics to epidermal electronics, implantable electrodes and other, we actually work on replacing gold with these materials instead. There are many other applications which I won't have time to discuss in detail today, of course, but if you understand chemistry, structure, and property of these materials, doesn't matter what field you are, you can think of where to use it here. If you are interested in energy storage, for example, you can use redoxability of this material, orders of magnitude higher electronic conductivity compared to oxide activated carbon or RGO used in battery and supercapacitors here. If you're interested in water desalination purification or gas separation, hydrogen from CO2, for example, here, you can build membrane using two-dimensionality of materials and again, controlled spacing between the layers. If you are into sensors, absorption or intercalation of molecules between the layers changes again their electronic conductivity. So you can do sensing, you can do, of course, electrochemical sensing by combining these techniques here. MXenes are the best materials in many, many different applications already in this very first stage. And let me just give you one example here. Why they can be used in energy storage or capacity water deionization or electrocatalysis, other here. Because we have transition metal on the surface that can have catalytic, electrocatalytic surfaces or do reversible redox. For example, moly, vanadium, niobium, titanium, same metals used in battery materials. But we have electronic conductivity and orders of magnitude higher conductivity. When people talk about getting high power, high energy, what does it mean fast charging of a battery? It's simply running a high current through a battery. If your battery is poor conductor, what happens when you run a high current through a poor conductor? Joule heating. And MXenes can solve this problem, but being two-dimensional material, there is no solid state diffusion. All action happens on the surface, and we have channels between the layers for ionic transport here. Take optical application, electromagnetics, shielding, antennas, everything else. MXene interacts strongly with electromagnetic wave over the entire spectrum. And actually, just like earlier this week, I read a paper taking it further towards X-rays, and people show that MXene actually layered 2D materials are much more efficient protecting material for X-rays compared to bulk materials here. And of course, many applications emerging. For example, almost 100% efficient light to heat conversion within the absorption wavelengths. And again, remember, it can be different for different materials, can be used for cancer treatment, photothermal therapy, or for example, water desalination by evaporation, things here, and many, many other things here. To such an extent that Hussam Al-Sharif from KAUST already talks about emergence of a new field of electronics, which we call maxitronics. Flavia Vitale, colleague from Penn, actually our collaboration started from my talk at this meeting 7 years ago when she listened about properties of MXenes, and I listened to her talk about implantable brain electrodes, and we tested, and since that have been working ever since, supported now by an Edge grant here. She came up with the term maxtrodes, again, electrodes made of MXenes here. So it's really picking up in applications, and I'm referring here to her review article, and you can see just in biomedical application, how many different things are emerging, and we talk to Professor Yanwen Zhang yesterday about another possibility of collaboration in the field here. Again, implantable electrodes, variable kidney urea absorption, epidermal electronics, various type of biosensing, cancer therapy, conducting tissue, and many, many more here. And of course, with all this, we're still in the very beginning of the road. There are many things we don't know, don't understand. Again, we produced only about like 50 of basic structures of an infinite number of possibilities. We produce a couple of dozens of solid solutions. And it allows us to finely tune these properties if just simple composition are not enough here. Anyone can go to the lab and discover, make new materials, but still have not even checked experimentally predicted properties. And there are many, many surprises. But Maxine already outperformed all other materials in, say, electromagnetic interference shielding application. Paper we published in 2016 became within 5 years the most cited publication in the field, outperforming other materials. They show in infrared emissivity from properties of like a polished gold to very good absorbers, but they have 100, 300, 500 times lower thermal conductivity out of plane compared to metal. Imagine this type of a thermal regulation material that can be designed with them. And Joe suggests a few examples, but we still don't know what will be the killer application. There are many potential applications. Some of them already becoming industrial reality. And this is again, entire community is required here to understand it here, because I'm not an expert in all this field. We explore a number of them through collaborations with people who know much more than me about electromagnetic shielding, antennas, cancer therapy, drug delivery, or water desalination. But there are many applications that I learn all the time about, some emerging application I would not even think about because I did not know that such application exists and such materials are needed there. So that's why I think it's important to talk to a broad community here. And if you want to learn more about Maxines, next August, just walk 2 blocks from this building, and we will have our 3rd international conference on Maxine. There actually between now and then, there's supposed to be about 8 different symposia and conferences on Maxine worldwide here. We also offer twice a year a 5-day Maxine course online. And this is my very last slide. Of course, all the work I showed you today was not done by myself. This is really an outstanding group of students at all levels. Sometimes we even have high students in summer in our lab, to undergrad, master, PhD, visiting researchers. And of course, we collaborate. And some actually people from my group, students and postdocs, are here today in the room. But we also collaborate with many people. And you can see some names of Penn colleagues and some people from all over the world. And there are actually many more. This list is far from complete because no one can explore such a huge family of materials alone. And of course, thank you very much to funding agencies that have been supported and are supporting our research here. And thanks to you for your attention. I'll be glad to answer questions if any.
You have more admirer outside Drexel than you know. So you always keep learning from you. By the way, I missed the first part of the talk. So Maxine, does it have any application in biomimetics?
Well, again, I did not talk about applications except of this last few slides here. You see, in biomedical application, there are so many things here. If you talk about biomimetics, nature built from layers. For example, we talked to a number of colleagues about this ultimate nacre-like structure, because instead of calcium carbonate, which is weak, we have one of the strongest materials, carbide and nitride, with a modules over 500 GPa and tensile strengths of tens of GPa. Can we create this super material, which also will have shielding properties, which have conductivity and other super composite? This is what I would say biomimetic approach, doing not just like nature, doing better than nature things here. And of course, designing, for example, ionic channels, like in cells and others here. There are definitely biomimetic approaches can be used because, again, we have building blocks which are compatible with the size nature operates with, but with better properties and tunable properties.
Are there any questions from the folks online? We'll open the chat. Let's see if you can read them. Any other questions here? Yes, please, in the back.
So I'm curious if bringing this to the additive manufacturing world with biotech printing is brought up, in terms of like heat treatment of a green farm, going from this sort of mental structure towards a functional structure. Are they very stable for heat treatment?
Yes, basically again, it's very easy to inkjet print them or print them by any other techniques. And we had a collaboration with say HP, for example. They actually somewhat redesigned also nozzle to be able to print larger, like a 5-micron particles, not only sub-micron flakes. But you can use your printer in your office, or you can fill a pen, and you just write a line, and that's it here. And actually, what is interesting, I was visiting HP a year roughly after my PhD student who spent 6 months there left. And they had a group of school kids coming, and they were demonstrating them what kind of a new wonderful things to do. And they had this printed pattern with the LEDs, and they were showing them, and they were laying on like as she left it on her desk for a year. So they're stable. They don't require any thermal treatment afterwards here. You just print it or write a line, and you get a conductive pattern. And of course, you can do 3D printing as well, and potentially you can incorporate them into polymer and make composites and use a polymer binder if you need other properties or complex shape and so on here. So it's again, just to deflection, that's the point. I think there was a question in the very back.
Yeah, very bad.
Potential for high density data storage.
This is honestly outside my field, but there are quite a few papers on making memristors out of vaccines on various type of application, neural network, data processing things here. So it looks like there is interest, but again, not anything I personally working on or being an expert to judge whether it's better than other materials. I don't know everything, by the way.
Well, let's thank our speaker again.
Thank you.
So we have two keynotes today. Our second speaker today, and I'm going to introduce him as soon as I put up slide deck. Special Agent Dan Sherry from Federal Bureau of Investigations. Dan, is this okay for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. All right. So Special Agent Dan Sherry is a senior counterintelligence investigator with the FBI, specializing in China matters, specifically combating the threat by Chinese intelligence services, and preventing illicit transfer of US technology. Special Agent Sherry began his counterintelligence career in 1999 in the Army and successfully transitioned to the FBI in 2005. His 23 plus years of combined government service has been focused on China and now includes a collateral duty of private sector coordinator for FBI Philadelphia. In his role, Special Agent Sherry is responsible for engaging industry, academia for the purpose of creating and maintaining a mutually beneficial security relationship. Let's give a round of applause for our speaker.
Thank you, everybody, and welcome to today's event. It's kind of hard to talk about counterintelligence without bringing up China. Okay, and naturally, that's been my history for my entire career. But one thing I do want to reiterate is the issue when we talk about China is not the people, it's not the individuals, it's the nation state itself, the government, some of the technology acquisition efforts that are employed by the Chinese government, which have been wildly successful. I would like to thank Dr. Ghazi for bringing up the fact that China, in particular, I know you said Asia on that one chart about publishing the rest of the world. I would venture a guess to say a lot of those publications are occurring in China, and that in itself isn't illegal. A lot of the tech transfer that I'm talking about isn't necessarily illegal. It comes to hacking and actually espionage and economic espionage, theft of trade secrets. Those are. But a lot of the tech acquisition efforts going to China are done through legal means. Now, does that necessarily mean that it's not a concern? Absolutely not. There are national security concerns when it comes to the transfer of technology, the transfer of know-how. So what I want to talk about today is kind of outline what some of those concerns are, and why they are a concern when it comes to academia. Again, it's not something that's going to raise to the level of illegal behavior, unless there is actually intellectual property walking out the door. But it is a national security concern, so I want to kind of highlight what those issues are. And I think for academia, if I can get the there we go. All right, thank you. So talent programs, that's been something that's been talked about quite a bit over the years. I want to reiterate that the talent programs themselves are not an illegal behavior, right? Somebody being involved in a talent program specifically for China, but there are other talent programs out there with other countries. Russia has a mega grants program. Iran has a program, but they're not nearly well as funded as those coming from China. The talent program themselves, it's a great honor to be a member of those talent programs. There's little illegal behavior that occurs in that. It is just a transfer of technology and know-how from the United States to China. I wanted to go into a lot of the history of this, but I'm going to forego that just to talk about, I guess, what the concerns are from a national security perspective. So it did start a long time ago with Deng Xiaoping in 1983, 1984, when the 100 Talents program, I'm sorry, when they opened up Chinese researchers to again go overseas following the Cultural Revolution of the late 70s. And it continues today, this acquisition of talent from the United States and Western countries, bringing them back to China to reverse the brain drain. And I think the highlight of this is exactly what you said. We have not funded education in the United States properly, particularly higher education, whereas China knew exactly what they needed to do, okay? Instead of funding the basic level research, let's start funding the advanced research and the applied research. Let's bring the talent back, and all the research that's being funded at the basic level in the United States and in other Western countries, let's not fund that. Let's fund the applications, the advanced research. So it is, I guess, a hallmark of what the problem is it's a US problem that the Chinese government has absolutely taken advantage of. Again, a completely legal acquisition of technology. I did mention the mega grants program in Russia, not nearly as well funded, but they have the same concept where they have set up these mega grants. But instead of having researchers in like the talents programs for China, return in China for 6 months out of the year, having 2 labs, one in China, one overseas in whatever country they're associated with. The Russia mega grant program is funding researchers in advanced technology to go to Russia and stay there for a year, 2 years. And it's basically a sabbatical for them. They're going over there, they're doing the research in Russia, and it's Russia's intellectual property. Whatever comes out of those labs after those programs is Russian IP. And at the end of that 2 years, 3 years, whatever the contract is, those researchers are free to do whatever they want to do. But again, it's the acquisition of technology. Now, when it comes to this acquisition of technology, clearly, if it's got military applications, it's a concern, right? This article here that is referenced talks about the talent program members from these advanced labs in the United States returning to China and having a direct impact on Chinese defense technology. Now, all of these researchers that did take advantage of the 1,000 Talents program and went overseas, they did nothing wrong, nothing illegal. They didn't have clearances, they didn't take technology, they didn't steal anything. It was the knowledge and know-how that ended up being developed in China because China funded it properly. If I was a researcher who went overseas for a few years for my education, made a name for myself, did good work, and then I had the offer to come back home where mom and dad are, where they're aging, and have my own lab, have my own research, get well funded, I would absolutely want to be a part of that. And that's exactly what China's done. They've taken advantage of the atmosphere here to steal the technology. I shouldn't say steal technology, steal the talent back. They had the brain drain leave China, and they funded it properly to bring those brains back to China. Now, where it does become a national security concern is the concept of military-civil fusion, which is a national policy in China. All of those research papers that you referenced, Dr. Gotzi, I think it was 14,000. I don't even know if there was another area that had over 1,000, right? So it's an extreme amount of publications over there. Most of the research that's happening everywhere, it's about advancing the research, it's about bettering society, it's about doing something for the greater good. And I would venture a guess to say most of that research is the same in China. However, with the concept of military civil fusion that the Chinese government has made a national policy, which is actually what it says in China on the left side is national policy. On the right side, it says military civil fusion. Anything that is being researched in China, for the United States and other Western countries, it's kind of an afterthought that, there could be defense applications, that there could be something that could go into the military. In China, it's at the forefront of the Chinese authorities that could this technology have military applications? And if it does, they're absolutely going to exploit it, regardless of end user agreements that they have with the Western research firms or Western companies that they're interacting with, or so be it. So while military applications are a possibility coming out of the US research, if there is the potential in China, it's going to go that direction. It's going to split and have dual paths, in the academic sector, plus with the military industrial base over there. And I'm going to skip this. This kind of goes into the history of military civil fusion, the fusion of the civilian and military technology. I want to talk specifically about academia and concerns that academia could potentially have. So the characters at the top of the screen, it stands for the 7 sons of national defense. Okay, these 7 universities in China have really close relationships with the Chinese state. Historically, they've provided a lot of defense technology research for the People's Liberation Army. That's not to say if somebody is from one of these universities, there has to be a concern about them. Absolutely not. Everybody needs to be treated the same. There has to be that basic level of trust in every individual, regardless of who they are, where they're from, what they believe. However, these 7 universities themselves, the state-owned enterprises in China that work specifically in the defense industry, 75%, 3/4 of their new hires in 2019 is when the study was occurred. 3/4 of those state-owned enterprises, new hires in 2019, came from these 7 universities. So it is a feeder university system to the defense industrial base in China. So when it comes to interacting with a Chinese university or a Chinese entity, it's one of those questions where the FBI can't come in and tell you what to do, clearly. But we can come in and talk about, what the dangers, what the risks might be, and put any company, any academic institution in a better place to make that business decision. Is this a relationship we want to further? Do we want to put stipulations in place to protect ourselves and IP? Do we really want to partner with these universities, knowing that the potential of the applications going directly to the military? Those are all questions for the university, not for us to dictate. So we go out and we provide this information. But if you are having interactions with any universities in China, it's always a good idea to take a look. Do you want to be associated with that? Is that what you want your research to go towards? So these are some resources that I would recommend for academia to take a look at. The Hoover Institution and the Georgetown University Center for Security and Emerging Technology, they did a great job with analyzing the relationship between the universities in China and their affiliation with the Chinese government. So there's a lot of background information there. And the Australian Strategic Policy Institute has something called the Defense Universities Tracker. I would caution, if you're going to use that, that is kind of an initial indicator, but it often lacks context. You can select a university and it's going to rate it as high risk. Well, what does that mean? They don't really have the data to determine why that's a high risk. But I would caution you to utilize that solely if you see high risk pop up on a university. It doesn't necessarily mean there's a threat, right? But anyway, these can be resources for any institution, any academic institution, any company to determine whether or not they want those relationships, they want to continue the research and association with them. Again, there has to be context behind it. This can't be the sole deciding factor, and neither can an individual or a company being in China be identified as a problem without evidence, right? Gerald and I had a conversation earlier about insider threat. And when we go out and talk about insider threat, people who might do damage to a corporation or whatnot, those insider threat issues have to be applied universally to every employee, every member of the staff. It can't be, again, based on where they're from, what they believe, religion, ethnicity, or anything like that. And if, for instance, somebody that you work with came from one of those 7 sons of national defense, so be it. Who cares? That's not an indicator that means they're going to commit espionage. It's not an indicator that they're closely tied to the Chinese government. The bigger indicators are if somebody is transferring information out of the system that maybe they shouldn't have transferred out. Are they going overseas for unexplained periods of time? They have unexplained wealth. And even then, any one of those potential indicators could be mitigated. And once they are mitigated, they're no longer considered a potential insider threat. You go right back down to baseline and they treat it just like everybody else. So there's a lot more that goes into identifying people who represent a greater risk to your organization than just who they are, where they're from, and what their associations are. I'm going to skip this. I want to open this up to questions because I know that the China and particularly China in academic environments is a very difficult conversation, partly because of what I said. It's nothing that is happening illegal on campus, right? But it is still a national security concern to see the brain drain going back to China, developing the technology there versus the US funding it properly and keeping those individuals here. So I do want to open up to questions. It's a heavy topic, but I would applaud the first person who raises a hand and asks a question about China and the US government. Sir.
Decades down the line, 10, 20 years, might it not be a good idea to fund school lunch for kindergartners in this country?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's just the beginning of funding of education, correct? You know, you think about the people who are disadvantaged and they lack the education from the beginning, from kindergarten, first grade, second grade. Those children, in all likelihood, are not going to become PhD students. And it started back when they were 5 years old. So that is an absolute great point. Yes, great point, sir. Yes.
I'm curious because the FBI does have a history of counterintelligence, primarily among Polo.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
What checks is the agency doing to make sure that we don't see our individual freedoms or political freedoms overridden? The Lavender Scare is the event itself is mixed up in this history. So how do we ensure that those things aren't happening again?
Yeah, I would say that those are valid concerns. If you only knew how hard it was for us to get that wiretap, to get the FISA authority to listen in on conversations, I think you would have a greater understanding of how we're purposely not infringing. But that is a valid concern. And I think particularly for the ethnic Chinese community on campuses, there is that real threat that they believe the FBI is watching everything they do, right? So let's take it away from you individually, but looking at whole groups of people. I will say that when the FBI launches an investigation, it's based on predicated information. There's been an allegation, there's been a threat, somebody's brought something to our attention. And we investigate it based on that threat. And once again, just like the insider threat programs in industry and academia, once we mitigate that threat in those circumstances, you know, the investigation's closed and we move on. The history of counterintelligence, it does get murky. You know, you think about what happened, you know, under J. Edgar Hoover and, you know, surveillance, you know, COINTELPRO you mentioned, all of those things. Yes, they probably shouldn't have happened to begin with, but they did, and Congress has fixed the problem, right? Are there going to be abuses here and there? Yeah, I mean, we're people just like everybody else. You know, could somebody or a group of people abuse their power? You know, we see it happen every day with politicians, police officers, you know, federal agencies. But there are things put in place to prevent that from happening, from us becoming, you know, a nation state that is, you know, doing mass surveillance, you know, keeping an eye on every citizen and whatnot. So hopefully that answers your question. If I didn't, absolutely catch me throughout the day and we can have a private conversation about that.
Gary had a question.
Sir.
Actually, I have two questions. Okay. First question is related to this type of reverse brain drain and so on. Here, China clearly did a very good job offering opportunities. But the question arises, why are we not trying to do a better job? Just give an example. Number one, most cited researcher in our field, material science technology, Jean-Lin Wang, has been for many years chaired professor at Georgia Tech. And she left several years ago for China, initially part-time and now completely, because he was offered an institute space opportunity. And he remains on the top of all the charts and super smart person here. And if I were running this country, I would do anything in my power to just keep people like him working here. Is there an effort to reverse it, and not in the way, okay, we stop chasing you guys so you can sleep better, but in a way that we embrace you, we support the best science, and we put effort into keeping the best people in the US and keep building US technological potential?
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question. I wish I was in charge as well, so that I could make changes. Unfortunately, that is with the policymakers, and I will say that politics tends to get in the way of a lot of this, right? I think the efforts that are out there at times with politicians become an effort to get reelected versus to actually do something, for the greater good. That being said, I mean, I know that there are funding that is occurring, the CHIPS Act. I think there was funding generating with AI and quantum. So that money is getting pushed out by Congress. Hopefully it's going to programs that are going to benefit, and the attempts to do that technology and do that research and development in the United States, that's great. But if we can't keep the talent here to work with that funding, the funding isn't going to have the end result, which is desired, right? So there is a lot that goes into it. Maybe, there's an election coming up, you should throw your name in the hat and try to right the ship a little bit. And but then there is also the government actions that have taken place that have frightened people off. We know that some of the policies that occurred in the past few years have made it difficult for particularly Chinese engineers to come into the US and stay long term. But also, it is much more comfortable to be in China now than in the US because of the perception of what's happening. Did I answer your question, sir? I know there's a lot there.
If I'm allowed second question,
Yeah.
I can ask later.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go right behind you. That gentleman had his hand up a while ago, and I'll come back to you.
Chair, so I'm a professor here at Penn. I had a student that I used to interact with, a Chinese gentleman, super student. He moved on, became part of the talent program. Multiple publications, high impact, this gentleman. I no longer work with him because I have recognized that he's at one of these 7 universities, and it's just not worth my potential risk. So I'm just sharing that.
Yeah.
I think that's a damn shame.
Yeah, and yeah, it does happen. And I would caution, not knowing the specific situation, I would absolutely caution people. Yeah.
Just like, well, why
Yeah.
would I even risk it?
And we have ethnic Chinese researchers who are purposely not applying for DOE, DOD grants because they don't want to get the attention of the government, which is absolutely wrong, right? We want the best educated people to do the best work. For it to happen in the United States, we need to fix that problem. Sir, we can go to you now.
I'm just having curiosity that international personalities like Kevin Hart and this kind of people predicting that 21st century will belong to Asia better than China. So that means we have a urge to keep all the machine. A lot of first generation Americans, including me, has tremendous barrier here to make a contribution or make something. What's your thought about it?
I don't know. It is a difficult question, and I think the issue with the next century being, China's century, that's what they're hoping to do. I believe that the issue for the United States government, and hopefully this should be an issue for everybody, is to recognize that the government in China is completely antithetical to the Western ideals and ideology. And I said government, not people, right? So it's not just about, protecting US technology, protecting US interests. The future technologies, the AI, the quantum, the advanced materials, all of that is going to be very critical to who is the dominant player globally, in the future. And do we want that to be the Chinese government, or do we want that to be Europe and the United States? Who do we want to have the influence in the future, I guess. And you need to look at the governments, and I believe their behaviors, to decide the answer to that yourself.
Let's give a hand to our speaker.
Thank you very much. Okay. And I know there were some other hands that are up. I'm gonna be around. Feel free to pull me aside. I want this to be a dialogue and a conversation.
Yeah.
So thank you
Thanks
very
a
much.
lot. We'll take care. So, let's see here. Give me 1 second. Our next speaker has been a long time member of our community. Well, let's start out. Gina Ko, I've known, gosh, since I started here.
Yeah, right after
right.
Singh in a row.
Exactly, yeah. And you were working with David Isidore's group. She is now an assistant professor for both C's and Perelman School of Medicine. So a remarkable career already. Let me go ahead and hide the floating media controls and let's get you started. Let's welcome Professor Gina Ko.
Hi, everyone. I really enjoyed the 2 keynote talks. Mine will be slightly different. It's a little bio heavy, but as Gerald mentioned, I spent a lot of time during my PhD at the Singh Center making devices. And also my students right now, they're active users. So very happy to be here sharing my research. So I want to tell you a little bit about single biomarker profiling. So our lab tries to develop next generation tools for molecular diagnostics, try to measure some materials or biomarkers that are not easily measurable right now. So there are multiple features we think really importantly to develop different devices for biomarker discovery and detection, which is high throughput, ultra sensitive, and multiplexing capability so that we can really use the biomarkers in a robust way. So today I'm going to first start with the single EV profiling methods. So EVs are extracellular vesicles. They're tiny little nanoparticles that are shed from the cells. As you can see here, microvesicles, exosomes, those are all called as EVs. And what's really remarkable of these EVs is that they have really rich molecular information of their mother cells. They have RNA, even DNA and proteins that can be indicative of their mother cells, but they're freely floating in different body fluids such as blood, serum, urine, saliva. So we can really easily get access to these biomarkers. But then the challenges include they're very, very small, only a few hundred nanometer in diameter, and also high background, because not only the disease-specific cells secrete these EVs, all different cells in our body secrete the EVs. And also they're very heterogeneous, the sizes are really different from each other, and the functionality is really different. So it's really hard to enrich for certain types of EVs that we're interested in. So the approach that we took is single EV profiling. So similar to what people have done for single cell RNA sequencing. Before, people have only done bulk cell RNA sequencing. They couldn't really identify the rare cell populations because they were hidden by the background of the cells. We were also thinking if we can identify individual EVs, then we'll be able to find new EV biomarkers, new EV subtypes that we do not know yet. So the approach is we can encapsulate individual EV into a small chamber. And in order to create the chamber, we use the clean room and fab facility to find and identify those like tiny little nano chamber. So the technologies that we developed are double digital PCR for single EV analysis and sequencing. We first started with double digital PCR because it's way easier to run more frequently. But then we realized that if we want to profile a lot of EVs and also try to increase multiplexing, sequencing can be a great idea to scale it up. So how it works for sequencing is that even though the readout is sequencing, which means that we are identifying RNA or DNA, we actually focus on the protein expression from single EVs. So it was more like an immunosequencing technology. So we first isolated EVs from cell culture and different patient samples, and then we label those EVs using antibody DNA, so that the antibody can target the surface proteins of the EV, and then the DNA that's conjugated to antibody can be used as a barcode and also for multiplexing. So we encapsulated those labeled EV into the droplet, similar to what people have done for single cell RNA sequencing, and then we did sequencing. But then we spent a lot of time trying to develop a new protocol for single EV, because when you think about cells and EVs are at least 100 times smaller than a cell, meaning that volume-wise, the content-wise, it will be 100,000 times less than what single cell contains. So it's really hard to use the single cell sequencing technology and just apply to EV. So we created our own sequencing protocol here. I'm not gonna go into detail, but using this protocol, we were able to amplify the signal coming from single EV so that we can identify individual EV and look for different populations. So as a proof of concept, we were able to profile ROD264 macrophage cell-derived EV at single EV level. So in the heat map, you can see individual EV in each row and individual markers that we're targeting in each column. And using this information, we were able to identify different EV subpopulations that are shed from the same cells, which the information that you cannot really get if you're doing the bulk EV analysis. So moving forward, one of my PhD students, he's working on single EV RCA, which is rolling circle amplification, and flow cytometry, which is a really good combination of the droplet digital PCR and sequencing, so that we can still keep high throughput, high multiplexing, but also use it as more of an accessible tool using flow cytometry rather than always doing sequencing. And also one of my other PhD students, he's developing a new assay, which we call as double digital assay. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with digital assays, but digital assays are trying to count individual molecules, such as protein molecules or DNA molecules, by compartmentalizing into a single chamber or a single microbead. And here what we're trying to do is to combine two different digital assays together so that we can not only look at single EV, but try to look for single molecules coming from single EV. Because when we did sequencing on single EV, we realized that the content coming from single EV was too low. So we lost a lot of information after sequencing. So for the second story, it's a little bit about chemistry, how we can use single cells as a biomarker. So here the idea is we're really interested in immunotherapy, which was also a great success here at Penn, trying to cure patients with cancer who were previously incurable. It has been successful for different cancer types, but for solid tumors, still not extremely successful. And there's a finding that tells us that tumor immune microenvironment, which is time, has a significant role in determining therapeutic efficacy. So we were thinking if we can profile time during the course of immunotherapy, then we can give a good feedback to therapy response, and using that information, we'll be able to improve the therapeutic efficacy. And here we want to use fine needle aspiration, FNA samples, because it's a minimally invasive way to inject the needle into the tumor site and be able to get the cells directly from the tumor sites. But then the problem of FNA samples is they're very scant, meaning that we can only get a few thousand cells out because we're using very tiny little needle to make it minimally invasive. But when you think about doing single cell analysis, try to look for immune cells, different immune environment that reside with the tumor, people usually use flow cytometry, where you can do single cell profiling. But the problem is that you need at least a few 100,000 cells to start with in order to identify a lot of rare immune populations. So there's a mismatch of the scale between the samples that we get and the machine that we'll have to use. So the idea here is that people have done making a lot of cycling methods, which means that they have a finite number of cells that they can profile. And if you want to profile a lot of markers, what you can do is that you can stain the cells and then get rid of the signal so that you can stain it again, remove it, and repeat the cycle over and over so that you can ask multiple questions from the same set of the cells. But the problem is that they're using very harsh conditions, such as hydrogen peroxide, NaOH, to strip off the fluorophore or just change the structure of the fluorophore. And also other downside is that it takes a while to get rid of the signal. It takes 30 to 45 minutes to get rid of the signal. And more importantly, because they're using harsh chemicals, it works very well with FFPE tissue sample, the paraffin embedded one, but it doesn't work well with single cells, which we are interested in. So our goal was to develop a gentle, ultra-fast method for single cell profiling. What we wanted to achieve is we thin the cell, get rid of the signal, thin it again, and then get rid of the signal and repeat this over and over. And we wanted to be ambitious and try to make the signal removal time to be as fast as what I showed you here, just like a few seconds and all the signal disappears. And we were thinking how we can achieve that. And we actually borrowed a method from chemistry called click chemistry, where you can have a TCO-TZ pair, transcyclooctene and tetrazine, which will going to click to each other to make a conjugate. And then that is known to be quite fast. So we wanted to use that fast kinetics to achieve ultra-fast removal of the signal. So for one pair, for TCO, we conjugated fluorophore to antibodies so that we can use that pair to label the cells and image the cells using the fluorophores. And after imaging, we can bring the other pair, which is TZ-BHQ. BHQ is black hole quencher. So what happens is that TZ will going to click to TCO, and the black hole quencher will be right in proximity to fluorophore. So by FRET, we can get rid of the signal instantaneously. And luckily, it actually works better than we thought. So we actually tried different quenching time for the stained cells. We tried 5 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, and 10 seconds. And we found that even 10 seconds was more than enough to get rid of all the signal. So it was more like you add the solution, let it sit for a few seconds, and then all the signals are gone. So we are very excited about this technology. We profiled immune cells coming from MC38, colon cancer mouse sample, FNA. And normally, because of spectral overlap of the microscopy, you cannot really do more than 4 to 5 color imaging at a time. But since we can do cyclic imaging, we can do multiple cycles, and we can profile 12 different markers plus that P as a control. And using that, we were able to identify different intratumoral immune composition. So here the idea is we can take the FNA samples from the immunotherapy treated mice first, and then be able to divide them into 2 groups, responders versus non-responders, and see how immune composition can really predict the therapy response. But we're also really interested in pushing this to the actual other application to live cell imaging, because we noticed that our chemistry is extremely gentle. So not only being used with fixed cells, we're thinking it can also be applied to live cells. And there's no good live cell multiplex cyclic imaging right now. So we are really excited to apply that to live cells, stained really well and quenched really well, similar to what we saw before. And then we were able to profile live bone marrow cells, also 4 different cycles, 12 different markers. And in combination, we were able to identify all different immune populations from live cells. We also show that we can stain live tissue in real time. It just takes a few minutes to stain the tissue. And then when we add that quencher solution, within a minute or 2, we were able to see the removal of the signal instantaneously. The advantage of being able to do live cell imaging is that we can monitor the live cells over time, not just for 3-4 colors, but with multiplexing. So we chose HOXB8 neutrophils as a model system. So here, what happens is that you first start with immortalized progenitor cells, and when you remove the hormone called beta-estradiol, then they're going to differentiate into neutrophils. So we were thinking, oh, maybe using our technology, we can keep track of the same cells and see how they are differentiated into neutrophils. Because right now, people use flow cytometry, they cannot keep track of the same cells. They look at different time points and then have an idea how they're changing over time. So we were able to recapitulate what the flow cytometry data represented, and then they were positively correlated to each other. But as I mentioned, using our technology, we can keep track of the same cells so they can be used for more uniform measurements of different cell behavior and cell development and also differentiation. We also applied this technology to in vivo. So we made a dorsal window chamber on the back of the mouse, and then we exposed the skin, and then we injected our probe and then the quenching probe so that we can do multiplexing and show that we can also apply our technology in vivo as well. Currently, one of my students is applying our technology to organoid monitoring. So here we have a collaboration where they have patient-derived brain organoids for brain tumor, and then we are trying to test different immunotherapy to see how each patient will want to respond to that immunotherapy. And then the problem is that brain organoids have so many different cell types. If you're injecting the immune cells, you also have to profile those immune cells along with the brain cells too. So we were thinking that if we can use our technology to monitor the live organoids with many different markers that we're interested in, that can be really a good indicative of telling how the therapy is responding to each patient for personalized medicine. So that's the ongoing project as future directions. So with that, I really want to thank all my collaborators here at Penn, funding source, and awesome people in my lab. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions? Yes.
Are you able to non-structurally isolate?
Wait, could you speak up so non-destructively?
Non-destructively isolate the actual cellular vesicle, so you can eventually do like structural imaging as well, in addition to your sequencing and
Yeah, so usually for EV isolation, we just like get a pellet using ultracentrifugation, or we're using like size exclusion chromatography to enrich for that. When we do like SCMTM, they look like pretty solid, like not like broken down, but we haven't done any other imaging, but it'll be really cool to look at the functional too.
Any other questions? Check it in.
Gina, it's clearly disruptive what you discovered here and created. Can you tell us maybe how you think quickly this could be implemented in research for the folks that need this type of technology that you've created?
Yeah, so right now we are working a lot on application side, so more on cancer diagnostic, and also EVs are really powerful tool because they can also be used as therapeutics too. So we're trying to make like EV hybrid so that we can engineer EV to work as therapeutics. So that can be the approach. And also we're working on Alzheimer's disease diagnostic too, because all the brain related diseases have really problem of finding biomarkers because of the blood-brain barrier, but EVs can also pass that BBB and we'll be able to detect that. So that's the application that we're going forward. Yes.
Ronnie?
Thanks. Can you, great talk, thank you. So can you talk a little bit about how you're using Singh facilities to enable this work?
Yeah.
Gerald should have asked that.
Actually, I know, and they, okay, yeah, so.
Yeah, so all the single EV profiling technologies, we use photolithography to make the nano channels, so all the microfluidics at the Singh Center, and also we've made microwells at the Singh Center too. So the first project that I told you about, all the devices are like microfabricated here. Yes.
I'm just wondering, one of the biomedical application of protein we're exploring with colleagues from Italy is in mass cytometry, where they tag specific proteins in cells here. And I'm wondering to what extent you may be using flow cytometry and mass cytometry technique like this one to identify proteins in your vesicles?
Yeah, so a lot of people use mass spec to identify like new proteins from EV. And then once we have the database, we can pick the key proteins expressed from those EVs and then do flow cytometry or other measurement to identify them. But so mass spec is more for like biomarker discovery of EVs. But in order to do like single EV analysis, I think mass spec cannot really achieve the resolution because people have done single cells, I think, but not for single EV. They're just like so tiny, but definitely really informative, and we can use it as combinations to that.
Thank you.
Let's give a hand for our speaker.
Thank you.
So up next, we have the good pleasure of introducing Professor Wei Zhu from Rowan University. Professor Zhu was actually, or is actually, an Innovation Sea Grant recipient. So one of the things as part of our National Science Foundation NNCI grant is really opening opportunities and de-risking research, and by opening that up through the seed grants to researchers and to startup companies as well. You're going to see throughout the day, especially a lot of these Innovation Sea Grant folks talking about their work, talking about how we're enabling this work and allowing them to really flourish independent of Penn's research enterprise. And I think that's a very important piece where we fall into this, is that they are only obligated to tell us as much as they need to know to get their work done, but we make no claims unless there's co-invention. So without further ado, let's give a warm welcome for Professor Zhu.
Thank you, Gerald. I do have to say, having access to the Singh Center made a big difference for my research. So yeah, my name is Wei Xu. I'm from mechanical engineering at Rowan University, which is only about 30 minutes from here. So the title for my talk is Designing and Characterizing Strong Cryogenic Dielectrics for HTS Systems. I'll start with some background information. Then I talk about the selection of the base materials and then the preparation of composites as dielectrics. Then I talk about the material characterization of 3 different areas: thermomechanical, mechanical, and then dielectric properties. HTS stands for high temperature superconductors. The definition of HTS is a little vague, but it generally refers to superconductors with critical temperatures between 50 Kelvin to about 100 Kelvin. So the material can be cooled by gas helium and sometimes liquid nitrogen. HTS can carry a lot of current without any resistive loss. That's the nature of the superconductors. HTS systems have demonstrated over 200 times the power capacity with more than 10 times the reduction in both size and weight in comparing to the traditional copper systems. So this makes HTS compact, lightweight, and very efficient with a lot of potential for new applications. I'm showing a few examples on the right. For example, HTS can be used in densely populated areas as part of the power grid. The size and the weight saving of HTS make it very attractive for all electric aircraft as well as Navy vessels, because every square footage and then every payload mass, they are very important for the operation of these systems. In a typical HTS system, the current carrying layers are those thin stripes. These are the HTS tapes. They are wound around the central metal former, and then different phases of the HTS layers are separated by polymer dielectrics. Because superconductors, their current density is temperature dependent, so using gas helium to replace liquid nitrogen allows the HTS to work under lower temperatures, which makes the HTS system even more efficient and even more compact. But we are dealing with very cold temperatures, and then the polymer dielectrics are directly exposed to the cryogen. So their properties and then their performance dictate the overall performance of the HTS system. The biggest material challenge in the polymer dielectric is really the thermal contraction in the superconductors cool-down cycle. They tend to become brittle when the material is exposed to a cold temperature, which can lead to mechanical failures as well as electrical shorts. In addition, there's a big mismatch in thermal contraction between the polymer dielectric as well as the HTS materials, which can cause significant failures inside the cable. A common solution around this mismatch is to use a left dielectric tape around the HTS layers. It works well for liquid nitrogen environment because liquid nitrogen is a decent dielectric itself. However, for gas helium, it doesn't work. Helium permeates easily into any small gaps, and helium is a very weak dielectric. So for all these reasons, there's a strong need to create a polymer dielectric that can be extruded as a solid film to cover the entire HTS layer. So the figure on the right compares the thermal expansion or thermal contraction of common polymer dielectrics against HTS materials. The two dashed lines on top, one is for the HTS crystal structure, one is for the metal former. Because of the crystal structures, they don't show much thermal contraction when put to the 50 Kelvin or even below that range. But polymers, they have much higher thermal contraction when you cool them to cryogenic temperatures. The highest solid lines from Kapton polyimide, which is a commercial product, which probably the highest thermal stability of polymers. So its thermal properties match pretty closely to the HTS materials. It looks like an ideal solution. However, making polyimide requires a thermal reaction at 250 degrees or even higher. But HTS can delaminate at any temperatures higher than 150 degrees. So practically cannot extrude polyimide onto HTS layers in real practical applications. So with these limitations, the ideal polymer dielectrics should show improved thermal stability, low thermal contraction at cryogenic temperatures. It should be able to be processed at temperatures lower than 150 degrees to avoid HTS delamination. And then the material is a dielectric, so it has to maintain the high dielectric breakdown strength at cryogenic temperatures. So we kind of explore the three materials at the top, polyimide, PMMA, and polyamide. So our intention is to find the best material that can be used as cryogenic dielectrics for HTS applications. This table summarizes our key findings. So all three materials are decent dielectrics. You can actually form composites with every single one of them. But each material has its own pros and cons. Polyimide or PI on the left, it is the strongest dielectric. However, as I mentioned earlier, it will cause the HTS delamination if you want to extrude it. PMMA on the right is also a decent dielectric. It can be processed at around 150 degrees Celsius. It can also form composites. However, it is the weakest dielectric out of the three. And also when forming the composites, its fabrication process is just not as reliable. Even will always follow the recipe to the letter. So at the end, we spend a lot of time working with polyamide or PA. It's a nylon type of material. So its dielectric strength is a little lower than polyimide, but it is still a very strong insulator. It can be processed at 120 degrees or below, so far below the delamination temperature of the superconductor. It can form composites with very reliable processes, so that's why we spend more time on PA. And because the thermal contraction of polymer dielectric is a lot higher than the HTS materials, so our intention is to use composite to gain control over the CTE value. Silicon dioxide or silicon nanoparticles are used in our research because silicon dioxide is a well-known insulator with comparable dielectric performance to the base polymer, polyamide. with the CTE value that is 30 times lower. We also focused on nanoscale composite simply because of the higher surface to volume ratio with greater potential for property improvement. Regarding the generation of silicon dioxide nanoparticles, we use a sol-gel process called a Stober process. It's a well-studied approach. It's a simple but very effective on generating spherical nanoparticles inside a polymer. Basically, it's a precursor material, TiOS, can be decomposed into silicon dioxide with the presence of water and other catalysts. Then we mix the sol-gel with the nanoparticles inside into the polymer, and then after mixing, we basically cast it onto glass slides as thin film samples on top right, and then we can dip it coat it onto some sort of dioelectrode as cable coating samples at the bottom right. So after the preparation of the films, we use scanning electron microscope to see the quality of the films. It turns out that the sol-gel process was able to produce nanoparticles roughly between 50 nanometers to 200 nanometers in diameter. They are well dispersed, mostly spherical, and agglomeration free. And to verify that these are indeed silicon nanoparticles, we use EDS, and we look at the silicon signals on the top right with the circular structures. Because these are insulators, very difficult to image. So for EDS, we intentionally let the sol-gel mixing to be much longer to grow the nanoparticles to be a lot bigger than the actual samples. After that, we wanted to understand different properties of the composite material. The first group was thermomechanical. We wanted to verify that adding particles can reduce the overall coefficient of thermal expansion of the base polymer. We did a thermal expansion experiments instead because we didn't have access with the cryo system at the time. So the top right basically shows the thermal expansion data of a pure polymer, that's the green line, versus the composite with 6% silicon dioxide nanoparticles. So adding nanofillers reduced the thermal expansion of the material. Then we did a statistical analysis and look at the average thermal expansion data against the concentration of fillers. So adding fillers reduced the overall CTE of the base polymer, and this effect is maximized at 4% and 6%. At these two values, actually the CTE of the composite is lower than the CTE of the ideal polymer polyimide. So the thermal property was significantly improved by adding nanofillers. After that, we also wanted to make sure that adding fillers didn't diminish the mechanical properties of the materials. So we created a number of testing features to allow us to do tensile testing at various temperatures. For the cryogenic tensile testing temperature, we actually use a little vacuum seal bottle off the shelf, and so create this localized cooling environment with liquid nitrogen that allowed us to do the tensile testing within this cooling environment. On the top right, it compares the stress strain curves of the pure polymer against the different composites. Their curves look more or less alike. But when we look at the stress strain curves at about 92 Kelvin, so liquid nitrogen gas phase, the mechanical properties are much more complex. So again, we extracted the average value of two parameters, Young's modulus and the ultimate tensile strength, and then plotted both factors against the concentration. The light blue lines are for room temperature testing, and then the darker blue lines are for 92 Kelvin. Although at some concentrations, the materials appear to be a little weaker, but at a certain point, 6% in our case, the material recover their properties, and then their Young's modulus and strength, they are comparable to those of the base polymer. And then the third group is really the dielectric strength measurement, which is the most critical parameter for an insulator. For this, we follow ASTM standard, and then created different testing features for room temperature and then for liquid nitrogen temperature. During the testing, the setup is fairly simple. It's a thin film sandwiched between two electrodes with a little bit of a mass on top to ensure the physical contact. And then after sample breakdown, we actually look at the breakdown structure to make sure the breakdown happens in the thickness direction of the film instead of a spark over or flash over in the medium. The bottom right shows the dielectric breakdown strengths. This is a high voltage DC test. It shows actually decreasing trend for both room temperature and 92 Kelvin. But even these are decreasing lines at even the weakest values at 92 kilovolts per millimeter for room temperature, 150 kilovolts per millimeter for 92 Kelvin. These two values still make this composite a very strong dielectric for cryogenic applications. Last is with the help of the applied superconductivity team at the Philadelphia Navy Yard, we were able to custom design and then build a cryogenic testing system. This allowed us to do a dielectric breakdown test, both DC and AC, inside a gas helium chamber, cooling chamber. The system was only built very recently, so we only have very limited data. But adding 6% nanoparticles to the raw material was able to maintain the high dielectric strength of the base polymer. The light green line is for room temperature inside gas helium, and then the darker green line is for 50 Kelvin inside gas helium. So it shows that adding particles can indeed maintain high dielectric strength. So to conclude, so our team has investigated polyamide silicon dioxide nanoparticles as a promising candidate for cryogenic applications. We also investigated the thermomechanical, mechanical, and then dielectric properties of the composite with promising results. Our results show that the property improvement by adding nanofillers is not universal, but that means the design of any strong composite-based material should be driven by specific applications. You have to pick the property you want to improve. We are still working on this project, so future research will be focused on the breakdown strengths inside gas helium environment, because that's the trend for the HTS systems. Last, I want to thank the Innovation Seed Grant from the center, not only to give us the fund, but also allow us to use the center facilities here. That made a big difference for our research. The technical research was mostly funded by the US Navy under different funding mechanisms. And then last, I want to thank my collaborator, Dr. Schnavik from ECE, and a lot of grad students and undergrad students working on this project. So thank you.
I have one.
Yeah.
So, you showed that you had like this polydispersion of different sizes for the silicon oxide.
Wait.
Was there any correlation to how many of the larger beads that were there versus the smaller beads, the performance of polyamide?
Yeah, so right now we're using Sol-Gel. The mixing is about 4.5 hours. So that's why they grow at different stages.
Okay.
We have a range. Right now, we try to actually get particles with individual sizes and then try to build that correlation and understand, the particle size, how that affects the performance. We don't have the data right now. Basically, it's try to condense, the range to a smaller value.
Do you think there's a potential collaboration for some vaccine implementation for some of the work you're doing?
Yeah, that was I was very impressed by the talk. I do think composite, bring a lot of unique unique properties to the base polymer as well as the fillers. So yeah, this will open a lot of doors. I absolutely want to look into that more.
Yeah, I fully agree. I just didn't have time to expand on composites, but clearly polymer, ceramic, metal matrix composites are potential applications.
It's one of the biggest areas too, right? Yeah.
It's like the place where we plant the seeds for Yuri and you just keep having more and more collaborators. All right, folks, we're gonna go ahead and have a break. We'll be back up here at 11:10. Just so everyone knows, we're doing meals a little differently this year. If you want a meal, you have to be here, up here in the session prior before the lunch happens, because that's how we get your meal ticket. Let your friends know that too. So, all right, guys, we'll see you in a few minutes. See you in 11 minutes. Thank you. No. Thank you so much.
Professor Shu, went, I think he went straight out, yeah. I don't know where he went, yeah, you can find where he's here.
So formerly, I was the director of sales for North America for Heidelberg Instruments and business development for Heidelberg Instruments. So many people here know me as the Heidelberg guy, and at heart, I'm really still a litho guy. With Lab 14, we made some changes. So I moved to Lab 14 almost 2 years ago, and so I want to introduce you to Lab 14, and then basically show you a little bit of the idea of some of the ideas that we have in working with the companies in the Lab 14. So if you look at a typical CMOS fabrication process, you'll see all these steps that are being done, and so you basically have for all these steps you have different tools. So you need to qualify your wafers. Maybe you even have to pull the ingot and cut it and do processing the wafer. So you do make some coating on it and lithography, development, etch, and deposition, and so on. And for this, you can imagine, like in a clean room, you need a lot of equipment. And so basically, in the front end, you have metrology, surface analysis tools. You need maybe some software to do data prep for the lithography. You have processing equipment tools. You have PVD systems. You have ovens, and so on. And in the back end, you have the same thing. So backend is basically which starts with basically inspection, dicing, packaging, probing, and a whole packaging line is actually nowadays in modern fabs. Actually, packaging is starting to look much more like CMOS fabrication facility. You only start maybe with a reconstituted wafer and then have to go through all these steps again. So lithography is actually increasing, direct write lithography is increasingly used in packaging. So in a lab like UPenn here, you can actually find almost all the equipment that is used for this. And so that is the nice thing. I mean, in the user facilities, you have all this equipment that is, but it is not, it is more flexible than you would find in a typical fab. And so for companies like Heidelberg Instruments, which is part of Lab 14, it's maybe hard to become, put into a high-end fab from Intel or so. But there is a lot of industry and research that needs more flexible tools, because these high-end fabs, those tools can really only do one thing. And if you need to change a process or do something, it takes a long time. But I want to take a step back and show the history of Lab 14 real quick. So we are actually, that's why the talk is from carbon to silicon. We are owned by the RAG Foundation, which is coming from the coal mining industry. In Germany in 2008, they stopped coal mining altogether. Basically because in 2007, they found, or it was clear that mining the coal in Germany was about twice as expensive as the cost of buying coal on the world markets. So politically, that is not sustainable. So that is one of the reasons. So the RAG, which is the biggest coal mining manufacturer, had set up a foundation to take care of the costs of dealing with the perpetual obligations of coal mining. This means the mines have to be still maintained, even though we're not using them anymore. The groundwater has to be pumped, the old shafts are being filled, and also the social economic changes in the area around Essen, Ruhrgebiet, have to be changed. So people have to be trained for new jobs. And so the RAG Foundation basically has under it the old mining company still. They are doing all the spending of the money, maintaining, and all the other entities, they're trying to earn the money to be able to pay for these internal obligations. And I won't go into the details, but Evonik is a known chemistry company. And then we have under the RSPG, which is a holding, four different holdings, or five actually, one is not shown here, and one of them is Lab 14, and we are in advanced manufacturing. And so the RSPG is basically buying companies that are well established and then building them up to basically grow them. And so why is the name Lab 14? It's basically for a lab is because we think innovation comes from the labs, and that is actually where we a lot of people we work with. Some people wanted to call it Fab 14 because we want to have our tools in the fabs, but I think lab fits more with the innovative place. And then 14 is from the 14 group of elements. This is from a kid's encyclopedia. But it has all the most important materials that we use in technology. So starting with carbon, silicon, germanium, and then of course tin and lead are also used. Lab 14 started really when the RSAG Foundation bought Heidelberg Instruments, and Heidelberg Instruments formerly was sort of a family business. So it was founded by my father. The CEO was my brother, and I still heavily involved in the company as well. And basically, that started a task of acquiring companies into the advanced manufacturing area. And so we added a company that does maintenance and service. Then we added Swiss Lito, which does heated scanning probe lithography. Genesis was added in 2018. We added some other companies in 2021, Specs Group, Notion, Osiris, Multiphoton Optics, which was acquired by Heidelberg Instruments for doing 2-photon lithography systems. And then we added some companies actually late last year, or earlier this year, Focus Group, NanoServe doing AFM, and Amcos is also processing equipment. Same as the Osiris. We are now over 1,000 employees, and we basically have 9 group companies with 29 legal entities. And you can see the areas that we are involved in. So this is software, microfabrication, nanofabrication, services, so metrology and surface analysis. But you can see how these companies might work together actually. So you see this process again, sort of in a simplified way, but you can see data preparation, you can do processing of samples, maybe do analysis of substrates, then patterning, some sort of patterning. So we have a company that does inkjet printing, Notion systems, 2-photon lithography with multiphoton optics, now Heidelberg Instruments, micro and nano fabrication, also both by Heidelberg Instruments. Then you do processing again and service analysis, and then also inspection with maybe AFMs. And at the same time, we have companies that take care of spare parts, consumables, refurbishment of tools, and things like that, with 40/30 in Amcos. So these are basically the group companies that we have, and we have built them into business units: processing and additive electronics, advanced structuring, surface analysis and metrology, and services. And you see the business fields that we are. So semiconductors is of course very important, but with this process actually being used to make a lot of devices in different fields. So if you look at AR, VR, you make optical devices, but you still use similar equipment. And then MEMS devices also, they have nothing to do with maybe the semiconductors themselves. Maybe they're built-in sensors, but all of these are basically areas where tools from these companies can be used. And what we like to emphasize is that we are all companies that basically have a foot, having a big foot actually in the research and development. So we collaborate a lot with universities. We build specific equipment that is very flexible to be used in multi-user labs. But then also we build tools that are for industrial manufacturing and have the stability. So we like to say that, on the one side, we get innovation out of the academic research and research area, but then also we actually feed back the reliability that we learn from making industrial tools into the tools that we also do for research and development. And so all the companies, if you look at how they could work together, and I have not really gone into what they specifically do, but I would maybe ask you to look at the website maybe. But basically we have, you could imagine a cluster tool that has everything in it. This is of course a wild fantasy. You would probably look at the application of the customer and then see what is needed and not just put everything in one. But what is also very important is that we would define hardware interfaces for all this equipment. So you could actually do that. But actually very important now is to look at the total integration of these tools via software. And basically you have to look at data collection, and data collection can be helpful in closing loops in development, in metrology, but then also in data analysis and discovery for research. So let's say you have a tool, you measure a multitude of samples with a surface analytical tool from Specs Group. You could then collect the data forever, and you could actually use software to analyze the data and actually keep it for later discovery as well. But just as an example, I would like to say something that I'm more familiar with, but in grayscale lithography, this is an iterative task to actually optimize it. So if you look at the desired height profile, let's say for a cone that you see here, and then you have to deal with a photoresist that has a nonlinear response curve. You kind of can make corrections to the energy as you expose. And this is very iterative. So I would imagine that you would put a process equipment from Osiris, a lithography tool from Heidelberg Instruments, and then also data preparation for OPC from Genesis. And then you would maybe collect all the data that you're doing. So whatever you do, whatever parameters you run your process, whatever data you're measuring, all the measurements that you do, position, focus, and everything, you collect that, and then you can actually use an AI to tune this, so you could actually improve. Of course, the human is also always good for the first start, but you could actually maybe speed up this process if you had this all automated. Another potential is to not only look at the cluster tool, but actually as a cluster of tools. So you have a lab. This is something that, so we have working together with a sister company, Keyplant. They make these modular labs. And this is what I think is interesting as the CHIPS Act is now basically ramping up, is that many people are looking to upgrade for actually build facilities, is to use a modular concept where you have a module that is 4.5 meter width wide and 15 meter in length. They can be increased in 4.5 meter increments, and you can build these complete labs. And an example would be now my crazy fantasy, the lithopod, is to put a Heidelberg tool in there. You put a process equipment. You have a cleaning tool maybe, and an AFM for metrology and a microscope. You could do a PVD or an oven in there for annealing. And you have here the entrance to the lab. And basically these kind of pods, they can be self-contained, so you can be weatherproof, so you can put them on a parking lot. And so this would make it easy to install them anywhere you want. And so this is actually for all the utilities, this area. So this is an existing part that we could fill out, and of course, who would be the potential users? Well, I would be a user because I'm actually building a application lab. We're trying to set up an application lab beginning of next year. And we intend to allow industry to come in and do process development with our tools, of course. But we also would like to give access to research, but we don't want to compete with the multi-user facility. You're taking therapy time, right?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not so much. Okay, in the industry, so we're not looking at the high-end fabs, but maybe smaller companies that have to build their own labs, because, for example, they want to keep the process in-house for IP safety. So this is the discussion with China, right? So we see that a lot, actually, that people don't want to send stuff out. And then teaching labs, which I think is very important, and it's in this discussion of the CHIPS Act, the demand that we see. So we are actually selling small lithography systems to many universities. And I could see that you could use a part that would be installed at maybe not even universities, but also at occupational schools or community colleges. And I think I'm out of time. Otherwise, I would have started showing you a little bit of the companies that are not here today. But I'll just go to it in a very quick. So we have NanoSurf, they make AFM tools. We have Osiris, they make process equipment. So from a small drop-in tool to a large, fully automated process line. Amcos, they make optical cleaning, but also equipment like process equipment for a competitor. And then Notion Systems, they make inkjet tools. So that was interesting that the first talk would be a potential application as an ink for inkjet. And they actually are now working with a company called Scona from Switzerland to actually increase the resolution down to a half micron. And that's, I find really very interesting because the limit right now is typically around 50 micron. So that is a 100-fold, 100 times smaller. And okay, thank you for, if you have questions, then yeah, I'm ready. Thank you.
We can take one question. If anyone has one.
Do you have a picture of the pod in action or not?
No, this pod is actually just on the market, actually by this. So they are actually trying to market this as well. There are key plans, but the idea is that when we set up our application lab, that we will use that pod. They will use it mainly for bio. So their idea is mainly for bio applications because that's a huge boom right now. But we would like to use it for this sort of lab, semiconductor lab space, micro manufacturing lab space, which has a clean room class of around 7, which would be sufficient for this without major modification.
So you've done like an incredible growth trajectory with Lab 14 and with the multiple companies that are there. My question is, and this is mainly for the students and people looking for a job, how fast are you growing? How many people do you need? What's been kind of the crux in your growth in terms of employment and workforce?
So that's a really good question. So actually, that's one of the tasks that we see as one of the major tasks for Lab 14 as the group, the holding company, is to actually be active in hiring people, and it is incredibly hard. So we to find in certain jobs to find the right people. So if you were looking for in this direction, you could always contact me, and I can forward your information to within the companies. We have I would say a large playground of many different technologies, and that's why I personally started to work in my dad's company, is because it was for a physicist like a dream to start playing around with stuff. So electronics, optics, you name it.
All right, well, let's thank Niels. So for the rest of this session, what we would like to do is we're gonna have it so that it's just gonna be lightning talks. The next few presenters that are coming up are the vendors that are downstairs. So we're gonna give them the opportunity to speak. And if we do have time for a question, we can squeeze it in. But I would ask the audience, if you can, we'll just go ahead and have everyone talk to them at their booth so that we can get through the session and get to lunch. So up next, we have Gatan Edex or Amatech. This is Matthew Thompson from he's from Amatech. He's the Mid-Atlantic Regional Sales Manager, and I'm going to load up his slide deck right here. So. You're all set. Thanks, Matt.
So, good morning. I'm here to talk about a relatively new camera technology that we released last year. And I would like to acknowledge two people from the University of Pennsylvania, Eric Stack and Doug Yates, who acted, and I should mention their students, who acted as our beta customers for the Metro. And their feedback was invaluable in producing the product that we came out with. So what is the Metro camera? The Metro camera is a direct electron detection camera. So essentially, for those of you that are familiar with TEM camera technology, historically, you used a scintillator-based camera where you had a scintillator that converted the electrons to photons that were then detected by the camera. In this case, the electrons are detected directly by the camera, and that has several advantages. Primary among them is that you have extremely low background noise. It also enables you to do faster microscopy, which is advantageous for in situ studies, and for the low noise is advantageous for diffraction studies in 4D STEM. So those are the big advantages of direct detection. So here's a good example of that. Now, how many of you have used the F200 downstairs and the OneView? Anybody here? Well, so this is a scintillator-based camera that Gatan makes, the OneView, and it's a very good scintillator-based camera. And you'll notice here that this is a FinFET, and oh, wrong button. Yeah. Okay, so this is a FinFET. There we go. Okay, so if we zoom in to this region here, you can just see the silicon lattice here. And if you look at the FFT, you can see that there is a minor peak that you can just pull out of it. Now, one thing that's different between the Metro camera and the OneView is that the OneView is a 4K by 4K camera, whereas the Metro is a 2K by 2K camera. So it has a smaller basic field of view. There we go. So this is the data set from the Metro, and you can see for that same area that the lattice is much clearer. And if you look at the FFT, you get a much more distinct peak there. So this is an example of a very beam sensitive material. It's a zeolite. And so in this case, you want to operate with extremely low doses, overall doses, and the dose per second. So in this case, it's 0.74 electrons per angstrom squared per second, and a cumulative dose of 25 electrons per angstrom squared. And you can see this is the final image of the sum frames. So that's a zoom out of this area. This is the 10 nanometer by 10 nanometer area. And so even with very, very low doses, because the background noise is so low, you can get very high quality images. And this is an FFT of that structure. So again, very good data sets, low noise at low dosages. So why is that? Well, this is a comparison of the background noise between a simulator-based camera, in this case, the OneView, and between a direct detection camera, the Metro. And you'll notice here that this is actually a good dark image. It's reasonably flat, but you do see this background noise there. With a direct detection camera, you don't get that background noise. In fact, you get basically only about 350 false positives per 1.29 billion reads. So it is essentially black. That really shows up when you're trying to do diffraction. In diffraction, what you'd like to be able to do is obviously see the major peaks, but you also want to detect the minor peaks as well. And if you have background noise, that can be difficult. It's also advantageous when you're looking at beam sensitive materials and you want to have very low doses. This is an example from one of the students here, Rachel Knight. Is Rachel in the audience? No. So you can see here that this is a material that if you try to do it with a traditional camera, traditional dosages, it would disrupt the material. Whereas in this case, with the Metro and low dosage, you can actually image the material at high resolution and pick out the structure in the FFT. So when we specifically look at diffraction, this is actually a good diffraction measurement with the OneView. So you can see the major peaks here. This is actually these minor peaks that you see here. And you can identify the individual peaks for the most part. With the Metro, this is that same structure. You can see the individual peaks are much sharper, especially the low signal peaks. And you can see here, it's much easier to pick the peaks out so that you can more accurately characterize the crystalline structure. So what are the advantages of the Metro? Well, the advantages are, of course, the low noise, but that doesn't compromise the ease of use of the power of the tool. We've added in situ capabilities to the system that come directly with the Metro camera. In the past, you had to purchase the in situ software and the hardware necessary to do in situ as a separate upgrade to the camera. Now that's all included with the Metro. So one of the tools that's available is the in situ acquisition tool. So basically comes standard with every camera, allows you to look at data sets in full resolution, also gives you a look back buffer, so 30 seconds. So if you see something, you can go back and you can look at the data that preceded it. And with the new Easy software, we've integrated that with the control of the folders, and that's all synchronized within the software. So, what are the advantages? Enables lower dose imaging, high frame rates for in situ work, and doesn't in any way compromise the power and flexibility of the system. So, any questions that I can answer?
Thank our speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Up next, we have Marvin Zai. He's one of the application engineers for Genesis and computational lithography. He's going to give a talk on ProSep.
Hi, so can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So today I'm going to talk about ProSum. So the title of my talk is Life's Hard, Simplify Your Summaries. So what is ProSum? ProSum is a software that analyzes SEM images. But the question today is, how can it simplify your life? Gerald did tell me that I can only have 4 slides, so I'll present 4 reasons for why you should use ProSum. So ProSum is really all about automation. There are 4 ways you can simplify automation. And the first way is the automation of image analysis. So we have very powerful feature detection. So it can detect all sorts of shapes. You have lines and spaces. Sorry, laser. Oops, wrong button.
Escape again.
Circles, ellipses, triangles, random shapes. And we have many algorithms that find these edges and fit boundaries so that you can identify all sorts of shapes. And it does so really consistently. And the reason why it's so consistent is because, of course, we're doing it mathematically. So we have all sorts of curves. We have sigmoid curves. We have parabolic functions, all for curve fitting. We also use many data points to identify boundaries. So this is an SCM, and here you have over 1,000 data points. All these red dots that you see here are used to find the location of the blue line, which is the boundary. So it's very rigorous. We also have power spectral density plots. So these are frequency domain plots, which are useful for line edge roughness detection, which is defined as 3 times the standard deviation. ProSum also offers a very different type of algorithm, which we call the segmented contours. And that's useful for characterizing rounded corners or just random segments. So you can use them for your random shapes and also your cross-section SEM images. Now, the second thing that ProSum can automate is in the analysis of arrays. So to do this, you would define the shape that you want to measure. So here it's a circle. And then you press this, then it's just a one-click process. You click on this button called the Find Similar button, and ProSum finds all of them. It also generates a very exhaustive list of results. And here you have center X coordinate, center Y, major axis direction, major diameter, minor diameter, aspect ratio, and so on. I'm just showing 8 columns here. Actually, there are many, many more. And you can export all of these as a CSV file or a text file. And one really interesting feature is that all of these measurements have a validation state. So your measurement can be a success or it can be a failure. And so for this example here, you detect all these shapes and have measurements. And then you can run a test script to see which ones actually meet your specifications. So in this case, we run it and probably find that 2 of them don't meet the specs. So very, very convenient for testing, very fast. The third thing you can automate is you can measure or analyze a whole stack of images. So on the right-hand side, you have a list of SEM images, and you would define a recipe by, sorry, one button. Sorry.
Yeah, just you can just use the.
Okay, yeah. Easy. Can you see the cursor as well? Okay, yeah. So here you have a whole list of SEM images. And you would define your recipe and with this button here, and you could run any recipe over all of these images by clicking this button. So that's a great time saver. It also comes with very powerful Python scripting capability. It comes installed with a Python instance, an instance of Python 3. If you wanted to do something custom and more powerful. And we've also included some well-known and proven libraries. So NumPy, you could use NumPy for aggressive computation. You could also use Python, the Python image library, to do unusual image preprocessing, for instance. You could define custom kernel for convolution if you wanted to. And finally, the well-known matplotlib. And this allows you to create some really creative plots. Now, the final feature and the most important, the most exciting one, I think, is that you can automate your STEM stage. And we've been working with different SCM manufacturers, Zeiss, Joe, Hitachi, and more. And we've demonstrated ProSTEM on their system. So this would be useful, for instance, for large metrology jobs. So here's a photonic device. Another very useful use case is for some customers, they use it for resist calibration. So now calibration exercises can be very, very tedious if you were to do that manually. And with ProSTEM, you can automate the whole process. And those customers have already included ProSTEM in their daily workflow. And to set up a job is very simple. It's just a 3-step process. You would first align your layout with your sample. Then you define your measurements, which are all these green boxes here. And just press start. That's pretty much it. So very convenient piece of software. So, thank you.
Up next, we have Joel, and the Eastern Regional Sales Manager, Edward Boyle, will be giving the talk. Let me just get him queued up and ready to go here. And are you okay? Just run it from here?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Some of the buttons there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The microphone's here and you can just tap left and right.
Okay.
All right, thanks a lot.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you, Gerald. The Ed Boyle, the Eastern Regional Sales Manager for JUL. We did introduce a new dual beam that I wanted to talk about. Just a few slides here. Again, as you know, we're very big into the TEM market. There's a few of our instruments downstairs. The nice thing about this dual beam is this TEM linkage, where basically you can use the same double tilt holder that would fit into our TEMs, but have it in the dual beam so you can do your final polishing in the dual beam itself, giving you better statistical results. You know, you have a nice thin sample. So when you do put it into the TEM, you're more assured of having the sample thin, getting the amorphous damage removed, so you're going to get better results. Quickly, this is the area of importance here. This actually has a combination. If you do have a bulk sample for your SCM, but this is actually the TEM grid itself that's removable, and it can go on the Joel holders to make an easy transfer. Not only that, but we have a STEM detector in the instrument itself. So basically you do get the chance to look at the image, 30 kV beam, but with a STEM detector to actually see how good the sample quality is. I think this is a video that actually just shows things in action here. And the nice thing about this, all the geometry is noted. So when you do have the sample loaded, you're going to do a lot of geometry changes here because you can actually thin both sides, top side, back side of the device to make sure you're getting rid of all the amorphous damage. So you get that really pristine sample for your TEM analysis. So again, it's tilting at different angles. The ion column is at a 52-degree angle to the SEM column. So it tilts back and forth to give you all this capability to do milling, rotating, to do front side, back side of your TEM sample. And again, the nice thing, again, this is all software limited too, so it knows exactly where it is in space. to give you that good view, and then you're at a 90-degree angle, your stem detector's coming in, so you're getting image quality there to do your evaluation for the quality of the sample you're making. Anyway, the SEM performance has been improved on this particular system. We're getting sub-nanometer resolution, 0.7 nanometers at 15 kV is the resolution. The fib column has got a 3 nanometer resolution, spec 2 as well. It's been improved, going down to lower kV for even finer polishing. But again, if we look at gallium nitride 211, this is not the stem image from the microscope, but this is for one of the images like you get from the aberration corrected TEM downstairs. But you're actually seeing gallium dumbbells being separated there, which is what is that, 63 picometer resolution. And even actually with our ABF detector, looking at light elements, you're actually, you can see the nitrogen bonding on the gallium sample itself. Again, it's a new chamber design, 6-inch wafer capabilities. It does it all from sample circuit editing, making MEMS device, but the real niche for us is this linkage with the TEM holder, so you can make easy transfers in the system. That's really it.
Thanks, Ed.
Any questions? Go ahead.
That's the one question. So is it the gallium column?
It is gallium source, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think it has a couple hundred nanometers, nanoamps of beam current for quick milling. The milling rate's been improved as well. I'm sorry, what's that?
The final portion, say, of the sample.
Yeah.
It's still gonna have the gallium.
Well, that's the advantage of having that TEM holder. You can go to low KVs on the gallium beam. That helps get rid of the amorphous damage. Like if you just milled at 30 kV, you're creating a lot of amorphous damage that redeposits on the sample. But if you go to lower KVs, that redeposition rate is really significantly decreased.
So is it like a new value from source material as well?
No, just there's a difference in the design, but it's basically the ability to go to lower KVs to get even that fine polish for your, pristine sample in the end.
Great. Well, thank you, Ed. All right, our next talk is by Gil Mann, Technical Manager at Park Systems. And let's see here. I had you load it up. There we go. Yeah, is that okay? Yeah, cool. And this is your mic, so just try to stay on mic. There you go. Great.
Thank you. For those of you who aren't familiar with Park Systems, we have really 3 product lines. We're mostly known for our core technology, which is based upon atomic force microscopy. We have over 30 years of development in this field. We have 2 product lines, one for R&D AFMs. These are typically used in your R&D labs here in academic lab situations, and also our fully automated AFMs for manufacturing processes. So this is mostly for the semiconductor industry. About a year ago today, or a year ago this month, we acquired a German company, Curian, where we added to our core technology. So this is one product is the imaging lithometry. This combines microscopy with lithometry for thin film analysis, and then also a whole suite of anti-vibration solutions. So this is active isolation platforms and acoustic enclosures. Not to go into too much, but again, I mentioned in the AFM, we have 2 product lines here. At the academic setting like Penn, I think mostly the research lineup would be mostly used. These come in various sizes for sample sizes and also budgets. And then in terms of industrial metrology and defect inspection, these are fully automated AFMs that handle robot handling for sample loading, everything from 200 millimeter wafers up to 8th generation flat panel displays. So these are used in display technologies. Just to highlight some of the features here, I think this is the workhorse for industrial line. This is the NX wafer. Again, this comes with automatic tip exchange, front end modules for sample loading. I think the key here is that we have the lowest noise floor for an automatic AFM, and that's actually a field proven tool for 3 of the world's major semiconductor manufacturers. Just to kind of highlight the features of the research product lineup. Again, we have kind of different levels of budgets and also sample sizes. I think highlighted in blue here are kind of the recent developments in the past 2 years. Downstairs, we're really highlighting our FX40 AFM, where we brought a lot of the automated features from the NX wafer and brought it to a research tool. So this is a small sample AFM designed to go in individual labs or a shared facility. It brings a lot of new generation features, things like automatic tip exchange, automatic probe alignment. So basically you load the sample and hit go. And so it's typically run for high throughput, high productivity for shared facility use. Other developments within the AFM, we have kind of these hybrid tools. So we combine the AFM with other techniques. So another one is this combining AFM with white light interferometry, what we call the NX hybrid tool. So on one platform for semiconductor inspection, we combined AFM, the sub-angstrom Z heights of AFM with the high throughput of white light WLI, right? So here you can do high throughput for WLI for far field inspection, and then really zoom in for CMP applications or packaging applications in the semiconductor industry. And another development we had in the past couple of years is a partnership with Molecular Vista out of the Bay Area, where we combined their photo-induced force microscopy nano IR with the AFM. So again, this is more for chemical analysis, IR measurements at the sub 10 nanometer resolution. The focus on some of the new Icurium products. This is our imaging oscillometry. Again, this combines microscopy with oscillometry techniques. The key here is that we have increased lateral resolution compared to typical spot options. So with a normal conventional oscillometer, you're limited to about 30 to 50 microns XY based upon the spot size. Here, because we're using a CCD camera as our collector, we can actually get down to about 1 micron lateral resolution, right? And so what's really unique is that for things like 2D materials or very thin films with multiple regions, we're not integrating over the spot size. We can actually zoom in and get actual thin film measurement optical properties of different materials at the 1 micron level here. For the semiconductor industry, this is great because again, if you had a spot size, a spot ellipsometer, you would integrate this over this whole device, where then using our region of interest, we can actually go in on the optical image and select certain components and get their optical properties or thin film thickness. So this is an example using a waveguide technique where if we look at this little trench, that would not be able to be measured with your spot ellipsometer. And then finally, I mentioned we have a whole lineup of vibration isolation systems. These are active isolation tables that are based upon piezoelectric-based actuators. So unlike your passive tables like air tables or spring-loaded systems, these are simply plug and play. They use standard electrical outlets, and we have a variety of different geometry form factors and acoustic enclosures for these different tools that require critical vibration isolation. So for more information, obviously we have a lot more product lineup on our website, and feel free to talk to me. I'm based here in Philadelphia, so it's really good to see some of the members of the research community here.
Thanks, Gil. And we're almost done. We have Dr. Lucille Januzzi here with Tescan, Regional Sales Manager of Tescan. I'm going to load up her slides here. I do, yeah. I think it's somewhat like in there, which one it is, unfortunately. Also, we have online folks too, so you might have to use the mouse in here as well. Okay. All yours.
Thank you very much. So before I talk to you about Tescan Tensor, I just want to review the Tescan product portfolio line. We have entry level SEMs, both tungsten thermoemission emission SEMs, FEG SEMs, starting from the entry level Tescan Mira, electrostatic booster column Clara, and then electromagnetic immersion lens, Magna. And both of these types of SEMs can be put on fib instruments, and they can be put either on a gallium fib or a xenon plasma fib. So this is our Tuscan Amber, Amber X, and Solaris X. And downstairs, UPenn has an Amber X with a cryo stage and top sims and EDS and a bunch of other stuff on that. Then we also offer specialty solutions. The Tuscan Tima is for mineralogy. The Mira AMU, affectionately known as our pizza oven SEM because of the large chamber here, but can fit very large samples. Tuscan Rise combines Raman with SEM, and actually that can be incorporated even with our FibSEMs. Again, specialty solutions incorporating glove box. Our nanospace division makes ultra-high vacuum equipment. Basically, if you can think it, they can build it. And then we also have a division that makes micro CT units, specializing in high resolution submicron as well as spectral micro CT. The Dynatom is unique in that it's a gantry-based system, and so the source and the detector spin around the sample. And all of these allow you to do real-time temporal resolution micro CT. Okay, and then finally, we recently introduced a STEM, and I'm going to finish up the talk about that. So the Tuscan Tensor is an integrated precision-assisted analytical 4D STEM. This allows you to very easily scan the beam for imaging, bright field, angular dark field, as well as EDS and diffraction. So there's a lot of different applications. You can look at nanostructures in devices. You can get both structural information, composition information, diffraction information, crystallographic texture, grain size, distribution, phase ID. And then you can look at also strain, for example, in failure analysis in semiconductor devices. So these are the types of images that you can achieve. So this is all based on a STEM from and designed from the bottom up. One of the advantages to this system is that the precession coils are integrated into the instrument. This allows you to go about 100 times faster than conventional TEMs with STEM units on them. So you can scan, you can change the beam size and convergence angles depending upon your experiments on the fly. You can run this in expert mode or using your conventional modes for letting the system help you drive your experimental conditions. Also has EDS detectors. There's actually 2 detectors for a very large collection angle. And then there's angular dark field STEM as well as bright field STEM. And there's a direct electron detector, which again allows you to go very, very fast. The other thing that's very nice is that reciprocal space and the diffraction patterns are tied via the software to real space. So you can click anywhere on the diffraction pattern and have the stage move accordingly, for example, to align and center your specimen along a particular zone axis. So here's an example of metal inclusions in carbon nanotubes. You can easily make out the iron-rich particles in these nanotubes. And you can see here, you can even get high resolution phase contrast STEM showing 0.34 nanometer atomic spacing. Here's an example of phase differentiation in lithium-ion battery anodes. You've got your bright field images, your angular dark field images, associated EDS with that showing titanium-rich regions. And when you combine this with diffraction, you can look at 4D STEM phase maps. You can plot this out via phase, so there's TiO2, lithium-rich phosphate phases as well as amorphous phases. Note again how fast this is. This is 667 frames per second, extremely fast. Conventional samples prepared via fib or else other ways, 120 nanometer thick specimen. This is typically the maximum energy is 100 kV. And then of course you can combine this with an orientation map. Again, note the speed here and the region of interest is 3000 by almost 3500 nanometers. So you can get crystallographic information very quickly as well. So another example just showing characterization of a semiconductor device. Note here this region appears to be germanium rich. We can actually determine that using the help of diffraction by correlating this to the actual phase in crystallography of that region. So here some of the experimental considerations are listed, but you can see here 5 different cubic phases, 3 different amorphous phases, only 12 minutes of processing. And there's some of the diffraction patterns. So this is a new approach to precision assisted 4D STEM. You've got very easy user interface, selected a region of interest, choose your measurement, set the acquisition parameters, and away you go. Very fast, very easy, robust, workhorse type of instrument that's available. So again, these are some of the things you can do: imaging, EDS, phase mapping, strain mapping, lattice imaging, tomography, EDS tomography, diffraction tomography, and all comes with an API for custom experiments. So with that, I thank you very much.
So you can find Lucille downstairs by her booth and at the front in the lobby, in case you guys have any questions. But this is a wonderful presentation. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Last but not least, we have Dr. Anas Rahman, and I'm going to bring up this slide deck. Here, hold on. And he represents applied research and photonics. Controls for you. And this is so that you can see the mic. You may just stay right here and control left and right for your slide deck.
Okay.
So the mic's right there.
All right.
Otherwise, no.
Okay. Afternoon, everybody. You can hear me probably clearly with this one, right?
Yeah, go back.
Look back.
Too close.
Too close. Okay, all right. I'm very delighted to be here to talk about our terahertz imaging technology. I don't feel very well here because I have a bad habit of walking and talking, but anyway, you bear with me, please. So, we are a startup company, but as you can see, we started a long time ago and still remain startup, going slowly. So our basic thing is generation of terahertz by a new technology, which we call dendrimer dipole excitation, and use that source and sensor to create or generate our instruments. So basically, this is what the instrument look like in a nutshell. On the left side is the whole system for imaging. The other system we have is, along with the imaging, is a spectrometer. And the scanner is the one that we use for nanoscanner. So there's no CCD, it's a camera-less imaging system. There are so many applications as you can think of any kind of imaging. But the main thing here is, sorry, Gerald, I'm not getting a little bit noisy here. But anyway, the main thing here is no sample preparation,
You can scan a small object or the whole wafer. We have a scanner up to 200 millimeter now, but we can build up to 50 millimeter scanner. And you can actually make an image in actual X, Y, and Z direction. It's not just the surface image that we call 3D. No, it's not. It's actually make a volume image. And from that volume image, you can inspect in X, Y, or Z direction at the slice or layer by layer at any depth. So the slices can be as in less than 1 angstrom or as much as you want to make it. So here the example, for example, one of the application is looking at the interface, non-destructively, of course, the volume image, and then we can see all the layers separately, we can measure them. Several different kind of interfaces are explained in the literature, so we can characterize all of them. That seems to be one of the challenging tasks for any other technology to non-destructively see the defects or lack of that in interfaces, because semiconductors are layer by layer of many multiple layers. So non-destructively seeing them at any given interface seems like important. Here is another example of seeing the quantum dot impregnated ionic polymer. This was a collaboration with Los Alamos National Laboratory. Soiling and unsoiling sample makes some difference. And the other thing is when we compare the whole wafers, for example, you can see the silicon carbide in comparison with optical image, which is commonly used for metrology purposes. T-Ray can see a lot more of the domains and micro domains. You can see very clearly with T-Ray. That cannot be seen in any other technology. For example, even with X-ray, it doesn't come close to what we can see with T-Ray. I guess I'm gonna stop over here because I don't want to be between you and the lunch and my talk. So, but this one last thing I want to talk about here is a criteria for improving the fab yield. As you probably know, even in the best case scenario, the rejection rate is 30%. TSMC is going to 12-inch wafers, and they have minimum 30% rejection rate. And that's because of the lack of technology that cannot identify all the good die on a given wafer after it is patterned. So what we do is we scan the whole wafer and number them in sequence, and then we come up with the criteria that, okay, this is a good die, it should go for packaging. This is not a good die, it should not go for packaging. Instead of throwing away the whole wafer when it exceeds a threshold. So that way the yield goes up. There are many other applications that we have a booth down there. Please come and collect the brochures. With that, I thank you for your attention. If you have any questions.
Well, we can go ahead and adjourn for lunch in the poster session now. You can find all these exhibitors downstairs and talk with them if you have any questions. All right, we'll see you back up here for the next session after lunch. Thanks so much. Thanks. Yeah.
Good person, Bob. Yeah, no, not a problem. Not a problem. Yeah. So good afternoon, everybody. I think we'll go ahead and get started in our next session here. What you're going to see in this session, which is, I think, just 3 talks, is something part of our Innovation Seed Grant. And we have a few startup companies. This year, one of the 3 companies is Singh Materials, and Dr. Christopher DeMarco is going to talk about ultra high quality scalable graphene manufacturing applications in structural biology. So Chris, it's all yours. And let's try to stay on mic right here if you can.
Got it.
And if you want, you can use the lapel mic.
Yes, I will refer right here. Great, thank you very much. So, as he said, my name is Christopher DeMarco. I'm the CEO and founder of Singh Materials. And at Singh, it's our mission to deliver ultra high quality scalable graphene to market through advanced manufacturing methods and high impact applications. In broad scopes, our goal is to break into the long sought after semiconductor industry that requires the highest standard of quality and scalability. But in this talk, we're going to focus on a near-term application where a high-quality graphene solution could have a huge impact in the structural biology space to dramatically accelerate drug discovery and vaccine development. Graphene is a 2-dimensional material. It's a single layer of graphite. It consists of a single atomic layer of carbon and a covalent bonded structure in a hexagonal lattice. And graphene has been long sought after for its amazing material properties, measured material properties. And they include things like 100 times the electrical conductivity over silicon. It's 200 times stronger than steel, and it's 2 times more thermally conductive than graphite. These material properties are literally off the chart, and they open up a wide range of opportunities if we can figure out how to manufacture it at scale while retaining those properties into applications with never before seen material properties. So the potential impact of this material, which is nothing new, is high. The problem is bridging the gap between ultra high quality and scalable production. This is a fundamental challenge. As is often with scalability, there's a compromise in quality. How do we make enough of this at high quality where it's actually usable in industrial applications? Now, there are quite a few graphene producers that have made headlines and finally broken into industrial applications. But most of these operate in the realm of scalable production with a significant compromise in quality. These are things like graphene oxide, reduced graphene oxide, or nanoplatelets. And these are great, and they have their place in the market. And they're the first to enter into real industrial applications, but they're limited because they only reach a mere fraction of graphene's promised intrinsic and measured properties. Of the very few manufacturers that do produce large area monolayer graphene at supposed high quality, their materials are notoriously unreliable, irreproducible. They're typically scattered with discontinuities, contamination, and add-on layers that limit the material performance and its impact on industry. Singh is focused and committed to the task of bridging the gap between ultra high quality and scalable production. And we accomplish this through proprietary high quality manufacturing methods and processing methods to lead to high quality, reliable, reproducible graphene materials. These are materials that are true continuity, void of pinholes, a true monolayer, atomically clean, and of large area. And not only does this translate into high quality material performance, but our production rates are 10 times faster than what's currently available. And the methods are safer and cheaper as they require minimal expensive and hazardous gases compared to competitors. In our effort to break the bounds of scalable production of graphene, we've identified an opportunity to have a high impact graphene-based solution in structural biology. In structural biology, there's a revolutionary new method that won the Nobel Prize 6 years ago called cryogenic electron microscopy that's changed the way structural biologists image and visualize macromolecules. This has significant implications when it comes to accelerating drug discovery and vaccine development. A recent study showed that over the last 10 years, there's been exponential growth in cryo-EM in the number of macromolecules imaged per year compared to traditional method. And this exponential growth has only continued to date. In practice, what structural biologists do to image these macromolecules is they have a wholly substrate, a TEM grid, cryo-EM grid in this case. They have a solution of their macromolecule interest that they dispense over the surface of this grid. And they use an electron beam to image that frozen layer solution of macromolecules. And they'll collect hundreds of these images, and the goal is to reconstruct it into a three-dimensional representation of the macromolecule. And by understanding its structure, it can understand its function. The problem is that there's a significant bottleneck that's inhibiting the progress of this method and the impact due to sample preparation pains that stem directly from inadequate grid supply. These include things like preferential alignment, where the macromolecules have a tendency to self-align within the ice layer. This doesn't only make three-dimensional reconstruction challenging, it's often at times impossible. Denaturation calls from an interaction or attraction between the macromolecule and the air-water interface, which can lead to a loss in structure. Often a thicker ice layer will be used to combat this effect, but that can lead to a significant loss in resolution because this imaging process is done through electron transmission through the material. All of these together lead to significant waste and loss in time and resources for structural biologists, as they have to combat all of these pains while simultaneously finding the right sample preparation method that's tailored to a specific macromolecule or a specific grid. This has resulted in significant grid waste that has led to significant supply chain issues with 6 to 12 month lead times in the most sought after grids. These pains combined are significantly limiting the impact that this method has on global health. In fact, over the last 6 years, a graphene-based solution has been proven through peer-reviewed studies to solve not only all of these pains, but provide the pathway to true atomic scale resolution imaging in this field, considered maybe the holy grail. An example of one of these publications are on the left, showing a top view of one of these cryo-EM grids with a monolayer of graphene over the top. The top layer is before a macromolecule solution is dispensed, and the bottom is after. And it's demonstrating the higher density distribution of these macromolecules with the stochastic distribution. But this result's not characteristic, and it's not reproducible. Of the available suppliers that are offering graphene-based grids, they're riddled with add-on layers and multi-layer patches that cause interference. They have widespread discontinuities and damage, leading to poor coverage of these grids and poor grid survivability. In fact, they're only advertised as high as 75% coverage, which is indicative of the poor manufacturing and transfer methods, making them unusable in practice. This problem is so severe and the solution is so sought after that many labs have resorted to a DIY approach where they attempt to grow their own graphene and transfer it in-house. That is rarely successful, and it's not sustainable because it's a complex, time-consuming process. This space isn't only of interest for our company as graphene manufacturers because we can have a high impact, but it's a quintessential example of the limitations of the current graphene production supply. Here, the challenge is not scale per se. These are small grids requiring a very large area, a very small area of graphene. The challenge is quality. At Singh, we have the capabilities to produce high quality graphene that is requisite at quality and scale to deliver to the structural biology community for a high impact grid solution. The graphene we promise to deliver, and we are projected to within the next 6 to 8 months, as far as a prototype, is projected to yield a 99% coverage of suspended graphene membranes, will be continuous monolayer to avoid of add-on layers that cause interference with imaging, and atomically clean to further minimize imaging interference, as well as provide a roadmap towards atomic scale imaging. The grids do not only make these metrics, but we are committed to reproducibility and reliability when it comes to quality. The goal is that this doesn't just usher in new depths of accelerated drug discovery and vaccine development, but new depths of discovery with atomic scale imaging. We're thankful to be part of the Singh Center for their nanofabrication and characterization capabilities. Working with a nanomaterial like graphene, it's essential to have these quality control metrics and capabilities to suss out, de-risk our space, and understand and fine tune our fabrication process. We approach our research on two fronts. First, looking at the graphene materials themselves, and second, looking at the graphene-based grids. Our first quickest quality metric is Raman spectroscopy. Gives us the information at a single point very readily. Based on the peaks, we can get an idea of the degree of defects in the material from synthesis, as well as the number of layers. For a higher quality metric, we use scan electron microscopy to look at a wide field, full field view, distribution of add-on layers, discontinuities, and coarse levels of contamination. And our highest fidelity measurement is a quality metric, especially when we're going towards atomic cleanliness, is creating an electronic device and measuring the electronic characteristics because they're heavily dependent on contamination and defects. And here we'll leverage the Singh Center's standard fabrication processes such as lithography, deposition, and etching tools. On the graphene grid characterization side, again, our first metric is using Raman spectroscopy for a single point measurement. But in this case, we're analyzing transfer-induced contamination and damage when we look at the defect distribution, the defect peak and whatnot. Scan electron microscopy here gives a way to quantify our yield of suspended structures over large areas, as well as a degree of widespread contamination from transfer. And lastly, our highest fidelity is utilizing atomic force microscopy to look at an array of holes to get an idea of atomic cleanliness of these suspended structures, as well as the mechanical robustness of these suspended structures based on the signature of the scan. Our goal is to strategically utilize these characterization methods to develop, de-risk our technology, and understand the procedures to develop these high-quality graphene grids for the cryo-EM community. And I'd like to finish up by just sharing our key research milestones as it relates to this project. We moved into our first lab space this past August at the Delaware Innovation Space in Wilmington, and we're part of their accelerator program right now. Right now, we're building out our manufacturing capabilities, which we expect to have up and running soon with an established graphene growth within the next month. From there, when we analyze our graphene grids utilizing the Singh Center's fabrication and characterization tools, we've separated into a two-pronged approach. First, isolating and looking at the effects of mechanically induced damage from the transfer process. And second, focusing on the cleanliness of the transfer for atomic scale cleanliness before we focus on refining the combination of those two approaches to develop the process for a high quality, damage-free, clean graphene-based grid. After that, we have established collaborations in the structural biology space where structural biologists will test our grids to look at macromolecules. Soon after, as we've established our presence in the structural biology space, we'll shift our efforts and continue to push the scale of high quality, scalable graphene to continue to push towards higher impact application spaces in the semiconductor industry. With that, I'd like to thank you all very much for your attention. And I'd like to thank the Singh Center, the University of Pennsylvania, as well as the National Science Foundation for the opportunity to talk today, as well as for their generous Innovation Seed grant, which has really enabled us to de-risk this technology at this early stage of development. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
So Christopher, I know you're not at least here pitching to raise capital, but I do have a question on like, what's the market size that you're talking about here?
So the market size for cryo-EM, based on a bottom-up analysis, is about 3 billion.
3 billion for TEM grids
For
cryo-TEM
for
grids?
cryo-EM grids.
Okay.
Based on the utilization. So we've been performing customer discovery with cryo-EM centers within the United States, and we're starting to expand out into Europe. And each of those centers, there's about 70 centers between the US and Europe alone.
Right.
Between those, we get an idea of the number of labs that are serviced by communicating with those directors and their average grid utilization.
Mhm.
And right now, grid utilization is very high,
Yeah.
on average 40 to 50 per lab per month. From that, we could scale up our potential, market size.
And maybe you can talk or comment a little bit on this new facility that you guys are establishing. Is
Yeah.
that in Delaware?
Yeah, so it took me about 8 months to find a lab space, because when you're in the material science space, it's very difficult to find a private lab space with the amenities you need. And most of them are in the life sciences. So in Delaware, There's the Delaware Innovation Space that's on the DuPont Experimental Campus. It's a not-for-profit, maybe 6-7-year-old incubator. They have these private small lab spaces, and it's been an excellent, thriving community. It differentiates from your typical local, more life sciences incubators, which you're only usually just taking a desk at a time or a lab bench. Here, we're developing manufacturing capabilities. While at small scale now, you need lab space. And that's where the Delaware Innovation Space comes into play.
Thank you.
Yes.
So if I understand correctly, you're going to put graphene on existing carbon coated grids? Is that correct?
Yes.
So I suspect that your success will be very much dependent on the quality of carbon coated grids that.
Yes. Yeah, sure. Yeah. And there's two main suppliers. But with these supply chain issues with our grids, the idea is that there's less grid waste, higher availability for these grids. But a lot of this technology is proven. There's plenty of publications with both the carbon layered copper-based or gold-based grids. And the bigger idea, most of the grids that are sought after are the gold grids. The idea is that a graphene-coated copper-based grid can match the performance of a gold-based grid.
Any other questions? Well, let's thank our speaker again. We finally meet in person. Yes. So I have the good pleasure of introducing our next speaker. One more second. His name is Dr. Mohammed Amin Tadean with Legit Inc. And he's going to talk to us about miniaturized optics for micro endoscope medical imaging. So the mic is right here. You should be all set.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. I'm Amin, I'm from Legit, and we are developing small miniaturized optical endoscopy for different medical imaging. And for the start application, we are mostly thinking biolabs for the mouse experiment, particularly like a neuroscience labs. So in general, let's see why even we need to have a microendoscope. So when you do imaging, like any optical imaging, when the focus of the basically your objective or any type of like a microscope you have, when you go down, like let's say in the depth of 5 millimeter, 4 millimeter, 3 millimeter, beyond 1 millimeter, you can almost see nothing. It's like basically everything become blurry. And you can see on the right side, there is actually basically you cannot see anything. Now, if you want to see the cells, the tissue, different part of the tissue, the things which biologists are mostly actually interested in, you need to have something which transfer the image from the depth of tissue to outside. And basically, now, if you compare this, for example, to the, let's say, ultrasound, you might say, okay, why not use ultrasound? Ultrasound and like other, like a CT, MRI, they have a very good penetration depth. But the problem is that their resolution is not cellular level and subcellular level. Basically, they are mostly above 20 micron, 30 micron, or mostly actually commercialized 100 micron. So in Legit, we are exactly trying to respond to that need, basically transfer of image from bottom of the tissue in depth to the outside. And we are trying to basically make a whole optical microscope, almost like a whole camera is outside, a lot of like different parts, which I will show you later, are outside, but actually the transfer part is inside. We want to make it like as small as hair size, like about like 100 micron meter. Now you might say, okay, why do we care about that all, like to make things miniaturized? You might actually use things which are larger, which I will show you later, and they are available currently in the market. And you can use those. But the problem is that then you would damage the tissue a lot. Basically, if you want to use it for any biological study or any type of basically macrobiology or for the surgeries, different things, you would actually lose a lot of tissue and you would destroy a lot of tissue and you can't see any of the basically pathology of the tissue. Now, if you have such a probe, which we are trying to make, you can use it in different application and in different optical modalities. Like one of the things which we right now actually helping our collaborator to install it on the system is using it in the neural study of mouse. So you can see here, there is like a scope, very miniaturized scope. We don't make that, we make the basically optics part of that. That small imaging system, they call it like a mini scope, and they insert it to the brain of the mouse and do the imaging. Now the optics which they use cause a lot of damages to the tissue, and we want to actually avoid that. So you can use our optical microendoscope in miniscope. You can use it even if you want. You can use it with the 2-photon imaging or like optical coherence tomography, basically different optical modality, and transfer image to also, because 2-photon and optical coherence tomography also, even though they have like a 1 millimeter, about 1 millimeter penetration there, but after that, you get actually, again, like not very good images. So our probe can help them also to transfer images. Also for optical coherence tomography, one of the problems is that usually the system is not that sensitive to the biochemistry and biology inside of the tissue. It's mostly structural imaging. And that basically to give there some sort of structural imaging. Now, let's see what are our basically competitor in the market. What type of, like, what are the other macroendoscope technology? As I mentioned, the main advantage of us to other technology in the market is the size, miniaturized size of our probe and its resolution. Our resolution can basically reach below 1 micrometer, and the probe size, like the diameter of probe, is about like 100 micrometer. So if you consider, like, if you compare it with the, like for example, optical fiber bonder, the resolution is significantly higher. And on the other side, one other advantage of our probe is that usually for the imaging with the optical fiber bonder, because you have a lot of losses in the system, you would have a lot of actually, like you need to have a back-end system, which is like very complicated and super expensive. And you need to wait for a long time to capture the image and this sort of things. So that's a lot of people actually, just because of that back-end system they avoid. Now, if you want to use the like a miniaturized lenses, you can use those, but the sizes are actually pretty large. They sizes can be like a 1 millimeter and beyond, like above 1 millimeter. And even with 1 millimeter like lenses, the image resolution is actually pretty low usually, and they are using for actually low resolution imaging, like distal imaging, not actually in the pathological imaging. Now, the other technology, which is actually one of our main competitors, is the green lenses. The green lenses, their size can be like a 0.5 to 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter. The green lenses, the size is actually already 25 times larger than our the size of our nanoprobe. And one other thing is that the image quality is significantly low. And the one which actually have a comparable resolution to our nanoprobe if I call actually our macro endoscope, the nanoprobe, the one which are have a comparable resolution, they are actually like pretty large, like about like a 2 millimeter, 1.5 millimeter, which is already like 100 times larger. And they are super pricey. They are like $5,000, $6,000. And the reason is that they use actually different type of optics other than green lenses for like to achieve those high resolution. So these are basically the main advantage of our probe comparing to the other imaging probe, basically like 25, at least 25 times smaller sizes and having the high resolution. And of course, the back-end system for the imaging also is pretty simple. Using actually the money and basically the seed fund which UPenn gave us, we were able actually to make this nanoprobe and basically make the prototype of it. To make this nanoprobe, we use both UPenn facilities and we use also like a University of Maryland facility, which is closer to our company. So, and you can see here for the prototype, actually this prototype, basically like some part of it is like confidential. I haven't actually shown in the image like the main parts of it which has been covered. And then the size of it is actually 100 micrometer by like 3 millimeter. So it's like basically exactly what we wanted to make. So now we have this probe fabricated, we want to test it. As I told you earlier, like you can use with very simple macroscopy system and like image it with very low cost back-end system. Image any prototype, anything which you want. So for this one, I show you it's actually just simple fluorescence microscopy system. We couple basically on the back end on the image plane, which I showed here, like on the image plane. We couple to the microscope system, and then the sample. For now, actually, we haven't inserted to the tissue. The sample would be located underneath of the nanoprobe. And the distance between the nanoprobe and the sample is about like a 50 micrometer or something like that. And then, as you can see here, first, we image actually with a very simple imaging target using the nanoprobe. Basically, we have imaged like metal lines on the glass. So, and you can see here, basically, we have image samples 1.2 micrometer, 4.5 micrometer, 7 micrometer, and 2 micrometer. So the different samples. And we have also like basically wanted to see what would be the distortion of our imaging system, and we did this measurement by measuring the grid lines actually, like basically complete grid line, horizontal and vertical together. And then this is another sample, and then we have done actually imaging on the slices, like basically brain image slices. And you can see here, we were able to see the membrane of the neurons using our nanoprobe. So basically, this is like a membrane of like a neurons. Like if you're a biologist or if you remember your biology 101, the thickness is very actually little. It's like more than like less than 100 micrometer, about like 100 nanometer. What we see here basically is not really like the membrane, but it's actually the like a little bit like an aberrated image of the membrane. But the main point is that this is like this would be like about 500 nanometers. So it's like pretty high resolution in slice images also. And we have also we have image dentite gyrus with the nanoprobe tool. In the next step, we want actually to do in vivo imaging using our nanoprobe. So here I want to, like at the end of my talk, I want to thank Gerald, David, Eric, and also like our collaborator at like UCLA, Payman and Daniel, and at the Columbia, Michal, Christine, Danny, and Ina and Kelly. So if you have any question, I also like thank you, and also like I would appreciate if you have any questions.
Thank you so much.
So are we looking at a near field microscopy picture?
No, it's actually like these are all like a visible light, and it's like what you see basically. I was actually not here. I was not exaggerating that we want to make this whole imaging like objective to here. It's like basically it's really truly same as an optical objective, and it's actually not near field. It's actually just regular like a diffractive imaging.
So I'm imagining like a miniature lens set,
Yes.
like you're describing here.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on like using like a meta lens instead? You know, so those are a lot less, I guess, complex in that sense. Obviously, they're fixed in what they can do, but would that be any different in the functionality that you're looking for?
I think it's actually that's a good question. We are actually like also like looking at that as also. There are no difficulties with meta lenses because the meta lenses, they are actually when you want to do broad wavelength imaging like 400 to 700 nanometer, they start to like lose their like, quality of imaging if you are like in the broader range of wavelengths. So there are a lot of tricks people are developing to actually overcome that. But like to basically, I think at this stage, I think we prefer to actually use what we are using currently.
Great. Yeah. Any other questions from the audience? All right, let's give our speaker another hand. Okay, so we have one more talk for this session, then we can all give into our insulin shock and lunch and get some coffee. Let me bring this up. So this is another recipient of our Innovation C grant. These are actually undergraduates from Rowan University, Crimeo V's, Julian Taylor and Augustine Wright. And they're going to talk about 3D dimensional reconstructions from scanning electron microscopy using photogrammetry. So I'll leave it to you guys. And are you guys okay up here? Yes. All right, great.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, thank you for coming. My name is Karim Yildiz. This is my colleague, Julian Taylor, and my colleague, Augustine Wright. We worked on a project in order to enable accurate and representative three-dimensional reconstructions using scanning electron microscopes via photogrammetry. We live in and experience the world in 3 dimensions, and yet a lot of research work is still presented in 2-dimensional space. 3D imaging devices can prove to be costly and demand intensive preparation time and can remain inaccessible to many. We aim to make the 3rd dimension accessible and usable to researchers using a method of photogrammetry and microscopy. By presenting our work in 2 dimensions as researchers, we tend to lose valuable information in nanoscopic and microscopic structures that would otherwise prove useful to not only the science field, but also the general public and bolster scientific communication. Optical close-range photogrammetry is a popular and inexpensive model for creating these 3-dimensional reconstructions. As it can be used by many researchers and accessed in a wide variety. It is done by taking a series of like images around the subject and then intersecting and neighboring points between those images are calculated using software, which then determines geometric details such as depth, displacement, and volume. These intersecting neighboring points are used to generate a three-dimensional point cloud map to create the reconstruction. The need for such accurate and representative models is only growing, and streamlined scanning electron microscopy using photogrammetry is a relatively new and not standardized process.
So these are some previous methods to generate 3D reconstructions from 2D SEM images. On the top here is a 2015 research study, which is a very similar method to ours by pairing SEM images and optical close range photogrammetry using software like Recap 123. It's worth noting that this Recap 123 software is designed to be used with cameras and images and is not optimized for use with SEM technology. And thus this research group had issues with the software not rendering an accurate model. So they had to go into manually stitch images together in order to produce their model. On the bottom is a 2017 study, which uses 3D reconstruction of 2D SEM images using optical flow estimation. This is a very mathematically intensive process and takes a while to create these algorithms. So that results in, although there is a very good depth on the model, upon closer inspection, it lacks a lot of the fine details and requires a lot of processing power and labor in order to come up with these processes.
So our model organism is a black garden ant. To prepare that for SEM work, we use serial dilution and gold sputtering and vacuum to provide conductivity to the sample. We did this to enable high vacuum SEM work to yield higher resolutions and better details to more accurately represent the subject. At least 40 to 60 micrographs are required for the photogrammetry software to begin processing. And we took our images in the SEM using incremental changes in rotation and tilt increments being 0, 15, 30, and 60 degrees, and rotation being a full 360-degree measurement around the sample.
After the images were obtained, they were uploaded into Adobe Lightroom for minor brightness, contrast, and sharpness adjustments. Having even brightness and lighting throughout all of the images is critical to the photogrammetry process, because if the brightness is not standardized throughout all of the images, it can lead to troubles of the software identifying the key light structures in each of the images to then make the point cloud map. Contrast was increased to add better distinction and definition to the structure of the sample and to highlight the finer details more better. The sharpness was increased to remove any grain, like film grain, that could occur when taking the images, or that could occur when brightness and contrast is increased. Sharpness can also act as a way to increase resolution post image taking. After the post-processing, images were segmented using graph-based segmentation, which on the most simplest form removes the subject from the background, leaving just a distinct outline of the anatomical structure, which gives a kind of guardrail for the software to identify exactly what we want to reconstruct. This is done automatically using AI integrated with Adobe Photoshop. Now, the segmentation is important because, as Augie stated with the first research from 2015, they had issues with the photogrammetry software not rendering their sample properly, which is exactly what happened when we tried to do it without segmentation. So when segmented images are uploaded with the rest of the photos and it has that guideline, it gives us what we want especially in monochromatic images. The software has a harder time identifying what's the background and what's the subject.
So in the process of uploading our update images to the photogrammetry software, in this snapshot, 54 total images were used, with 6 of those images being randomly chosen to segment and be replaced by their segmented counterparts. Circled in red are these segmented images, and just this handful, as my colleague Jillian described, is enough to give the photogrammetry software a basis for what the subject we are trying to encapsulate is.
On the left here is a visual representation of all the camera positions, which we use to capture every image within the data set in order to construct the point cloud map using structure from motion process. These intersecting points of each camera angle are used then to calculate each vertex and is then used to make the point cloud map shown on the right. This provides accurate geometry and spatial data. The process is shown through screenshots taken in Meshroom, since Recap 123 does not allow viewing of this process. Represented in red is all of the landmark points the software used in order to create the model. The computer uses image recognition in order to determine the location of landmark points, which can be used to calculate the camera position information. Having more landmark points means that we're able to get a better model and are representative of images that the software is determined to have overlapping features. Finally, we're able to have the completed 3D reconstruction from Recap 123, which is to scale and shows off a highly detailed model through texture mapping.
And here's some close-up images of the model itself. As you can see, we were able to capture fine details of the compound eye, which insects are known to have very complicated compound eyes. We have the 12 segmented antennae right here that was accurately reproduced with the photogrammetry software. And the more intricate angular geometries of the ant, such on the alley tank spine area, were completely fully rendered in like a pretty precise manner without any malalignments. And I think the legs are probably the most impressive, because when you have something thin and spindly like that overlaid on other features of the subject, it can be very difficult to identify and render with the software, and we were able to get that accurately defined. Going forward, we would like to take images of smaller samples with worse image quality. We are very thankful to be using the equipment here at Penn, which is state of the art. But to make this more accessible and cost effective and quick, we know we need to test it with worse images. Then we would like to hopefully integrate the image capturing process with a software, so that would go in and panoramically take images. As of right now, that's the most time intensive part of this process. So having a way to automate that would be ideal. Finally, the final end goal would be to have everything from image acquisition down to the image segmentation and reconstruction completely done with AI. So it's kind of, you put the sample you'd like to have a model of in the microscope, and then get that model. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Other software for this or that's the first one?
There are softwares that exist to do the panoramic imaging. And there are softwares that exist to do the photogrammetry, but nothing that's been combined. As we stated in the beginning, this is all relatively new. It hasn't really been standardized. Like, if you try to search for more papers on this, you might get 15. And when you have something that's this cost effective and simple, why isn't it more researched and understood?
Is there a minimum sort of Z differential that you can target with this? Like, what is your minimum box size with this devices?
For in Z displacement, you mean then the SEM itself during.
Right, like your height of your sample there, like how much can you differentiate between like a baseline and then feature?
Sure, yeah, so we typically use a baseline of about 55 millimeters. The core reason, the core driving factor between Z line baseline is fitting the entire specimen in the frame with each image you take. While here we did try to take close-up images, like segmented of the organism one at a time, but that proves both costly in terms of time, but also in processing power, because we ended up with a lot more images, but then we also had issues of going back to hand stitching, because now we have multiple images of one angle of the specimen that we have to stitch back together. So for this specific organism, 55 millimeters and about 40 millimeters during some shots proved to be ideal.
Sort of like a voxel or triangle resolution, like looking at this piece of fly ash, right, you got really fine, or like almost like, I don't know how fine that is, but yeah, so what is the minimum size you can capture?
So in terms of that size and resolution, so these are previous works from other researchers that we were comparing to. For like our triangulation resolution answers, I wouldn't be able to provide those right now. Not sure where to like go with that. We haven't really worked into that.
We could do at least the size of a grain of pollen. I don't know how large that is off the top of my head. I want to say a few microns. This process could be replicated with much smaller stuff than an ant, like seen with the fly ash here. We chose an ant simply because we're undergraduates. We can't really access a lot of some of that stuff. Ideally, like bacterial substances would be better, but we have to work with what we have access to.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Have you considered, like, we've spoken to scanning electron microscopy companies about this? Like, of course, you want to build something that is, you know, if you just do whatever you want to make it accessible to everyone, but it might be easier, like, to cross that first threshold if you have like a direct line of sight to vertical integration with a specific company.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We don't have any contact with microscopy companies at this moment. But that's probably what our next step should be.
So Lucille is downstairs, she's not in the crowd. So you can talk to her because she would be very interested in this. I'm not sure if she caught this downstairs, but I can introduce you to her for the coffee.
That'd be awesome.
Good point. All right, well, let's give a round of applause for so for now, we're just gonna go take a break real quick, get some coffee, come back up here for a workforce development discussion and the Chips and Science Act, okay? Thank you, guys. Yeah.
STEM workforce, and in particular, the role academia can play in training this workforce. First, I also want to acknowledge a couple of people in the room, which we have Lisa Kim, who just walked in. He is our Director of Workforce Development, and he does a lot of the on-the-ground training in the labs and education training with our master's program. We'll also be joined by Linda Gertz, who is our CCP Community College of Philadelphia colleague. And I know she had class and then she had a chemistry club event that she needed to go to before coming over here. This session is going to be broken into several parts, but hopefully they'll all feel integrated. And the first part will be a longer talk given by Professor Doty, who is at University of Delaware. And he will set up sort of the background and context with national priorities for building a strong, diverse STEM workforce. And specifically, he will highlight some of University of Delaware's programs that train students in areas relevant to nanotechnology and to quantum. And then we're going to open it up to discussion. And this is going to start with two professionals at Penn who will quickly introduce themselves. Annie Jung and Michelle Rainey, who have broad and deep experience in STEM training, outreach, recruitment, and retention. And I've also asked them to help our discussion get started for a slide that highlights a couple of best practices that they've discovered through their work in this area. We are hoping this will be an active discussion that will engage the panelists as well as you in the audience. So I invite you right now at the very beginning to start thinking about this fundamental question that we can only begin to dig into in this short period of time. And that's specifically, what are the roles that academia and higher ed can play in building this strong, diverse workforce to meet today's and anticipated needs of the STEM workforce for the future. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, it's a pleasure to be here and get a chance to talk to you. As Kristen said, the goal for today is to use some of the recent programs we've developed at University of Delaware as an example of both the programs that exist and also the challenges to sort of pose the questions about how we in academia best serve this workforce need. So the two things that I'm using as examples for a sort of test case, the first is our quantum science and engineering program. That program exists. You can find all the information about it at this website here. That program has been in existence for 2 academic years now, accepting both master's and PhD students, and I'll tell you more about that in a couple minutes. Second thing is a new semiconductor device manufacturing degree that we're developing. We hope to route for academic approval during the course of this academic year, which probably means like a year and a half from now, we start accepting students into that degree program. So I'll tell you about what we're thinking in that context as well. So I probably don't need to tell you that the need for workforces in these areas are enormous. We'll just put 2 statistics to make that clear. If we look at the semiconductor workforce, the shortfall as of a couple months ago is roughly 67,000 workers. What does that mean? That means more than double the production of the number of graduates trained for that than current academic institutions are putting in. So not, I need to do 10% more. We need to double as academia, the number that we are putting out. And it's not actually exactly scaled to what we are currently doing. There's going to be a large number of, say, associates level kinds of training that needs to happen, which is not currently in the pipeline at all, or at least not strong. If you take quantum science, the quantum workforce growth is currently projected at 30% per year, or maybe you read a different source, if it's 50% per year. I don't care which of those numbers you believe, they're both enormous compared to the training opportunities that we have in place right now. So we need to think about a new educational training pipeline that can scale at something like 30% per year, drastic increases in the number of students we train. We also care a lot about feeding that pipeline with a big and diverse population. We know that there are lots of populations that have not been part of these, relatively speaking, lucrative career pathways in the past, and we want to do better than that in the future. So what does that mean? How do we reach those populations? And so really this leads to the question of how do universities train a very large, many more students for these kind of workforces than what we're currently doing. So our new QSC degree program provides one example of both things we need to think about and constraints on the system. As I said, we have an MS and PhD program in quantum science and engineering. It's an interdisciplinary program with 30 faculty from 6 departments who participate in it. Just as a quick sense of the timeline, we started planning for this degree program in 2018. We did a bunch of workshops with companies employing in this space in 2019. We did a bunch of applications for NSF NRT programs to try to get some seed funding. Ultimately, UD decided to do it on its own in 2021. We fall 2022, we matriculated our first class of students. So far, we've enrolled 14 PhD and 4 master's students. So it's starting, it's not huge, but we have it up and moving. So what do I want to say today? I have 3 goals for today's talk. The first is to tell you how did we gather data on the specific skills that are needed by industry for these particular tracks. The second is how did we design a program that would teach those skills? And the third is what are the implementation challenges? So let's start on the first one. So today, from the point of view of a quantum science and engineering workforce, if someone asked me what does industry need, I would say go read this paper. It captures it extremely well. But that came out, you will notice in 2020, when we started in 2018, that wasn't there. So we did it by talking to companies. We called our friends who work at all the companies investing in quantum computing. We brought them to UD for a workshop and said, here's what we've heard so far. Here's what we're thinking. What do you think? What do you need? What do you want to see in your graduates? The technical skills that they're looking for, things like how do you make process semiconductors? How do you think about physics? How do you think about optical interactions? How do you think about scaling and engineering are all captured nicely in that article, and I'm not going to repeat them. Importantly, I would say those technical skills are almost identical between semiconductor CHIPS Act kind of things and the quantum science industry. There is a very tiny difference between those two things. There is a specific amount of knowledge in quantum about language for what quantum control means. But other than that, it's a very strong overlap with the technical skills. So I think these two things are very closely aligned. Industry tells us they need people with hands-on experience, especially with state-of-the-art equipment. Said it cannot find enough people who've used these tools before, the kinds of things we need them to use when they come to work for us, they've never seen them before. We need people who have hands-on experience. We need people who have a shared vocabulary so they can talk to each other. We need the physicist and the material scientist and the electrical engineer and the computer scientist to all be able to talk to each other with a shared vocabulary that allows them to address what they call full stack. So that means you want to be able to think about the whole picture. How do you talk to each other? How do you, if as a physicist, somebody said, well, we have this, what did that mean to the computer scientist? Do they know what the implication of that is for the program that they're writing? And so, and finally, you need people who can communicate effectively. We hear that over and over again. So here's 2 quotes that summarize the points, and I've highlighted what I kind of want you to pay the most attention to, but I'll give you a second to read these 2 before we move on. So I highlighted parts because you can see from the highlighting, the need from the quantum science point of view and the CHIPS Act point of view are really, really very similar. Hands-on experience, particularly with state-of-the-art equipment, and in particular, more master's graduates. John, it's not written in this quote, but one of the things John said is we keep hiring PhDs for jobs that we want masters to do because we can't find any master's students who've had enough time experience with these tools. How do we change that? Okay, so what were our objectives when we created our QSE program? Our objectives were to offer hands-on experience with this expensive state-of-the-art equipment to both masters and PhD, to balance that full stack breadth of expertise with in-depth knowledge, maximally active learning, and make it accessible to a broad and diverse community. Let's start with that bottom part. How do we make it accessible to a broad and diverse? First thing we did is design it so that you don't have to have had quantum mechanics before. So we're not excluding populations that have never had access to that before, which historically has been predominantly physicists, but we need now chemists, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, et cetera. So make it open that way. Bachelor's degree in any STEM field, there's some math and so forth requirements because we know you need that to survive in the, to succeed, I should say, in the graduate coursework. No GRE, there's strong evidence that that does not correlate with success. We're going to need the exact same thing when we talk about Semiconductor and CHIPS Act. We need to be able to access populations that didn't do semiconductor manufacturing bachelor's degrees because those things don't exist. And particularly as we look to tap the network of smaller universities and colleges across the country, most of them don't have something like that. So we need entry points that don't have that background already. One of the things we've been doing is a survey of low-income, diverse high school and undergraduate students who might be interested in these pathways. And one of the things that's interesting is basically they have no idea these jobs exist. So the idea that we are going to create this training program, and there's this large demand of students to get into it because they see these jobs as not true. Right? The companies say they need it, we can put these training programs in place, but the students aren't going to know it's there unless our efforts also include outreach to make sure they find out about it, because they don't know now. All right, what about a maximally hands-on curriculum? I'm going to make this part relatively brief. We did a collaborative design process over a course of about 6 months in which the faculty all worked together to say, what do we want to see in every element of this curriculum? Let's draft it, let's go over it, let's make sure what's in course A goes to course B, et cetera. And in particular, whoops, I forgot to say on the bottom one here, we required all of our faculty who are participating in this to add active learning or significant project-based activities to every course. So whether it was an existing course or a new course, that had to be a part of it, had to do that. What does it look like? In our current QSE program, all the students, masters and PhD, take 3 common courses: an introduction to quantum computation and quantum information, an engineering course about how to engineer scalable systems in the quantum realm, and professional skills, predominantly professional communication. These are the kind of topics we cover: qubits, quantum gates, applications, scalability, design, reliability, error correction, et cetera, communication, ethics, a little bit of networking, professional content. From there, they follow one of 3 tracks for depth. First one is the quantum nanotechnology track. Basically, think of this as the experimentalist track. You're working on the hardware, the materials, et cetera. There's a theory track, so you can think of this like your physicist theorist. I want to control electrical pulses or optical pulses to control how something works. I need to know, in physics parlance, the Hamiltonian of the system I'm going to be interacting with, but you're not an experimentalist. And then we have a quantum algorithms and computation track. Think of this as the computer science side of quantum information. How do I write machine language and or quantum computing programs? Today, I'm only going to tell you about that first one, the quantum nanotechnology track, which overlaps the most strongly with all the CHIPS Act kind of workforce growth that we need. So what does that track look like? We require a course in applied quantum mechanics, an introduction to quantum hardware, and actually pop these up as I go. So applied quantum mechanics, assuming no prior knowledge, using realistic semiconductor devices as the test case to teach what we're talking about. Significant emphasis on practical, by which we mean approximation and mathematical methods for solving problems, et cetera, and a writing project as part of it. We have an introduction to quantum hardware course, which covers the strengths and weaknesses of the various platforms and how do you compare them. Should you use superconducting qubits versus cold atoms versus whatever for any particular application? What are their strengths and weaknesses? What are the metrics you should use for comparison? Hands-on elements of that class as well. We have an experimental techniques class that is entirely hands-on, all about electronics, optics, computer interfaces, quantum, et cetera, quantum experiments, et cetera. And a couple of elective, then the semiconductor device design class, that's a hands-on lab in a dedicated nanofab teaching lab. Fabricating complete devices, lithography, deposition, etch characterization. They make LEDs or solar cells or something like that over the course of the semester. And then some electives. So where do they do this kind of hands-on training? So in our at our university, we have 5 relevant facilities. First one in the lower left is our UD nanofabrication facility, basically analogous to what you're looking at through the windows down here in Singh. We have an electron microscopy facility, materials growth facility, an advanced materials characterization facility, and a shared solid state photonics laboratory. So those are the primary facilities where students are going to get a chance to work with state-of-the-art equipment. Some of the research that we do includes things like on-chip quantum photonics, 2D materials for integration with photonic devices, quantum magnetics, other kinds of things like that. And so for PhD students, you're going to work with a faculty research advisor on a research project like this in a sort of traditional PhD style. For master students, our goal is to get them much more into facilities with much higher levels of interaction with the professional staff who run the tools in those facilities, from whom they can learn an awful lot more about running those tools than they can from me or any of my faculty colleagues. What are we thinking about in terms of the CHIPS Act and semiconductor device manufacturing? Our tentative plan right now, and don't quote this because we're talking it through right now, is to have core courses that look like electronic materials processing, materials characterization, nano-electronic device principles, that's essentially an electrical engineering device physics approach, and semiconductor device design and fabrication, with electives in areas like optoelectronics, solid state materials, electron microscopy for characterization, et cetera. What we want is to have them finish that master's degree program with extensive hands-on work in those same facilities I told you about before. So how do we get them in there? Lots and lots of hands-on hours. Okay, so I think I've probably answered most of the, or at least said a lot about how we designed a program to teach this variety of skills. So let's go on to one more thing, which is the implementation challenges. And today I'm going to talk about two of them. Everything's expensive and tuition is expensive. Right? So I told you that we have two elements of these programs that involve our semiconductor device design and fabrication class. That's a 3-credit class that they take. And we have this idea of many hands-on hours working directly in these facilities. So let's look at the first one, just the class level first. We know that if you're doing high volume hands-on teaching on research equipment is not feasible. You're not running a class like an undergraduate or a first year graduate level class in the Singh Center NanoFab down here or in ours at UD, because the research cannot tolerate the downtime that's associated. When you're learning, you make mistakes. That's a normal part of the learning process. We need to accommodate that, and we can't accommodate that in those research facilities. So what are we doing? What we have is a hands-on lab for those initial courses. It's a dedicated NanoFab teaching lab. It is only used for teaching. Much lower level equipment than the research grade facility, but it's all dedicated for that teaching. And they can do a complete device fabrication, lithography, photolithography, deposition, etching, characterization, things like that. Like I said, solar cells, LEDs, those kinds of projects. Well, that's great, right? So let's do that everywhere. Well, the only reason we were able to do that is because we spent $1 million to renovate our old clean room after we built a new research grade clean room. Right, so our buy-in cost was relatively modest at about $1 million. For somebody else, somewhere else to build that, it's many $1 million. And that is simply not feasible for most small universities. Primarily undergraduate, MSI, et cetera, type institutions, there's no way they're going to be able to do that, either with the initial investment or with the ongoing operational costs. So what does that mean? I think that means that we, R1 institutions, have to figure out how to make our facilities available to those students. We've got to get more students from a much broader pool than just our undergraduates into these facilities. That has a lot of challenges, right? So now how do we do that, right? We know how to run a 3-credit class and have an instructor assigned to it and have a TA for it in the normal semester. How do I do that in the winter session, in the summer session? And how do I bring those students onto campus? And if they're from a small institution that's not within driving distance, how do we handle their housing? If we want students from low income backgrounds, how do we make sure that they can afford to do that over the summer or the winter when they may otherwise be working to afford to pay for college? There's a ton of challenges there, but in my mind, we have to tackle those challenges because that's the only way we're going to scale at the level we need to for this industry. What about this in the research facilities? We want those hands-on things. So now we're talking about mentored research where you have to have really high level of research because we can't tolerate a lot of learning mistakes. It has to be more like early graduate school work in which you're trying to develop a process or advance something, work and learn those machines by doing something that is useful in terms of advancing the capabilities of the machines, new recipes, other things like that. So who supervises that? If it's the staff in the facilities, that is taking a significant chunk of their time. How do you pay for that time? We can't throw 15 or 20 new master students into our fab and have the staff supervise them without something else breaking. Right? So we need more staff or something. We need a mechanism in place to fund that. How do we cover the operating costs, et cetera? This is not cheap. Right? Staff with these kinds of qualifications, operating costs for these facilities are big dollars. So how do we think about making this affordable? Our current QSE master's degree costs $40,000 in tuition. And we have it right now that you can complete it in 18 months, and I'm trying to figure out how we make that shorter. Honestly, I don't think that's a bad price. For the level of hands-on training with high quality stuff, that is not an unreasonable price, especially at least if you think of it in the context of what it costs us to operate that degree program. But that's completely out of reach for a lot of students, especially those from low socioeconomic status backgrounds. So what do we do about that? We have a couple things that we're working on. One of them is 4+1 programs. So a possibility to get both your bachelor's and your master's degree in 5 total years. If that's within UD, so a bachelor's in material science and a master's in quantum science or a master's in semiconductor device in 5 total years instead of 6 total years, that knocks a year off your education and saves you somewhere in the vicinity of $25,000 in tuition. We're also working on 3+2 programs, which is basically the exact same thing, except it's a bachelor's degree from someplace else and the master's degree from us. We have one in place right now with Westchester University, and we're looking to expand that. We're also working on federal funds to apply for scholarship money. So scholarships that we can offer to students from these low income backgrounds to be able to come in and take these master's degrees. So that's another thing that we're working on to make it work. Okay, whoops, yes. So that brings me to the end of what I was going to say today, which is not answers to everything, but at least posing some challenges that we see as we try to address these workforce needs. And then the idea here is to stimulate the conversation with the rest of you as we go along. I have to take the obligation as the director to advertise our program. If you have any students who are interested in quantum science, there's the address. Have them email me, have them go there. We would love to talk to them. And thank you for your attention.
Are there any questions specific to this program right now that we should get over as a detail before we start the general discussion session?
So how much are the students gonna be paid when they finish their masters?
Yeah, what's the salary?
What's the salary range?
What's the salary range for that?
I can't give you a statistical answer.
Sure.
Very well is my short answer. I mean, I think the entry level for somebody like Northrop Grumman who wants somebody to run a tool in this area would be 75,000 or something like that, 80,000 at a master's entry level. It's pretty good.
I mean, I'm aware in California, some of the quantum engineers you're looking for, they're starting them at 250K. Right, it's an incredible like reach for what we could do here on the East Coast, but you know.
But yeah,
40K is cheap compared to that.
40K is absolutely cheap compared to that. 100, absolutely, but not if you are trying to figure out how to pay rent next year. So like there's a long-term, short-term. How do we finance that? Pell grants, for example, we have some mechanisms in place for undergraduate, and those do not extend very nicely to graduate level stuff. So for the master's degree, that's actually harder for the student to be able to.
I'll ask more questions in the discussion.
Great.
Yeah, what kind of like enrollment have you seen for the like for the typical masters or like more than one?
So I should go back over here when I'm on the microphone. It's too early to say. So with the 4+1 programs between material science, physics, and the quantum science program, and the 3+2s went into effect basically last academic year. I don't have enough statistics to tell you. I can tell you that we do also have a 4+1 program between our bachelor's in material science and our master's in material science. And of last year's graduating class of 18 material science bachelor's degrees, 3 of them stayed to do the 1-year master's. That's the closest I have to statistics.
Are students from other universities, can they do a co-op at the University of Delaware? Because you were saying, how can they afford it? I was wondering, maybe a co-op, like Drexel has a co-op program here. Do students like take 9 months at the University of Delaware as a co-op?
I would love to do that, but correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand the way Drexel does it with those co-ops, they're generally working for a company and that company is paying for that co-op.
Right.
So if they come to UD, who's paying that salary? I don't have that fund, right? I would love to, but I don't have that fund. So I would love to get them in and I don't know how I pay that.
So I have a question about scalability. So you said you have 4 master's students and 12 or 16 PhD students, right?
Yeah.
So assume really huge workers demands, right? So if you have like 40, 50 master's students usually, how do you provide hands-on message?
Yeah, exactly. So our target number is 20 master students per year. I'm pretty confident I know how I'm going to handle that up to 10 master students per year. As we get up to 20, I think I'm going to spend a lot of time trying to figure out exactly how we get them mentorship in the fab and the electron microscopy and so forth. And it's going to have to involve hiring to have more people that can do that mentoring. Beyond about 20 a year, it's hard for me to see how we do it. Because I don't know that we have the capacity in our facilities and the number of staff and so forth to do much more than that. So I suspect that is our cap in that sense. That in the grand scheme of what the US has to do workforce training wise is irrelevant. So it only works if many, many other places start doing something similar.
Thank you. So for those of you who may have come in a little bit late, what we're doing now is we're moving into the discussion part of the session. And we're going to start that with two introductions of professionals here at Penn who have a lot of expertise on this area of programming, training students, outreach and retention. And they'll come up to the podium, introduce themselves, also have a slide about any best practices they've come across in their experience with working with trainees. And then the three panelists will be at the table, and we'll just start a room-wide discussion, and we hope you all participate.
Give the slide, next slide there. Matt, I'm going to print slides on this. Sure. Great. Start there.
Yeah. Well,
Did you want to start here or? Or
so
should
is
you?
anyone- do you have minutes?
No, I think you're not. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Go ahead, and then we'll.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Rainey, and I'm the Director of Advancing Women in Engineering and Special Programs here at the University of Pennsylvania. I have a couple slides just to kind of give you a little bit of my background and how I ended up here. I am a proud first-gen college student from College of the Holy Cross, Go Crusaders. Throughout my career, I've moved in a couple different industries, and I ended up in higher ed almost about 20 years ago. So I started my career in higher ed at Lincoln University out here in Oxford, Pennsylvania. It's a historically Black college, University HBCU. I spent time there as the director of the Women's Center. After I left Lincoln, I went on to Bryn Mawr College, which is a women's institution. I was the director of their career and professional development, and I saw a lot of students who were just trying to figure out where to go and what to do and how to be supported in their efforts. From Bryn Mawr, I ended up here at Penn. And so I've been really deliberate in terms of the types of populations that I wanted to work with at an HBCU, at a women's institution, and then ending up here at an Ivy. So that's my story, that's my path. What do? I expose historically marginalized and underrepresented populations to undergraduate research in the beginning of their college career. The literature pretty much states that we can use exposure to undergraduate research as a tool of retention, and that's really what we're focused on here. So we have a few scholars programs that we have created with donor support and university support as well, in which we are able to provide stipends for students to take on undergraduate research during their first summer between their first and sophomore year, and then between their sophomore and junior year as well. We also provide outreach to middle school students for STEM exposure. We run a middle school day camp, and that goal is for students to seriously consider studying engineering in college. We have students from the local area, sorry about that, and their perception of engineers are the people who drive the local elevated train, or the L, right, that we call it here in Philadelphia. So getting them to understand, coming over to the Singh Center where they can just kind of observe and do hands-on experiments, it really does get them excited. It also lets them know that they are not the only ones who kind of love math and who love science in that type of way. I also provide intentional programming for these particular populations that fosters community and belonging. Oftentimes when we are thinking about underrepresented populations, they may not see a lot of faculty or staff who look like them or share their same backgrounds, and they may feel as though they don't belong here or they shouldn't be here. So in order to be able to retain them in our school and in STEM in general, trying to create this level of programming is pretty important. And what can we do in terms of trying to build this pipeline? We can create opportunities to nurture and retain interest in STEM. We can highlight how STEM can impact communities. We need to show how it works beyond the textbook. What does it look like in an applied sense? How do we make it real for a lot of our students? We can connect with local communities to create engagement opportunities. So if you're doing outreach with local schools, if you are talking about your research, but opening it up to the public and it's not very high level, so that anyone kind of, can come off the street and just kind of understand and see how it applies to their particular lives here. And we provide students with alumni exposure who can offer first-person experience of what the workforce is like, i.e. like an external program or a shadowing program. We have found, not only here at Penn, but when I worked at Bryn Mawr, we had a lot of students who didn't understand like what all these careers really look like. So giving them opportunities to connect, have these types of informational interviews so that they just know what's out there. You don't know what you like unless you know what's out there in that type of way. And how can we provide students with easy pathways to make those particular connections? So that's what we can do. Those are some of the things that I've been involved with in terms of trying to build a pipeline.
1 second. This, I don't know what's going wrong with this. So, without feeling it. First, just. Pardon me, folks.
Just upgrade your operators.
Just is it this one day? Is that it?
Yeah, it's probably.
Just make sure.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I'm going to stand over here because I'm short. You can't see me over there. My name is Annie. I'm the managing director for the Center for Engineering and Mechanobiology, which is based in the building next door. We're an NSF funded research center. And so I guess a little bit different from what Matt's experience is. We're a non-degree granting center. And so I'll be talking in the next slide a little bit about the programs that we offer for developing this pipeline or pathway without having access to students enrolling in programs and offering them degrees. But a little bit about myself first. I went to Barnard College, which is a women's college in New York City for my undergrad. There I did 2, I guess, research experiences that really did set me on my path kind of to pursue STEM. And so I definitely see the value of these pathway programs. After I graduated, I took a little break from research and I was a clinical research coordinator at Weill Cornell Medical School, where there I did, I learned a lot more about what like hands-on training is. I think a lot of jobs do have that hands-on component, and absolutely in that role, everything I learned there, I learned kind of on the job. After that, I went and got my PhD from Duke University in genetics and genomics. And so my research focus is not quite what the Singh Center is focused on. But while I was there, I also did a lot of outreach and leadership and mentorship. And so these are kind of tenets that I've brought kind of in my future career. Before coming to the CEMB, I was an assistant director of career education in the professional development and career office at Johns Hopkins. And so there I worked primarily with PhD students and postdocs, helping them kind of figure out what they wanted to do, advising them on their careers as well. While I was there, I helped start up a career exploration curriculum that we call Options. That has a lot, I think, in common with what you've already heard about, which is exposing students to different careers, bringing in external and industry partners to kind of give them the real world, like hands-on experience of what a career in those fields might be. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in my coming slides. Okay, and so in our center, like I mentioned, we're not a degree granting center. And so we really focus on that pipeline or pathway to inspire students. We focus starting with the general public. I will say we don't really do specific programming per se for before high school, but we partner with the Franklin Institute and we're developing a mobile museum exhibit on mechanobiology to really inspire students at young ages to be interested in science. For the high school level, we have a high school teachers research experience program, an RET like program. And for this program in particular, in the last couple of years, we've actually partnered with Firsthand at the University Science Center, which has been a really great partnership because they also focus on training in workforce development training, but also in providing teachers and people that participate information on skills and ways to get positions without having to get a 4-year or a terminal degree. And so they really focus on ways that people even right outside of high school can get into the workforce and get well-paying jobs. For undergraduates, we have an undergraduate research experience, an internship over the summer. And we also have a new master's fellowship program. And this is a new program that we're offering that partners faculty and master's students at minority serving institutions with faculty from our R1 center. And so the goal is for these students to do collaborative research, bring the students up to one of our campuses to do research for the summer or for a short amount of time and do a collaborative thesis. And this is really aimed at hoping to kind of build those collaborations with schools that might not have the resources that a Penn or other R1s might. And then for graduate students, once we have graduate students in our labs, we offer a boot camp, which is a 2-week summer program to help students, as Matt put it, like have a shared vocabulary in this very interdisciplinary discipline, I guess. And we also offer training grants or pilot grants, so students get the opportunity to be a PI on a grant and learn what it's like to manage a grant. And so this is, I would say, primarily for training students that eventually want to be faculty. And then one of our newest programs, as we continue on the pathway, is for postdocs. And this is a way to recruit postdocs from diverse populations. We have a postdoc preview day where we'll bring students to Penn and our partner institutions to meet with faculty before they're applying to try to recruit them and get them into our labs. And if you're interested in any of these things, I have QR codes here for all the programs to also help promote if you know anybody who might be interested. And so from all these programs and from my experience, I have, I guess, 3 things that I wanted, I think are key lessons or considerations, and I think these have actually all been repeated or said already. And the first one is to really take a targeted, intentional recruitment approach or strategy to get students from diverse backgrounds, from different backgrounds into the STEM pipeline or pathway. So we go to like special interest conferences. We go to specific campuses that we want students to recruit students from, specifically to get students into our programs. And I think if you're coming from a university that I guess has a reputation, maybe like Penn, we fall into the trap, I guess, of assuming that the name is enough, and that's not enough, because a lot of the students that we talk with, talk about, even if they see the name, they can recognize the name, they think, that's not for me, or, they don't really want me there. And so going out to these places, having this recruitment strategy where you can meet students and talk with them, like, lets them know, like, oh, we want you too, and, there's a place for you here, and there's support for you here. And so that goes a long way. The next thing is to develop and utilize partnerships. And so in the spirit of the workforce development, one thing you could focus on is thinking about the future employers, as Matt was saying. And so we have done this again with our high school program here, but at Johns Hopkins, when I was working in the professional development with the programming that I the program curriculum that I developed, we would specifically invite people from different industries that we wanted to highlight and kind of work with them to develop workshops or multi-day workshops where they actually develop like an activity that gives students hands-on experience on like what they do. So I think in like the business side of science, they would work on creating like a market research portfolio or something like that. And I think this is a great way to get first year alumni involved, but also give again students that experience, just a little taste of, you know, what it could be like to do that job in a different field. And lastly, in thinking about supporting the student once they're here, I think if you have the capacity to definitely take an individualized approach to mentoring, getting to know the students, but you know, as much as you can, and trying to target their interests and find a good fit for them, kind of in whatever company you're in or whatever field that they want to go into. And I'm happy to talk more about any of this stuff in the Q&A as well.
Let's give everybody a round of applause. Sure. Okay, great. Are there any questions from the audience to start us off with our discussion? Eric.
So this is related most closely to Matt's presentation. So those eye-popping numbers for the number of people we need, are those, is that number for terminal degrees, or is that the entire
This one? This one too? No. Did we turn it off?
And I'm just going to repeat the question, which was wanting more details about where the protected workforce numbers come from. Does that include all degrees and all parts of the industry, or is that specifically for the
degrees?
Yeah.
Right. So the short answer is I don't have a precise answer. The number of so for example, McKinsey and other like those kind of industry trackers are doing a lot of these estimates. And I don't always trust those analyses to capture all of those details. My best guess is that it is not predominantly terminal degrees. I think that if you look at quantum, which is a side where I know it better than in the CHIPS Act, but I think it extrapolates, the number of PhDs that are being trained is below the threshold, but not drastically below the threshold. But it's who's going to fabricate it as we start making things at scale? Who's going to test it? Who's going to develop processes where that process development might be directed by a PhD, but might be executed by 5 or 10 master's level employees? My guess is that's the bigger problem.
Who's going to fix the vacuum?
Exactly, right. Who fixes the vacuum pump? Who understands in the dilution fridge that it's when you're doing this RF coax wiring to control your superconducting qubit, it's not just enough to get your RF signal down, you also have to manage your thermal load, like those kinds of things. That's going to be highly skilled technicians. And my guess is that that's the biggest gap. But it's a guess.
Can I follow up on that with you're talking about master's degrees, and I'm thinking about efficacy of time. And I'm wondering why a master's degree is opposed to a one-year certificate program that actually just teaches the skills in the program.
Excellent question. I get this question from our university as well. Why not know the certificate program? The answer is probably we should, right? There are less rules for that than there are for masters. So the pathway to creating that is a little less clear, but I think we probably need to do exactly that. But actually I had a conversation yesterday with Richard Ross, who directs the Masters in Quantum Science program at UCLA. And they intentionally designed their master's program to be 1 year. It's extremely intense. It's fall semester, spring semester, they're on whatever, they're on trimesters, but they're that plus the summer, but in 1 year, you're done. And I'm trying to think, how do we do that? Because I think we do need to get that time down. I think that makes it more accessible to people, for sure. And to be honest, I think probably we're going to have to figure out how to push it to bachelor's level too. Like, why do you necessarily need the master's? If we can figure out how to get bachelor's programs that involve this training in the last year or two, there's a lot of reason to think about that too.
And I think certainly a certificate program would also expand, let you go beyond the UD community a little bit easier, right, to bring in students.
Yeah, so for example, if we wanted to offer a certificate in principles of nanofabrication, we could teach people and get them through a hands-on nanofab teaching lab in a 3-week course or something like that. We could offer some certificates like that. I think we very much want to do that. Exactly how we structure and pay for it, I don't know. But one thing to be slightly careful about, I think, is if there's a certificate course that's the equivalent of taking 3 or 4 college graduate level courses, or a certificate that's a 3-week boot camp, like those certificates mean very, very different things. Master's degree has a certain amount of that it involves a certain minimum amount of training. I get slightly nervous with the certificates because there's no baseline, and so what they mean could vary a lot.
So, but I think it's important to differentiate between hours or amount of training and training to a specific skill set. And the analogy that I'll give you that seems to be pretty successful nationally is people coming out with bachelor's degrees in a science and then doing a 1-year certificate to gain the RN in nursing. Right? They're qualified nurses, they have to pass the licensing exams.
For sure, I think that's a great idea. And I think in the context of Eric's question about where is the biggest workforce gap, who fixes the pump? Probably isn't a master's degree person. Right? That's probably more like the new version of a technical community college associate's level degree. And we have a good, decidedly imperfect, but there is a national system for those kinds of technical colleges for a bunch of degrees that do not include these fields. How do we expand to do that? Right? How do we take and for us, it's Delaware Technical Community College, which is quite good at what they do, but it does not include training for the support staff who are going to run inside a foundry. Right? How do we start offering things to them? Delaware Tech Community College cannot stand up and teaching them, right? That's not going to happen. How do we partner with them to train those students? How do we get those students into our facility to train those things? But I think those are I don't have the answer to that at all, but I think that's the question we have to be trying to solve.
Right, I just wanted to give some insight from the industry. So this is actually, for Heidelberg Instruments, we've been looking for service engineers all the time. And I know this is the same for Wraith, for example. I mean, service engineers are people that fix the machines. And I see, from what you presented is you're trying to train people that are users of this equipment, but not necessarily the people that are in the end going to fix them. And this is actually very hard to find right now. So I think as CHIPS Act is pouring more money into industry and research, I think we're still, if we don't pay attention on workforce training for the service, so the required service personnel, and these are jobs that you don't need a bachelor's degree or even a master's degree. We've been looking for associate degrees. And on top of that, you would maybe need people that's maybe a shorter training that could give them the terminology that you would need to communicate with the customers in the end. But so I don't think we really are looking for, on the industry side, looking for a master's degree to actually just fix a machine, right? I mean, 80 or 70% of that job could be done by people that have former training in electrical engineering or occupational jobs. And would need just some extra additional training to be able to communicate or to understand where exactly the problems are. So I think that is something that should be looked at as well.
Hi, everybody. My name is Linda Gers, and I'm from Community College of Philadelphia. And we have a partnership with the Singh Center here for students to have an internship, and it's in its second year. And it has been very positive. A lot of these students that are referenced in the talks are our students, and they have come here the past 2 summers and they've had a great experience. All of them have continued on even to bachelor's degrees or progress to do that. So I just wanted to add that the internship working here at this center has been a positive. And I just wanted to mention that because it's relevant to that question. Thank you.
But can I follow up on that? I don't, maybe Gerald or maybe Mark is the right answer. How do you do that? How do you support that internship? Who staff-wise makes that happen on this side?
We can start with you, Kristen. We can start with Q. How do you want to do that? So
So this is part of our NNCI math grant. So we're being funded by the NSF, National Science Foundation, to partner with Community College of Philadelphia and to run this internship program, which started also trying to pilot and talk to industry about their needs. So the question that's coming up too would be how do we sustain beyond earnings? And Dr. Kim, who works with the interns very directly, I don't know if you have ideas about, I mean, not to put you on the spot, but both the experience of the internship and then also the finance system.
So how to operate the internship program? So we have some limited number of staff members, right? So in reality, so I manage interns, and one of my colleague, a staff member, he manages interns, basically. But we also have what we call graduate student fellow. So they are all master's students. So second year master's students. They took hands-on lab session. In the first year of their master's degree, the second year, they became graduate student fellow. They have a lot of experiences in clean room, and we give some mentoring program between interns and master's students. So actually, interns learn a lot from graduate students. So in terms of age, sometimes community college students are older or kind of same age. But they can communicate really actively. So that was, we got some good feedback about that mentoring part. So University of Delaware, you guys have master students. If you pair master students with interns, that might be a good idea. And then it could reduce the burden for the members.
So in terms of how to fund something like this, as far as I can tell in my brief survey of the audience, the Dean of Engineering is not here. So in addition to funding from the NSF, we also invest our own funds from the Singh Center in this program because we believe that partnering with the Community College of Philadelphia and educating these technicians or giving this nanotechnology technician training to the associate's degree folks is very important. That said, in the long term, what we're eager to do is to come to Heidelberg or Lab 14 and say, you know, hey, if you really need people like this, we have a mechanism for training them. Would you be willing to take on an intern or supervise an intern or fund an intern? Typically, what we fund them is not the level of what a master's or a PhD intern would get in industry. Is much more modest, but we do have to fund, we do have to pay them something, because if we don't, these community college students that have needs, right, they're might be supporting a household or what have you, will have to get a summer job somewhere else instead, and we want their summer job to be useful for their future career. So ultimately, our goal is to make this sustainable by turning to our industry users of this facility, identifying their needs, and hopefully convincing them that it's a good idea to fund these modest internships and get some of these folks educated.
Actually, this is a great segue into sort of broadening the conversation to stakeholders and partners. And so we've touched a little bit on industry partners, community college and other higher ed partners. but maybe we could just go down the panel line and talk about ideas for what's needed to build those partnerships if they don't exist yet, what is needed to maintain them if they do exist, and how do we continue to strengthen that so that this can work as an ecosystem to build a workforce.
Okay. Okay. So I do think that there needs to be concerted effort in terms of bringing entities together, right? That typically don't swim, so to speak, in the same pond. So thinking about CCP, community college, or some of the other kind of local community colleges and bringing them to campus to kind of get a sense of, these are the students that we have, this is the profile of the student that we have. What do you need, Penn? Well, this is what we need. We're looking for talent in this type of way. How do we bridge that together? Then speaking to industry, as we've talked about, like, these are our needs. So how can the three of us get together and how can we benefit the student? I think there's something also to be said in terms of thinking about making connections with high schools, vocational types of technical high schools, in terms of thinking about, this is the path and this is what it's going to look like. You don't necessarily need a 4-year bachelor's degree. You may not even need a 2-year associate degree because you've already had this level of technical training, and we've maybe brought in graduate students from Penn to teach these courses or to do some level of mentorship. So you're already starting at the ground level, like you're already getting a jump in that type of way. So I think just trying to leverage the resources that actually sit within our community that we may not think of in terms of, that's the first partner I would want to go to, would be a good place to start. And there's something to be said about trying to mine from high schools in terms of thinking about alternative career paths. They don't always lead to a 4-year degree. And there are very lucrative opportunities that you can sustain in terms of, you know, having a family, making do for yourself, that can be, you know, really rewarding and also lucrative at the same time.
Yeah, I think that was really well said. I think what I was thinking was making sure to, or finding partners where you have not just common interests, but it's like a two-way street, I guess is how I would put it, right? So that the needs of both parties are met. And I think it's clear, like, when you're establishing those partnerships, of what those are and what you can both offer and what you both need. And then thinking about, I actually love what you said about the high schools. We work with a high school now, Science Leadership Academy at Beaver, for those of you who are in the Philly area. They, I think, were either a former how to vote tech program or something, but now they've transitioned to engineering. And we had one of their teachers this summer in our RET program, and super, super eager to engage with partners. You know, even at that high school level, they have these capstone projects now that could be another way to kind of get students trained and involved in projects, I guess, not even just the high school level, but at the university level too, with these capstones.
I don't think I have anything to add to those ideas about how we build relationships. I guess the main point that I think about a lot is it takes person power to do that. Like everything that these guys have described is a job. Someone has to spend time managing those relationships, building those partnerships, building the trust, establishing the communication. And I guess I have my experiences from one university that I think it probably extrapolates. We're generally not very good at investing in that, right? We like say, hey, this is how we teach it, and now we just expect people to show up. We have to put person power on it, and that costs money. And that's, I think, one of the big challenges to getting those relationships built, is we need to put enough people on it.
Well, we have to define it as a priority. Like we have dollars, so we know where we spend them. And so if we deem things to be a priority, then that's where the dollars will go. So I think it just kind of comes down to the question, is this a priority? And if it is, then we need to, you know, go full thrust, so to speak, in terms of making those particular things happen. We all make decisions about how we spend our money.
From the audience, are there perspectives or ideas you'd like to put forth?
So Matt, to one of your points you talked about earlier, you know, and I'll frame it this way. The way I see the Singh Center, the way I see the UDL NANFAB, you know, we're all part of this national research capacity for advanced research, right? State-of-the-art equipment. That's a research capacity. that was not built as a teaching capacity, right? And so I love what you said, is like, let's reinvest a little bit. Let's bring up the old fab that we had and making it teaching. How many of those do we actually really need to meet this demand that we're seeing? And that's a bigger question, because that's really dollars to cents in manpower and equipment and renovation. I mean, so I'm open to hearing what your opinions are on that and addressing that.
Great question. I don't know. I haven't done run the estimate on that. It's not 300 across the country, right? It's 50-ish, maybe 30-ish. I don't know. If you look at the number of places that have what I would call tier 1 nanofabrication facilities, that's roughly 35 or 40 across the country. If those 35 or 40 institutions also did this, we probably are at the capacity, provided that we use it in a year-round fashion. And it doesn't make sense for us to use one of those facilities for my spring semester 3-credit class and then not the rest of the year. Like, we've got to get the community college, the associate, everybody else coming. We got to crank it year round. We want uptime. But I don't know. That's off the top of my head. I would guess it's on that order.
So in terms of the students that aren't attending a university as a bachelor's, master's, in the graduate level, if you have somebody that's coming or that wouldn't necessarily be looking at a university as a place that would have resources for them to do job development, let's say connecting an associate's degree receiver to these industry jobs, I guess positing is that something that is currently available to not somebody that's not going to attend a university to use those resources that the university has? And then if not, how do we make that connection? Or is it our responsibility to see that gap existing and connecting with people that we know to deal with it or to address it, rather than having them come through a university to make that to connect that pathway for them?
Yeah. So with my center, we don't have, I guess, user facilities like the Singh Center. But not the point, but I guess I'd like to ask maybe as folks who run these user facilities, do you need to be affiliated with a university? Or you're also saying people in companies, someone who's looking to break into the field, kind of getting experience, right?
Did they talk to you, Michelle, if they're not a student, or could they use those resources that aren't necessarily physically made in the lab, but just community connecting?
So no, not me. But that's not necessarily my job and how it's defined. I think that, how you build your center in terms of the different types of positions really speaks to what your goal and your mission is, right? In that type of way. So if your mission involves community engagement, community development in that type of way, then hopefully there's some level of a position, half, partial, whole, that is focused to kind of do that. And so you then have these kind of open events where people are kind of coming through. I think about it in terms of a maker space, it's a maker spaase and everyone kind of comes in and they're machining and they're welding. I'm no engineer, I'm just playing. But that's my vision, right? Because we have them in local communities in the city and things like that. So if a part of your center is to do that, then there is at least one person, a part-time person who does that. And then they make outreach, they make inroads in terms of being that point of contact to do that. So maybe a part of their job would be, we're going to put on a talk and Matt is going to give a talk and he's going to, talk about all the things that he does and how it relates to, whatever's local and whatever is topical in that particular community. So come one, come all, that type of thing. And then the community sees that there's actually someone who's doing this, and then maybe that's where that kind of communication comes in. Matt could then also go to a high school and, you know, be on the speaker panel for its career day, right? Like these really basic things that we do, but again, it's about exposure, it's about awareness, it's about just kind of being out front. So I think when I think about those types of positions, they exist if the point of the center is community development and community outreach. Standardly, as a university, and I work way over there with the undergrads, that wouldn't necessarily be my role as outward facing, but there are different positions in various centers that we have on campus where that's exactly what they do. And that would be the point that someone would want to reach out to.
I'm gonna piggyback on that. So there are two sides to it. That's the first side, which is getting out into the community so they know what is there. And you've got to do that in order for those populations to even know that this is something that they could access. Second thing is from our side or my side, from the offering that training, you have to have things in place for that. So a question that we get asked all the time is, how are you going to make this available to people who are already working full-time and want to retrain for a new job? How are you going to make this available for people who want to change jobs? Do you have distance learning available so people can do it remotely from, while they're doing their other job? All of those sound great, but I don't know how to run a remote hands-on training program, right? That's not how it works, right? So I don't know how to do that, because if we're going to give you hands-on experience, which is what we hear the companies want, how do I balance those two things? I think the certificate program things is probably a key piece of this. We need a low barrier to entry starting point that has a 2 or 3 week, like you could afford to take your vacation time to give this a try. You can do it after hours somehow to get the first step in it to see whether it's for you, so that you can then chase it down. I think we're going to have that not 3 credit class, that short modular piece be a key entry point. But we got to figure out how to implement that.
Yeah, if I could just add, so thinking about it now and thinking about Michelle's response, like I think, yes, like even for our center, we do have an outreach component, but a lot of those services, I guess, are reserved for people that participate in our programs. They don't need to be university students, but they apply to a certain program, and then they can kind of have those services of somebody who can kind of guide them. But communities also have career coaching offices and departments and things like that. Like I know within Philadelphia, if you go up to 40th or 50th, like there's an office where people can go and utilize services. And this makes me think that maybe those are people we should reach out to as well and form connections with. And so we can kind of, if people come to them wanting a job, anything in this area, they're interested, they can be like, oh, but have you considered this school or this certificate program to get into that field? Sounds like a good idea.
I know in Pennsylvania, we have organizations like Career Link, or, working with community colleges, those types of things where you are trying to change your job or your mid-career, you're thinking of something else. And that's where they're good at what they do. You are good at what you do back there at community college, right? Like, exactly how to make this work for a working professional, for someone who's trying to do that. We may not be that great. We're great at a lot of things, but we may not be that great at that. So let's find the partners who actually know what they're doing and then kind of bring it together as a collective in that particular way. So but those are the things I think about, those kind of agencies that sit in the community that offer, resume writing, interview skills, basic kind of skills, but also these types of certificate programs where, like you said, it's a 2 to 3 week kind of situation. You come away with the certificate, and then you can either, move up in your job or just be marketable and, just have options. We love options, right? We love options.
Fortunately, our session time is coming to an end, has come to an end, but I want to thank the panelists, but I also want to thank you. I hope this has been provocative. I also hope you go away thinking that this is a national priority now, and a societal problem, potentially an increasing problem, and thinking about, as the system is working out how to deal with it, what you also can do as an individual in your role, whether you are in STEM, whether you're in education, whether you're in industry, and thinking about sort of the influence you have in your networks. But let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you, everyone.
So right now is a segue into our last session on research talks. And we're gonna go ahead and introduce, I think Professor Ugordovich is actually online and she's going to be presenting here. Dr. Ugordovich is the director of light microscopy and associate professor at Temple University, and she's actually going to be delivering this virtually since she is away. So let's see here. Professor Ugordovich, are you online?
I am. I'm right here.
You should have the ability to share your screen.
Okay, I am ready.
So just let us see if we can throw that on there, and then I'm gonna raise the volume just a little bit here.
All good?
I think we are. Give me 1 second. I just wanna make sure we can see it. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. I will do my best to keep in my 13-minute allotted time. So thank you for this invitation. We've been working with the Singh Center since the lab has formed in 2015 when I came to Temple, and I'm deeply grateful for the help of several different people who have helped us along the way, especially Eric Johnston, who trained me at first, and then several of my people, and helped us with the design and manufacturing of several of our devices. So as mentioned, I'm associate professor, director of light microscopy. I'm at Temple University, primarily at bioengineering department, but also affiliated with the Fels Cancer Institute and Fox Chase Cancer Center. And as I'm super passionate about microscopy, this is what we're focusing on. We're going to be talking about real-time microscopy of cancer cell interactions with their tumor microenvironment. And so what our lab is focusing on is metastatic cascade, primarily in the breast cancer, but we do different types of cancers as well. And the way that metastatic cascade in our simplified view of not biologists works is that there's basically a ball of really dense proliferating cancer cells forming in the duct of breast, and they're surrounded by this extracellular matrix called basement membrane, and around that there's a bunch of collagen fibers that get extended from relaxed fashion. They get tensed and extended as the tumor is growing, and they finally burst both from proliferation, so passive action, and then active action of invasion of cancer cells, which are degrading this basement membrane using enzymes. And then cancer cells migrate on these extended stiff collagen fibers, and they enter into the blood vessels, and then they exit at secondary organs such as brain and lung and liver and so on. So metastasis is practically driven by motility, and it's catalyzed by the extracellular matrix and the changes in mechanical properties of extracellular matrix. The way that we're studying the metastasis is multi-scale microscopy. So we use fluorescent proteins, but also different dyes and the click chemistry and so on to label 2D, 3D cell cultures, preclinical mouse models, patient-derived organoids, but also we put cells in microfluidic chambers. And we use all sorts of microscopy, including laser confocal, multiphoton microscopy for mice, and most recently light sheet microscopy. We get a ton of data in 4 dimensions, so 3 dimensions in time. And then we do some machine learning for phenotype classifications, and we collaborate with computational physicists in terms of modeling and predicting the best possible new experiments. And I just want to introduce you, because I'm sure many of you haven't heard of Invadopodia structures, which are one of the behavior types of cancer cells. They exist both in vitro and in vivo. So motility of cancer cells, let's say in vitro, so in the dish, can be lateral, so they move in X and Y, and the structures are called lamellipodia in the front of the cell. And then in Z, they're called invadopodia. So these are little finger-like protrusions which basically go in Z and dig holes, kind of like a jackhammer does in the street. So they dig tiny little holes 1 micron in size, and degrading this extracellular matrix. And they were hypothesized since their discovery as essential for metastasis. And of course, as microscopists, we love studying them because they're so small and they're very dynamic, so they keep changing in real time. So this is approximately how they look like in 3D. So Invadopodia has been shown in the dishes, but when I became a postdoc, I wanted to know what's their role in metastasis. So in vivo, we started recording these movies inside a mouse through a window, labeling blood vessels, looking at the collagen fibers in purple, cancer cells in green, and in real time. So we found Invadopodia around the blood vessels as a part of what's called perivascular niche. If you zoom into single cell level, this is how they look like. So they wrap around collagen fibers, and they exist around the blood vessels. And you can see them digging into the blood vessel. And we were able, because Invadopodia need to dig over a couple of days in order to for the cell to enter into the blood vessel, we needed to label them somehow in order to follow them through days. So as I said, we used this imaging window, and we photoconverted fluorescent proteins in order to know which cell has Invadopodia. So the images look approximately like this. So we take a field of 100 cells and we photoconvert, changing color from green to red. And then we start following on a daily basis what happened to the cells. And basically cells that have Invadopodia, they disappear into the blood vessel, and those that don't, they just move around a little bit, but they're unable to enter into the blood vessel and metastasize into the lung. And you can see these red cells have metastasized. So importantly, Invadopodia inhibition stops metastasis, and we show that pharmacologically and genetically. So now that we know Invadopodia is essential for metastasis, we wanted to see how they're related to proliferation of cancer cells and the cell cycle, because this is what the drugs in clinic are targeting. So the cell cycle goes G1, the cell doesn't really do much. S, DNA is doubling. G2, cytoplasm is doubling. M, the two daughter cells form. And we have kind of a traffic light fluorescent protein set called Fuji, changing red, yellow, green throughout the lifetime of the cell. And so it's a nuclear marker. In addition, we labeled the Invadopodia, and the movies look something like this. So the Invadopodia are little dots, and you can see the colors changing. And if we label extracellular matrix in green, we can see these dots, black dots, that are degradation dots. So practically we showed that Invadopodia exists in G1, so in the youth of the cell. And of course, this is not just the case in 2D, but also in 3D. So the red cells in spheroids are the ones invading, because those are the ones with invadopodia. Those are the ones invading. This is not only true in vitro, but also in vivo. So we showed that perivascular niches are full of invadopodia that are in G1, meaning red nucleus. So you can see red nuclei and the little invadopodia dots all around this purple blood vessel. And if you go with your eyes to the right side, you can see degradation of the extracellular matrix as yellow dots. And we are now using this with clinicians of Fox Chase Cancer Center to develop a biomarker of invadopodia in the patient tissues. So we linked invadopodia to the perivascular niche, so blood vessel. But what happens to the perineural niches? Because tumors don't only have blood vessels, but they also have nerves going parallel to the blood vessels inside the tissue. So we're now studying perineural niches and looking into the nerves. We showed that they exist inside the breast cancer. And for example, on the left, you can see these white long stretches. They are axons, so extensions of neurons into the breast cancer. And also on the right, again, you can see purple tumor and you can see white nerves. And this is immunofluorescence. Importantly, these are not just any nerves, but they're sensory nerves. So sensory nerves are in charge of sensing mechanical properties of the tissue. And we showed that sensory innervation is increased in the breast tumor. And again, you can see the yellow and the green sensory neurons in the breast tumors. They're mostly C and A delta fibers, for those of you who know neuroscience. And we went back to in vitro, showing that stiffness of the connective tissue of the extracellular matrix increases exogenesis of sensory neurons. So as the breast is getting stiffer throughout the tumor progression, the sensory nerves get longer and longer axons. So innervation, again, increases with stiffness, and innervation increases with tumor progression. So we showed that specifically comparing 5, 20, and 100 kilopascal stiffness, and this is where our microfluidic devices come about. And we also used AFM at the pen. One challenge was that co-cultures are full of different types of cells, including Schwann cells, not just neurons. So we decided to make a microfluidic chamber that will separate to two compartments. So as I said, we used AFM and we basically made microfabricated devices using Singh resources. And you can see this, this is a publication in progress, device for testing axon cancer cell interactions that we produced in Singh. And we can use it in 2 dimensions. In the white, you can see axons that are basically crossing from one to the other compartment of the device. And then this is basically how it looks in 3D. We can also put spheroids, we can put the organoids on the other side. And in purple, you can see invading spheroid, and in white, again, axons in the compartment. So I hope I didn't break my time. This is Grigorievich lab visiting the, this was the Barnes Museum. And this is how truly every day in our lab looks like. They are smiling. Can you imagine? They are working and smiling. I thought that was really amazing. Thank you to all of our funders and our collaborators in Singh facility, especially Eric Johnston, who helped a lot of training of my people. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, go ahead, Mark. Actually, Mark, let me give you a microphone in case.
So I'm not a biologist, but what I took from your talk is that these, what did you call them, invadopods?
Invadopodia.
Invadopodia are key to cell metastasis, and also that there is a way to suppress their formation. And I'm wondering, what is that way? And can you verify with your microscopy technique that indeed that motility is suppressed?
Absolutely. Yeah. So what is the way? There is direct and indirect way. Direct way is, just either genetically changing cancer cells, but of course in patients that's kind of a hard thing to do, or pharmacologically attacking the signaling pathway that is involved in assembly. Unfortunately, those signaling pathways are going to have side effects on other signaling pathways if we're talking about patients. So the way that we're proposing is indirect way, so not targeting the cancer cells, but actually targeting the stiffness of the tumor tissue. So basically we are attacking the cross-linking process of the connective tissue, loosening the tissue ever so slightly, so invadopodia don't get stimulated, so they never form because the stiffness of the tissue is not enough to stimulate their formation. I hope that was succinct and clear. And so can we see it? Yes, because we can image preclinical mouse models in real time. So in mice, of course, it's much easier. Can we see it in clinical tissues? Yes, so this is what we're now developing, because we actually have multiplex proteomics, Luna-4 Comet system in Fox Chase Cancer Center. We just set it up 6 months ago. So practically you can do multiple cycles of immunofluorescence, and you end up with like 20, 30 colors in immunofluorescence. And so we have labels for stiffness, labels for cell cycle, labels for invadopodia, and for extracellular matrix. And this is the way that we can do it in clinical tissues in patients.
Well, let's thank our speaker one last time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have from Drexel University, the Director of Smart Manufacturing and Research Experiences for Undergraduates. He's also professor at Drexel, as Professor Masood Suresh. I think you're going to give your presentation online. You should have availability to share your screen. There you go. Do a quick sound check.
Okay, thank you, Gerald. You hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Okay, this morning, I saw Yuri Gogotsi gave a talk on control of properties of Maxine through surface chemistry and atomistic design. So I'm going to present two studies of ours that deals with deal with the adjusting the surface chemistry. So and in one application is water purification. So as I said, there are two studies. One we used an amino silane coupling agent to modify the surface, and in the other one we used the carboxylic acid. And in both cases, the maxim was Ti3C2. So in the first study, We used the OH group on the surface and modified that, and we attached the amino silane agent to the surface. The reaction involves a hydrolysis reaction first, so water and methoxy groups of the agent react. They give hydroxylic groups and methanol, and then you have further reaction, and then you have the agent attached to the surface, as I said, through the OH group. By doing that, we were able to change the surface charge of MaxSim from negative to positive. As you can see, let me get my pointer here. So this is a pristine MaxSim, negative surface charge over a wide range of pH. And this is the modified MaxSim, positive surface charge over a wide range of pH up to 10.5 almost. So we were able to do that, and this allowed us to have self-assembly of pristine MaxSim and modified MaxSim. So we did characterization studies, and we saw successful hydrolysis of the agent. We saw the conversion of TiOH groups into TiOSI bonds, and we saw that the functionalization did not alter the layered structure of the MaxSim. And also, this was an interesting one, that the functionalization increased the interlayer spacing of 11 of pristine MaxSim, which was 11.7 angstrom, to a modified one with interlayer spacing of 13.2. So it increased the interlayer spacing. So I go to the second study, and in this one, we modified the surface, but instead of making it positive, we make it more negative. So, and the application, first application that we have looked at is mercury ion removal. So we introduce a simple one-step method of Ti3C2 carboxylation that involves the use of a chelating agent with a linear structure. So that was what we were achieved. So you are familiar with MaxSim. So you start with the max phase, you etch, and then you get multi-layer MaxSim. You delaminate, you get single flakes, and then what we did carboxylation, and the reaction was about it took about 2 hours for each run, and we able to modify again to OH group to this group that I show here. So these are results from adsorption. So in each case, we used 0.5 milligram of MaxSim or modified MaxSim per milliliters of water that had mercury ion. So in one case, we had 250 ppm, and in the other one, 200 ppm. So this shows the performance of pristine MaxSim. So on this side, you see concentration of mercury ions. And on this axis, you have time. And then concentration of mercury ion in water, in the case of 200 ppm, dropped. And this is the equilibrium concentration. In the case of 50, it went to 0. And of course, this corresponds to the percent of removal, the red line. So you can calculate. So on this side, we have modified MaxSim. Modified MaxSim, as you can see, in both cases, went with 200 ppm and 50 ppm. In both cases, concentration of mercury ions dropped to 0. And also the drop is quicker. So mercury, the modification increased the removal capacity of MaxSim and also the rate of adsorption. So two effects. So further down, if you look at this plot E, this shows adsorption capacity of MaxSim and modified MaxSim. So as you can see, modified MaxSync has higher capacity than pristine MaxSync. So again, these are for, again, two solutions, 50 ppm and 200 ppm. And the amount of MaxSync that we used for each case was 0.1 milligram per milliliter of the water. We did adsorption, means that we used the modified MaxSync or MaxSync and then regenerated the MaxSync by chemically. So this is the performance of the two nanomaterials, pristine MaxSync and modified MaxSync. The removal capacity after the first cycle, second cycle, and third cycle. So that means they can keep the performance. You can use them many times. So it's not just one-time use. So we have studied the mechanism of three mechanisms. So electrostatic interaction, surface complexation, and oxidation reduction are through the modeling. We proposed that chemisorption and electrostatic interactions between carboxylate groups and mercury ions are responsible for the higher adsorption performance of the modified MaxSync. So we think that these are dominant mechanisms. So concluding remarks, so we were able to, in the first study, we were able to increase, to change the negative surface charge of MaxSync to positive in a wide range of pH. And this permitted layer by layer assembly process. In the second study, we were able to decrease the surface charge by 18 millivolts over a wide range of pH. And the absorption study showed that modified MaxSync has an equilibrium time of 5 minutes, which is significantly less than that of pristine MaxSync, which is 60 minutes. In terms of adsorption capacity, the modified MaxSync has an absorption capacity of about 500 milligram per gram, and then was able to remove 90% of mercury ions in less than 1 minute. The distribution coefficient of a modified MaxSync is significantly higher than that of Ti2DC2. And that distribution coefficient is among the highest reported distribution coefficients for mercury ion adsorption. In both cases, for pristine MaxSync and modified MaxSync, the leached ion concentration is far below the US EPA maximum level. So, okay, I would like to thank the leading authors of the leading contributors of these studies that I presented, Ali Esfahani, Hossein Riazi, and Ahmed Shamsabadi, all 2 PhD students and 1 postdoc, and also collaborators, Babak Anasuri and Yuri Gugurtsu that you know, and also the help that we received from different laboratories. Thank you for your attention. And also, of course, NSF. So.
Are there any questions for the speaker? I guess I have one. So maybe you could talk a little bit more about what the Singh Center will help you do in accomplishing more of your work and advancing more of your future work that you discussed here.
We plan to continue this work, and we want to explore, modify the surface further, and then our adsorption study, we want to try other metal ions like lead, which is a serious issue. So the absorption study this was the first one, but from in terms of other applications, you can do a lot with the surface modification. For example, growing polymers on the surface. So you get polymer brushes. So depending on the application, you can modify the way you want. Another study that I did not present, we embedded PI3C2 into Pebax, which is it's a commercial copolymer. We embedded that and we got the resulting composite, polymer composite that we got, mixed matrix membrane. And that membrane showed very high performance in terms of gas separation. So for CO2, H2 separation. So these are the type of applications that my group look, and I would like to extend that to medical applications as well.
Thank you so much. All right, let's take a. Oh yeah, we got one more question. Yuri?
Maybe a mic because otherwise. Thank you for your presentation. Question, one for clarification question. Did you use non-delaminated or delaminated MaxSync titanium-32 for removal of mercury?
Yes, yeah, it was delaminated Max.
Okay, so there was no effect of the interlayer spacing. So you explained it purely by the surface chemistry and surface charge effects.
So in the second one, I do not have the number for interlayer spacing. For the first study, we saw that by modification, the interlayer spacing increased.
Sure, yeah, but also it would probably increase when you do carboxylic acid grafted on the surface. So I was just wondering whether this effect may be simply because preventing restacking and making larger surface available, or because the surface itself has.
I have difficulty hearing. Yeah, I don't know. It's it's the internet line or the microphone. I don't know.
We can discuss later, Drexel.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Right,
It's
one last time. Thank you. All right, thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Share a screen and let's get here. All right, so our last two speakers are student users here, both from UD, and I'm going to introduce Akik Irash. He's going to talk about deterministic generation of spin defects in van der Waals materials. So, the floor is all yours. Thank you very much.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Akik. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Delaware, and thank you. And currently working with Dr. Chikulina at the University of Delaware. And our group focuses on defect engineering in van der Waals materials, otherwise known as 2D materials. And our goal is to essentially develop a 2D material-based quantum sensing platform. There we go. So let's start the discussion with what is exactly quantum sensing. So quantum sensing is a sensing technology which consists of systems which utilizes quantum properties to detect physical perturbation at the atomic level. And it relies on different physics, different quantum properties such as quantum confinement, quantum interference, and superconductivity. And because of its scale, it can actually get far superior sensitivity to subtle changes in these perturbations such as magnetic fields compared to classical sensors. And our motivation is to kind of develop this technology further using 2D materials. And now, like I said, there are different technologies that quantum sensors are based on. The most well-known one that's already seen practical application is the superconductivity-based SQUEED platforms. But for this talk, we're going to be focusing on optical quantum sensors, which offer certain advantages and is very promising currently. So what are the requirements for an optical quantum sensor? So an optical quantum sensor needs to have distinct energy levels, which would allow certain allowed optical transitions. We need to be able to easily initialize the system, for example, using optical excitation. We need to be able to manipulate the state of the system, such as spin, and there needs to be some sort of interaction between the system and its environment, which would allow us to kind of detect any perturbations in its vicinity. We also need to be able to easily read out the system using certain optical characterization tools, for example, using optical spectroscopy. Now, these kind of systems are, there's a lot of promise in terms of creating defects in certain materials, which can serve as these kind of qubits for these kind of quantum sensing applications, and these are very promising for biological applications primarily. And over the last few years, several prototypes have been demonstrated of defect-based quantum sensing platforms, where defects were utilized to create mapping of very small electric fields of target materials, detect biological markers, and even biologically active organisms. And like I said, the scale at which it can detect perturbations is incredible. So to this day, I think we can resolve magnetic field perturbations down to 10 picotesla to femtotesla levels, which is comparable to the magnetic field in our brain and the cellular levels. Potentially, an application can be basically in real time detecting action potential that's being fired in our brains. It is also potentially biocompatible, so we can actually get real-time information from living organisms. So why are we interested in using spin qubits or spin-based defects? Some advantages these kind of defects have is that they're less susceptible to background noise. They don't offer as high of a sensitivity as weak-based superconducting qubit-based platforms yet, but they're also often room temperature operable, and they do not require very complex and bulky infrastructure that's associated with weak-based platforms. An excellent example of such a platform is the scanning nitrogen vacancy center-based magnetometers. And this is an excellent example of how defects have been utilized to create quantum sensors. And essentially, this schematic illustrates how this operates. You have a diamond, which is usually the host material for these type of defects, and you position a single defect. A defect essentially here means that a crystallographic impurity. It can be a missing atom, it can be a substitutional impurity. In this case, it's a nitrogen vacancy center as a defect complex, and you position this defect at the tip of the diamond, and while under constant optical excitation, when you bring it close to magnetic sample surface, for example, it will actually undergo a change in its optical signature. And now there are different optical characterization techniques which we can use to detect this change, such as electron spin resonance and optically detected magnetic resonance spectroscopy, or ODMR. And by noting the subtle changes that changing the optical signature, we can actually deduct the strength of the magnetic field that's in question. As promising as they are, there are certain limitations to this kind of 3D material-based platforms. So, like I just said, they're 3D material-based, so we actually form these defects in bulk material, which limits the spatial control we can exert on positioning these defects in these materials. And most importantly, it's very difficult to position these defects near the surface of the material, which you're interfacing with whatever you're measuring. So as the defect position moves farther away from whatever it's detecting, the resolution of the sensor substantially decreases or doesn't reach its full potential. So how are we overcoming this challenge? We're actually now moving to a different platform of low-dimensional material and creating this sort of quantum sensors in a special class of materials called 2D materials or van der Waals materials. So van der Waals materials are special, and the best known example is graphene, which I'm sure most people are familiar with. What's special about this material is that they have very strong in-plane bonds, but they have very strong outer plane bonds. So you can essentially take a bulk 2D material and strip it down to a few atomic to a single atom layer thickness. And when you now position defects in an atomic layer of this material, for example, it's in perfect proximity, so as close as it can be to whatever it is sensing. So we kind of overcome this proximity issue that we have with 3D quantum sensing platforms. Some other great reasons to use 2D material is that these materials, some of them have already been shown to host excellent quantum emitters, some of which are room temperature active. So if we can utilize those, we wouldn't need these bulky infrastructures. And another exciting part is 2D material is stackable. So you can take atomic layers of different materials, you can stack them together to create heterostructures in very different orientations and have hybrid structures with hybrid properties, which is another exciting horizon. And most importantly, like I mentioned, their atomic thickness, so enhanced proximity effect and potentially significantly higher resolution when it comes to quantum sensing applications. The material I'm interested in talking about here is hexagonal boron nitride. It's a 2D insulator. And this material is our material of interest because of its very wide bandgap. Now, intuitively, if it's very wide bandgap, which is 6 electron volts, it's optically inactive under normal circumstances. So how do we actually utilize this for optical quantum sensing? We introduce defects in these materials. And the presence of defects, and like I said, defects are simply, it's analogous to doping, where you introduce crystallographic impurities, which can be a substitutional or a vacancy defect. And once there are crystallographic impurities like this, for certain defect types, if you have enough of them, or depending on their nature, they can actually create localized distortions in the band diagram and essentially create sub-band gap optical energy levels, which are allowed. So we can actually essentially get optical signatures where these defects are located. The particular defect type we're primarily interested in for this material is a negatively charged boron vacancy defect, which is active at room temperature and also has ASP in nature, which we can study and utilize. So taking a closer look at the boron vacancy energy level, this has a transition and this has an emission at the near infrared range when optically excited by something like a green light source at 532 nanometers. This vacancy itself is essentially has a missing boron atom in the crystal structure. And what's very exciting about this defect, aside from it being optically active at room temperature, is that it has a triplet ground state, analogous to the NV centers in diamond or the 3D counterpart. And that means that we can actually, we have spin sublevels which we can actually use to spin polarize the charge carriers trapped in these defect levels and utilize that for quantum sensing applications. And we do so by studying the optical signature using something like ODMR spectra, where under normal no magnetic field, it has a certain optical signature. In the interest of time, I'm not going too much into this, but when we apply a magnetic field, very small magnetic field will create some effect called Zeeman splitting, which will split the energy levels of the spin sublevels, and we will actually see a shift in the ODMR spectra. By correlating or calculating the shift, we can actually deduct the magnetic field strain, and that's how we utilize these defects in these materials to actually detect small perturbations in the magnetic field. Now, how do we actually engineer these defects? In order to reliably create these defects or create these quantum sensors, we need to exert control on how we form them, and we need to be able to optimize this fabrication process. So we decided to utilize high energy ion irradiation techniques. What we do is we irradiate this material with high energy electrons or high energy ions. People have also used neutrons to selectively knock out boron atoms at the irradiated zones and create this vacancy artificially. And we've actually done that experiment here at the Singh Center, where we utilized the plasma focus ion beam with xenon sources, and we selectively irradiated some parts of a 2D HBN flake, a few nanometers deep HBN flake, which has been exfoliated and transferred on a silicon substrate. And we actually varied the fluence, or basically ions per unit area, the dosage of the beam, to study how that affects the formation of these defects. This is an STM image after irradiation, where you can see kind of like as we increase the fluence, the material degradation starts to increase. But what's interesting is when we look at the optical signature. So prior to irradiation, we have no optical signature, especially in this near infrared range, which is around between 800 to 900 nanometers. But after irradiation, when we take PL map, we see that selectively irradiated zone starts to illuminate and has an emission at this point now. What's also interesting is that not only these are localized to where they were irradiated, largely localized to where the irradiation took place, but also as we increase the fluence, we can see the brightness increases. It's intuitive because more fluence means more defect density or higher defect density, so increased brightness. This is a characteristic field spectra taken from an irradiated zone and pristine HBN, which shows that this emission is now present after irradiation. We know the broad emission spectra, which indicates a high defect density, and we want to do in the future systematic study of fluence versus how that affects the defect density. Going towards our final goal, which I'll be discussing next. And we've also noted that the spectra is consistent with Born vacancy ensembles in literature. So in summary, we've created spatially localized ensemble optical defects in HBN. We know that we obtained higher defect density with higher fluence, and we also know that higher defect density results in broader emission and higher brightness. That's usually due to homogeneous broadening of many different defects being in close proximity to each other. So we're actually working towards our goal of isolating a single spin defect in HBN. It's a multi-level challenge. Single spin defects are not bright enough to be detected, and we also need to optimize the irradiation parameters in order to reduce the defect density while maintaining the defect formation yield. And some of the ways we want to do this in the future is by incorporating strain engineering, which has been known to enhance the brightness of defects. And together with these techniques, we hope to ultimately isolate a single spin defect, which would revolutionize the field, because it would basically be able to compete directly with ND centers and bring 2D material platform to the 3D counterpart with enhanced proximity input. So with that, thank you for listening. This is my acknowledgement and to thank my group and our collaborators, and especially our all the facilities, Singh Center, as well as the UD nanofabrication facilities and our sponsors. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
All right. Are there any questions? Yeah.
So I think this is really great work and inspiring. That doesn't mean it's easy, but I think that if you can get to your goal, there are a lot of incredible sensing applications that could be done. I did want to ask, there is a technique I've seen people use in fact, there are some people here at Penn who do this, who use the TEM to create atomic lattice defects by strong bombardment with electrons. And I'm wondering if that technique, rather than using big fat xenon ions, would advance you towards your goal. Is that a possibility, something to think about? Because those tools, we have them as well.
Thank you for your question. And that's an excellent question. And actually, you're very right. These techniques have been utilized to create defects. Top of my head, I can't recall if any sort of technique has been used for HBN per se, but which I didn't cover in this presentation, is that we also work with other 2D materials like TMDs. And people have used something like AFM tips to introduce these kind of defects and basically go from there. So we're not only exploring just irradiation techniques, but also strain tuning and other physical indentation techniques as well to create these kind of similar defects. And yeah, I think at some point I had a discussion with someone at Singh Center about helium ion sources being available. I don't know if it's coming, but if it does, that's also exciting for us. And yeah, anything that introduces defects, we need to study the defect type and see if it's useful and go from there. Thank you.
Well, let's give Akika another round of applause. We'll see. So last but not least is PhD candidate, whose PI is Matt Doty, is Tori Welch, and she's basically going to take us home. Let me minimize this. And Tori, is that no. Okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry.
Yep.
All right. It is all yours.
Thank you for the direction. Thank all of you for sticking around until the very end. Yeah, so we're going to be talking about some of the work and some of the work going on in my group that I've worked on in my time at UD.
There we go. So the motivation for our project is on improving solar energy harvesting technologies. So if you think about a typical solar cell, you can probably imagine all the light from the sun coming in, hitting that, being absorbed, and then all that light getting converted into electricity. However, that's not the entire story, because actually a large part of that light, mainly the low energy light, cannot be absorbed and passes right through the solar cell and is not used at all. Actually, if we look at the spectrum of light from the sun, shown here in gray, only the part that's highlighted in red can be used by a typical silicon solar cell. You'll see that around 20% of light from the sun is below the band gap of silicon, cannot be absorbed. So if we could somehow harness this low energy light by converting it into higher energy light, then we could increase the efficiency of solar energy harvesting technologies. And this process is called photon upconversion, process of converting low energy light into high energy light. So this process happens when we have the absorption of 2 low energy photons, resulting in the emission of 1 higher energy photon. If we look at the band structure of a typical optically active material, you can see a photon will come in, undergo some relaxation process, and then the emitted photon will be slightly lower in energy than what was absorbed. However, in photon upconverting materials, we can have the sequential absorption of 2 photons, and then the resulting emission will be higher in energy than either of the 2 that were absorbed. But you can see this is a more complicated structure, and only very special materials are capable of this process. So our goal is to be able to design and synthesize materials that have the specific electronic structure required for upconversion. And the materials we're using are called colloidal quantum dots, and I'm sure you've heard a lot about them recently after they just won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. But what makes them special is that they're highly tunable. So we're able to tune those absorption and emission wavelengths based on their size, so smaller quantum dots will be higher in energy. We can also tune their energies based on composition, so whichever material we choose to make our structures out of is going to change where those band edges lie. So this. And then lastly, we can combine different materials together to create heterostructures, and this will allow us to control exactly where electrons and holes will lie within the structure. So one material that we've been working a lot on is this nanorod-based upconversion platform. And this structure consists of a cadmium selenide fluorinium alloy quantum dot, which we use as our core, and then we grow a cad sulfide nanorod that's then alloyed with selenium, and this leads to a cadmium selenide emitter quantum dot at the end. And I'll walk through exactly how the upconversion process works in this structure. So first, the smaller band gap quantum dot, so in this case, our core over there on the left, can absorb a low energy photon to create an electron hole pair. This electron can now be delocalized across the entire structure because of a minimal band offset between the materials. And in the meantime, a second low energy photon can come in and excite that hole within the valence band. And now this excited hole is able to relax across the structure. And if both of the carriers are located in that cad selenide quantum dot, they can recombine to emit a single high energy photon. And over on the right, I just have a regular TM image so you can see what these look like. And if we look at the photoluminescence spectrum, if we excite with high energy light over there in the purple, we see 2 PL peaks, so one associated with that high energy, what we're calling the emitter emission, and then we also get emission from our absorber. However, if we excite with low energy light, so over here in the red, we still are seeing this high energy emission peak. And so this would only be possible through this photon upconversion process. And you can also see this with your own eyes in the lab. So here we're shining a laser through a solution that's invisible to the naked eye, but then we see yellow light coming out. So we know that upconversion is happening here. But one question we have is how can we further improve and tune these structures? So if we take a closer look at this structure, which we'll call our first generation structure, there are actually a few issues with it. First of all, it has quite low quantum yield. And part of this is because this emitter quantum dot at the end is unpassivated, so there are a lot of surface defects there. And this is going to really limit our upconversion efficiency.
We also have some synthesis issues, so growing that alloyed core consistently is difficult. And then using that to grow the nanorod is also not ideal, mainly because our method to grow the alloy nanorod is not consistent. And part of that is because selenium is more reactive than sulfur. So when we're trying to alloy from sulfur to selenium, we have our cadmium solution where we inject our core seeds, and our sulfur solution, we're letting the sulfur nanorod grow and then doing injections of selenium aliquots to try to control that gradient alloying manually. However, as you can imagine, this is difficult to reproduce consistently and be able to compare samples. So taking all of these, we developed a second generation inverted nanostructure. So it looks pretty much the same, except everything is switched. So now we're using our emitter quantum dot as the core and growing everything from that. And there are a few key advantages to this structure. First, now our emitter is completely passivated by the nanorod, so this should really improve that PL quantum yield. And that should also be easier to use for nanorod growth. And mainly now our alloy is going in the direction that favors the reactivity. So we should be able to have a single injection of sulfur and selenium and be able to grow these nanorods with an alloy controlled by the reaction conditions rather than manual injections. So our first attempt at this did not work out exactly the way that we wanted to. So you can see on the bottom, we did get some nice looking nanorod structures, but then about 50% of what we saw was also these kind of wonky looking tetrapod structures like you see on the top. And using the NeoArm downstairs here, we're able to do EDS to see if there's differences in composition of these structures. So we can see our crystal lattice here outlined by the cadmium. We also see that there's sulfur in both of these structures pretty evenly. However, the tetrapod structures mostly consist of selenium, where there's hardly any selenium in the nanorods at all. And this kind of makes sense because selenium is more reactive, so it's more likely to grow from multiple crystal facets rather than just in one direction. So how can we control this reaction to get a nice alloy nanorod like we want? So we have a couple of knobs that we can turn. The first one is our ligands. So we know that we need both short and long chain ligands in the reaction. That helps us grow the nanorod versus just a spherical structure. And we also know that the ratio of these ligands can be used to tune which crystal facets are most reactive and which growth direction is going to occur. So in our case, increasing the ratio of long chain versus short chain ligand, in this case, it's the FODPA, that should help promote the anisotropic growth that we want. And then the other tool is temperature. Anytime we're controlling reactivities in reactions, the temperature is going to play a large role, so it's important to consider that as well. So we did an entire matrix of reactions of different temperatures and different ligand ratios. This is just one row of that matrix at the highest reaction temperature. And you can see that the highest reaction temperature had the best result. And then also going across from left to right, increasing that long chain ratio, we have better results too. And we can see this in the width variation across the nanorod. Not only does that variation decrease when we increase the long chain ratio, but the width of that variation also decreases. So we're getting more uniform nanorods across the entire sample. But still the question is, are these alloyed nanorods or not? So we can go back to EDS, and yes, we do see that these are alloyed. So if we look at cadmium, sulfur, and selenium, we see that is sulfur and selenium across the entire structure. And we can further confirm this with line scans. So doing a line scan across the structure, we can see that we're getting pretty much equal signal of selenium and sulfur across the entire thing, which was not something we were able to achieve before. This was pretty exciting. And this is just kind of one example of different projects we have going on where we're focusing on the synthesis structure control of these complex structures for the applications of photonic conversion. So one example of this we recently published, we're kind of shifting to these spherical platforms, so it's completely analogous, but now it's a sphere. In this case, we were varying different reaction conditions to understand how we can reliably grow these kind of giant structures, which go beyond typical core cell structures. And then another project that I'm working on currently is shifting wavelengths out further into the NIR, which is more relevant for solar energy applications, and by modifying core and shell positions for these lead-based structures. So I'm creating these matrices of different structures with varying core and shell thicknesses and dimensions. And I'll be continuing to use the EDS capabilities here to like precisely measure these core and shell sizes. But the theme of all of these projects is essentially the same, which is using synthesis structure control to one, synthesize high quality nanostructures, which will have high properties. This also allows us to have this high degree of structure property control. And these in turn allow us to correlate specific structural changes to upconvergent performance to have a better mechanistic understanding. And then all these combined allow us to better rationally design and synthesize efficient upconverters. With that, I'd like to thank my advisor and my group, especially highlighting Jill. A lot of the work I presented today was hers. And of course, thank you to the Singh Center for allowing us to use your facilities. Special thank you to Doug over there for many hours helping us on the knee arm. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the audience? I have one. Actually, I really appreciated that chart. It really explains a lot when you talk about efficiency of the solar cell. Can you explain to us a little bit more about, like, if you were to capture those other wavelengths, what will that increase the efficiency to? It's definitely not going to be 100%. Like, so
No.
where are we now, and where would this work that you're doing take us?
So we do have calculations of exact numbers that I cannot remember those exact numbers off the top of my head. But the overall point is that these solar cells have an intrinsic limit, so it's the shock equalizer limit, and upconversion is going to push beyond that limit, which other methods can't do. So I think like silicon solar cell right now, the shock equalizer limit is around 30-something%, or 32. And I think our best performing silicon solar cell was like 20-something% maybe. So using just a regular solar cell, you would not be able, like physically, you cannot go beyond 32%, whereas with upconversion.
Okay, all right. And how close do you think you are to getting that?
Well, I'm graduating soon, so not me personally.
So no spin.
No, I mean, our project has been more actually focused on mechanistic understanding, more basic science stuff. In terms of the lead shifting out to those more relevant wavelengths, that has been shown before by other groups. Actually, only one other group, that they can get upconversion out of a structure like that. So that's definitely promising for making it relevant to solar technology.
Right. Well, let's go ahead and, oh, you have one question? Yes, here.
Beyond energy, do you think that you could find applications for just absorbing these photons in, for example, reducing noise in deep space telescopes?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know anything about deep space telescopes, but I do know this is really just one way that we frame upconversion as a whole. There's many other different applications for it, and this has been shown also for not these structures specifically, but lanthanides are a really popular upconversion material that people use. So there are biological applications for this. There's applications in like money security and dyes and things like that. And you're talking about like reducing noise by getting rid of like low energy noise and converting it. Is that what you mean? Then yeah.
All right, let's take our speaker. Okay, now we can chill for the rest of the evening. There should be an open bar downstairs, and there should be some food, I think around 5:30. Folks that are here, or I think most of them are already downstairs for the poster session, that can start right away. We don't have to be out of here at 7:30, but there might be a cooler and something out in the front a little later when all the show's done. But thank you everybody for coming out. Really appreciate the speakers, and hopefully we'll see you next year.